In the luxurious mansion of the Rague's house, Duke Balgar Rague stood before a large window with his back to his son. Without looking back, he cast a cold verdict at Thor Rague's. The Empire of Bulgaria had already decided his fate. The boy was to be sent to another country as a political hostage. Thor froze at the sudden news and could only blurt out an embarrassed exclamation. The father did not return. The carriage for departure, he said, had already arrived dryly without any explanations. Then he turned around, his face frozen into a mask of stern indifference. The Duke looked down on his son and declared that Thor was no longer needed. In despair, the son tried to understand. He asked why he, of all people, was becoming a hostage. The Duke answered quickly and harshly, Thor was useless. These words etched themselves into his memory forever. The first time in 3 years he saw his father, and these were the words that greeted him. Thor stood humiliated under the harsh laughter of the court and suddenly realized. Back then he should have cut all ties with the family. 3 years passed. He lived as an ordinary commoner and had no intention of returning. But one day a soldier from the Duke's house found him at work and brought him back without any explanation. The rage from the past paternal verdict still rang inside him. Without combat skills, Thor was not needed by him. Returning to the present, the captain of the guard addressed the Duke and confirmed his intention to discuss the results of Thor's evaluation. In response, a gloomy impatience froze on the Duke's face. The Duke began the report with a contemptuous smile. At 10 years old, Thor underwent a skills test at the Shinden Temple. According to him, the results then became a serious problem for the elder son of the ducal family since he had absolutely no combat skills. The gray-haired official with a monocle finished the report. A retest at 12 confirmed Thor had a talent for basic magic, but most importantly, no talent for offensive magic. The nobles muttered mockingly. The Duke's son was called a disappointment and a disgrace, and one of their own wished he would disappear from the empire altogether. Duke Rague's glanced down at his son, his voice pressed with disappointment. He repeatedly reminded Thor of the combat traditions of their family, of the heritage of ancestors who from the very beginning were destined to lead the empire, and admitted. He had placed great hopes on his son, but Thor turned out to be an incredible failure for him. His anger flared. He pointed a finger, verifying the accusations, and roared that Thor, the eldest son of the family that produced the Sword Saint, had no combat skills and was incapable of using combat magic. He demanded an answer whether Thor could understand the despair of a father cursed by such a son. When the words hit him, the thunderous posture became a remedy. It was reserved for those who did not do so. Now you have combat skills. This harsh verdict grew out of the history of the Dalgarian Empire, which expanded its lands by force. Both aristocrats and commoners are judged here by their combat skills, and those who lack them are cast away. Faced with his father's anger, Thor agrees but offers a defense. He may not know how to fight, but he possesses the craft of alchemy. He speaks in fragments and desperately explains that his alchemy is needed to patch and repair things, then adds that he runs the state chancellery and expresses hope if he hones his skill, he will someday be able to create entirely new objects. His father pounds his fist on the ground and roars for him to finally shut up. The Duke brushes off Thor's ambitions to build a workshop, saying it's a waste of effort. He mocks the very idea of creating new things and ridicules Thor. The Empire already has sacred swords and shields of Heroes, the strongest equipment that exists. This idea seems funny to him, and Thor is left stunned without words, without any response. He clenches his fist. He realizes his words mean nothing. The decision has already been made, so he asks his father to tell him about the place where he is being sent as a hostage. Father says this is a dangerous place, and reveals a chilling fact: all previous hostages sent from Empire disappeared there, no one ever returned. Thor absorbs this grim news, his face hardens and concern remains in his gaze. Thor freezes in shocked amazement, and his voice trembles as he seeks confirmation. Could it really be no? The territory of the Demon King? He stammers and the words get stuck in his throat. His father, Duke Rague's, corrected him coldly. No, he said, and at the very thought, Thor's gaze darkened with fear. The Duke admitted, the mere memory of the Demon King's territory filled him with suicidal terror. He laid out the harsh truth of their border policy. The Empire must take measures against the bloodthirsty demons and half-humans living closest to the Demon Lord's domains. Thor let it pass through him and for the first time realized that some exchange existed between the two forces, yet he wondered if his father was really sending him there. Then the Duke revealed the true nature of this exchange. A human sacrifice was made once every few decades to appease their monstrous neighbors. Nearby, other nobles mocked with disgusting coldness and guessed that killing people was the way demons confirmed their own power. When the terrible truth reached Thor that he was to be the sacrifice, the Duke ordered him to hurry up and disappear. Thor barely had time to pull back from the order when the Duke's fist struck him in the stomach. The blow was so crushing that it bent him in half from the pain. He sank to the floor, gasping convulsively for air. That was it, he said, and without even glancing twice, turned his back on his own son. The boy could only freeze on the ground and look up, while his thoughts raced in wild pain and disbelief. Shock and pain merged into one burning wave. His face twisted with rage, and he growled, uttering his father's full name, Duke Balgaregas, I hate you. The Duke froze for a moment and cast back a look cold pure contempt. You are dead. There was no emotion left in his voice. I do not speak with the dead. Thor was expelled from the country where he was born and raised, forever leaving behind the grandeur of his family's kingdom, and all this happened after those last, cruel words. Now he sat in captivity in a guarded carriage. They were heading to his fate. He looked through the window at the deserted expanses ahead, the territory of the Demon King, the land where former enemies of humanity now live. He could only guess what truly awaited him in this forsaken land. While the carriage moved forward, his thoughts again slipped to the history of the conflict. Hundreds of years ago, the Demon King and his formidable army invaded human lands. To save themselves from this unbearable threat, the people of that time resorted to despair. They summoned heroes from another world. The Demon King and his army were extremely powerful, but the summoned hero was not inferior to them in strength. After a fierce, exhausting battle, the hero, together with brave human soldiers, managed to drive the Demon King's army out of human lands. And immediately after this devastating defeat, the open war between the two sides died down. The truce brought the world to its current state. A boundary was established that separated the human world in the south from the lands of demons and half-humans fleeing beyond the forest to the north of the Tikoku Empire. It is said that the demons, driven north after their defeat, harbor deep hatred for humans. Yet despite this, since the border was set, no major conflict has erupted. Thor, with a thoughtful expression, pondered this grim history. His thoughts cling to the very earth, to the boundless and mysterious kingdom stretched out before him. Who rules the Demon King remained unknown, caught in rumors of an ancient feud. In the darkness of the cramped compartment rolling along, Thorgus pressed himself against the wall. His face showed fatigue etched by years. He looked out the window and saw not a landscape but an impenetrable darkness. Boards nailed across blocked his way to the world, leaving almost complete darkness. The scale of his imprisonment is immediately visible from the outside. Around the wheelchair is a formidable escort of 20 guards, including Mount Cavalry. He understands that escape is futile. Even if he broke free, he wouldn't get far, he would be caught again. His irritation is growing. That is why he kept so diligently away from Duke. He sincerely believed he had cut all ties. But the past turned out not to be something easily shaken off. His thoughts are drawn again to the life he built for himself. He remembers taking the exam at the government office, decisive step that gave him the right to officially take his mother's surname and leave Regues behind forever. The job was modest, organizing papers and fixing things. He is once again contemplating the chosen career in the Dolarian Empire. The position of a civil servant is a special dimension. It could be held neither by a traveler, nor a military officer, nor an ordinary soldier. Although other departments sometimes despised his work and the pay was meager, he still found his niche. Despite the lack of prestige, he truly loved his job. It is worth recalling how confidently he stamps the document, and how a calm satisfaction appears on his face. This feeling spoke for itself. The reason is simple. His workplace is the only place where he could fully utilize his alchemy skills. He still remembers the moment before the greatsword, the form restored, and he glowed, absorbing hidden power, a living proof of his mastery. Suddenly turning to the present, he clenches his fist. He was repairing the same magical sword, striving to make it perfect, but now it is impossible. A cold phrase echoes again in his thoughts. You are dead. The gaze falls on the hands. He squeezes 2 ordinary spoons, as if they are the only tools he currently has at hand. A spark of an idea flashes in him. One of the spoons was used by a soldier during the meal. With renewed determination, he raises it to his eyes, opens them wide, and focusing, directs the power, commanding the might to activate alchemy. He presses with will, and a simple spoon in his hands begins to twist and melt, dissolving from the powerful touch of alchemy. The molten metal is still pliable but quickly takes shape. It presses and pulls the material until it stamps out the sharp silhouette of the blade. This is his unique skill, alchemy. It allows him to purify, synthesize, and process substances. By combining or changing their very nature, he creates new materials and objects. Alchemy also gives him the ability to evaluate. The power resonates in him with a warm memory of a dream, the one he once held so close to his heart. To one day open his own workshop and earn a name for himself as Alchemist Thor. He clenched the freshly gathered knife, and with it tempered his resolve. Neither can nor have, I will not die here. Suddenly the carriage doors seem to dissolve. It jolts violently. The mounted soldier shouts a warning to be careful because they are approaching the border of the Demon King's domain. He is led outside and immediately realizes He is surrounded by a squad of Imperial soldiers. The rough commander addresses him by his full name Thorigas. The commander extends his hand toward the boundless space ahead. Thor gazes at the distant mountains and feels a stone sinking into his stomach. The Empire ends here. This is the boundary of the human world. Thor turns to the commander and sharply demands an explanation of his plan regarding Thor and who exactly will take him into custody. The commander is silent. Thor's gaze slides toward the dark, eerie forest in the distance. The thought spins in his head. Could this really be the true border? Without answering, the commander breaks the silence with an order to the archer. The soldier, having already knocked an arrow with a ribbon, aims and releases the bowstring. From the darkness of the forest emerges a threatening figure, glowing eyes and sharp horns. Thor's eyes widen sharply in shock as he recognizes the creature. One of the Imperial soldiers confirms the worst suspicions, announces that a half-human has arrived and that the squad they signaled is already here. As they emerge from the forest, not just one creature appears, a whole small procession. A young woman with pointed ears in a maid's uniform stands with complete composure, flanked by two giant minotaurs with bull heads who respectfully behave as servants. Her face is calm, almost frozen. Dark eyes stubbornly hold a steady, unreadable gaze on the people before her. The guard only shifts their watch. Their colossal scales and powerful, muscular figures press with a heavy, anxious presence even in the silence of the borderlands. He can only stare, frozen, cold sweat crawling down his face. The realization of what is happening sinks into reality, and he freezes dead still with horror. Amid the dense forest greenery, a calm elven maid in a maid's uniform stands next to a gigantic, powerfully built minotaur. Is this the first time such a creature is seen up close? Approaching to look at the half-humans from a very close distance, Thorigas decides he must make a worthy first impression. He plans to catch them by surprise to create an opportunity for further escape. And while the Imperial guards tremble with fear, he steps forward, introduces himself, and naming himself a representative of the Dalgarian Empire, announces his full name. The elf meets Thor Regues on the territory of the Demon King with a graceful bow, solemnly introducing herself. Mabel, the elf sent to take him in the name of His Majesty. Thor is involuntarily surprised by such politeness. This is not at all like a hostage or a victim. Outside of her, the Minotaurs also bow respectfully, and the Imperial soldiers respond with terror. One shouts that it is a trap and that approaching the demi-humans unarmed is madness. He frantically dispels fear, reminding what everyone believes about their power. Supposedly, elves are mages and can wipe out a dozen people with one strike, and Minotaurs have superhuman strength capable of crushing a person's head. Thor calmly dispels the panic, showing that their masters have nothing to fear. They behave impeccably politely. Thor orders the guards to arm themselves, irritated by their behavior. He asks why he should be cautious with these creatures if his own escort kept him locked in the carriage and refused to talk. He also adds, it would be better if the people from the Demon King's territory simply ignored them completely. The soldiers, still agitated, insist caution is natural and his calm manner is insane. Ignoring the protests, Thor turns around and looks at Mabel and her companions, the Minotaur. He sincerely expresses gratitude for the warm welcome, and in response Mabel apologizes for any possible inconvenience. After this, Thor solemnly introduces himself again with his full title. Thor Regues, eldest son of Duke Regues of the Dalgarian Empire. He declares that he has arrived by order of His Majesty the Emperor and will accompany them. As soon as he finishes his statement, Mabel takes one clear, deliberate step forward. Thor watches her approach. His gaze tightens, uncertainty appears on his face, while his expression remains emotionless and his eyes are hidden by his bangs. Her seriousness suddenly breaks into a bright, sparkling smile. Mabel tightly clasps her hands, and sincere joy spills out. She exclaims that this is the first time in her life she has received such a polite greeting from the Empire, warmly thanks him, and addresses him as messenger, informing that the Demon King's territory lies in the north. Completely unexpectedly, due to her friendly and sincere reaction, Thor slightly embarrassedly smiles and replies that he looks forward to working with her. He examined the document Mabel had handed him, and his brow furrowed grimly at the word messenger. He had no idea if it was just a polite euphemism for sacrifice. Somewhere in the distance, the Imperial Guard was growing increasingly impatient and shouting for him to sign the papers and complete the transfer. When all the formalities were behind them, Mabel announced that the courier delivery was complete. She beckoned her two centaur companions and explained that she had prepared them to help. They nodded amicably. After that, Mabel said, they would set off on foot into the forest. Unthinkable for Imperial soldiers was the very chance to enter demon territory, and they broke ranks, screaming wildly in fear as they retreated along the same road they had come from. Watching them withdraw, Mabel quietly expressed hope that the peace agreement between their states would be protected forever. Then her gaze returned again to the one who remained. Just as she began to comment on the messenger, Thor exhaled heavily and sighed wearily. Far away, the frightened cries of his former escort echoed. Were shouting that they would all be killed. Mabel, interested in his composure, asked if he was not afraid. After all, it was her first meeting with a person who was not afraid. Thor replied that there was a peace treaty between their peoples, so showing fear was impolite. But alone, he admitted to himself, he was trembling with fear. Despite inner anxiety, he recalled a recent moment of unexpected kindness. He stumbled and one of Minotaur's helped him up, treating him like a guest. That gesture remained a warm comfort. While I walked on, Mabel asked him to let her know if he got tired. He assured her that everything was fine and added, the kindness shown to him was a world of difference from how he was treated by the Empire's soldiers. He quickly realized, despite the difficult terrain, he not only did not feel tired, he even felt better as soon as he entered the territory of the Demon King. A strange, dark magical power swirled around him, seeped into his body, and filled him with energy he had never felt in the Empire. The influx of power triggered a whole series of revelations within him. The absorption of the magical power of darkness was complete. It merged with the 6 basic attributes. His alchemy mastery evolved into creative alchemy, and the hidden abilities of material alchemy, attribute alchemy, and appraisal grass fully awakened. Caught by a sudden internal transformation, he had no idea what had just happened. As if in response, a semi-transparent panel with a single word status appeared before his eyes. He froze in shocked delight, staring at the details of his ultimate skill, creative alchemy. Only those who accepted all 6 attributes, light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind, could awaken it. With it, he could create objects having only information about their appearance and function. His new abilities were also shown on the screen. Material alchemy allowed him to create and synthesize new substances from his own magical power. Addition alchemy enabled him to infuse the target substance with the desired properties. Finally, evaluation, the ability that can study the properties, materials, and effects of any object, gains the power to record information as data directly within the skill itself. Standing amid the bizarre flora of the demonic terrain, he processed the collected data, and his alchemy had truly noticeably improved. Now creating substances by extracting them from magical power was no longer a fantasy but a quite tangible possibility. He began to be gnawed by suspicion. He never developed combat skills because all potential was directed towards the development of creative alchemy, yet at the same time his abilities showed he could do it, and everything looked far too convenient. His deep concentration immediately caught Mabel's attention. She approached with concern and asked what had happened. Mabel reminded him that the magical power in the territory of the Demon King is different from that of humans and can cause illness. She asked him to be sure to say if he felt unwell. He returned to her only when a theory began to take shape in his mind. Mabel confirmed his suspicion. The magical power of darkness here was extraordinarily strong. Thor explained that in the Tikoku Empire, the forces of fire and earth dominate, and when Mabel asked if light magic exists in the human world, he answered, yes, it does. The puzzle pieces fell into place. He recalled, in the human realm the power of light is great and darkness is weak, so in the capital he could never gather enough dark magic. Here in the territory of the Demon King, everything was the opposite. Darkness was insanely strong and light barely flickered. Finally, he waited for clarity to the last point. To awaken creative alchemy, it was necessary to gather the power of all 6 attributes. Entering the Demon King's territory and absorbing its abundant dark magical power, he fulfilled all the necessary conditions and finally awakened his true power. While Thor and his companions make their way along the rocky, forested path, he reaches out to Fi and warns, the terrain is starting to crumble. When he helps her descend from a ledge, the silence between them suddenly breaks a crack, as if something broke. Thematically, from surprise, Fia lets out a quiet breath. The pendant on a thin chain breaks and falls off her neck. Both he and Thor look on. Eyes wide with shock, the small ornament flies through the air, flips, and falls like a chaotic shadow in the darkness. One of the Minotaur guards nods toward the pendant. Apparently, it was pressed by a branch. Thor immediately apologizes, but Fia catches the broken piece and calmly waves it off. It's okay, the chain was already cracked. Only after that does she quietly add that it was a gift from her mother. She shifts her gaze to the broken keepsake lying in the palm of her gloved hand, and in an instant, a quiet sorrow passes through her. Raising her eyes from the pendant, Fia gives Thor a soft, reassuring smile and asks him not to worry. But Thor is still anxious. He asks if it would be okay if he tried to fix it, adding that he has repaired broken chains several times before. His offer unsettles Fia. She asks if he is a master. Thor clarifies, in the Dalgarian Empire he was not allowed to call himself an alchemist. He repeatedly recalls the past. Back then, all his work was simply repairs using alchemy skills. He fixed things. He never encountered any alchemical workshop and no one ever called on him for services. But despite all this, inside he stubbornly affirms his own identity. He is an alchemist. A new thought ripens in his mind. What if he becomes an alchemist in the territory of the Demon King? He officially introduces himself as Thor Regius, the alchemist, and addresses the FIA, asking if she will allow him to fix the broken chain. The FIA and her two formidable Minotaur guards freeze in amazement and simply watch. Carefully she asks if she can really allow herself such a request. After all, she is not human. He smiles warmly and assures her, it does not matter at all. Then she explains that this pendant is an extremely important keepsake left to her by her mother. She extends it and sincerely begs, if you can, fix it. Focusing his gaze, he accepts the task. Nods, says he understands everything and sits down, tightly clutching the pendant. It is time to start work. He directs his intention to the practice of creative alchemy. He holds a thin chain and a stone in his palm, using the appraisal grasp technique to analyze the object. The pendant sharply reveals its identity, a hanging ornament made of water spirit stone with a water attribute. The stone itself is magical, but its details are distorted and hidden by damage. The chain is made of an unknown metal, and its strength has already been undermined by age and wear. Gathering this information together, he contemplates the next step. He notices an unknown chain composition and weighs the chance to create a new metal that will absorb magical power and have the properties of water, so he initiates the process of material alchemy. He recalls the principles of mastery. Material alchemy relies on its own magical power. Metal is born from the magical power of earthly attributes. Any metal can become the base. The process requires imagining how magic spins while the power is poured into the conceptual core. Transforming theory into practice, he applies forcing bright light flashes between his hands. In a moment, everything is already fixed. The light fades and an impeccably restored pendant appears in reality. FIA freezes in shock, not believing, could it really be fixed? Her Minotaur guards are also confused at how can it be so beautiful if no magic is felt. His stunned silence breaks into delight as soon as Thor extends the repaired suspension. He notices that the Minotaurs also look surprised. He had the same feeling. Thor explains, he made the materials relying only on magical power, so it was a trick of creative alchemical craft. He quickly wiped the repair but immediately warned, it might have vulnerable spots, so later it should be shown to a professional master. He addresses her as a loser Mabel, and she, it seems, chooses her words carefully, almost calls him messenger but stops in time and corrects herself just Thor. She looks down at the pendant now resting against her chest. Then her face lights up with a radiant, tearful smile. She tightly clenches her palms and exclaims with pure joy that he fixed it. A precious keepsake from her mother. Her immense gratitude stirred the Minotaurs. They showered praise on Thor and declared that he is a great man, a cool and renowned alchemist who will definitely become the best. Thor, seeing how the chain was repaired without any visible traces, simply told her, glad if she liked it. He was almost swearing from their praise. For him, it was something new. For the first time in his life, someone sincerely thanked him for his alchemical skills. This gratitude sharply contrasted with what had been before. He recalled his father, who considered him worthless and wanted him to die, as well as the contempt he had to swallow in the Empire where his skills were deemed useless. Her voice pulled him out of the dark memory. She smiled warmly and asked if he also felt that it was important to help people. She thanked him again. Her kindness overwhelmed him like a wave. Tears were already rising in his eyes. He still managed to exhale words and say that he was glad he came here. She was captivated by his emotional reaction, and suddenly she remembered the story of his craft. She wondered, did the legendary alchemist from history textbooks, who forged magical swords and shields even before the heroic age, hone his skills the same way, simply thinking about helping others? She guessed maybe those ancient masters once also sought to create things hoping that people would cherish them. Returning to him, she addressed him as Mr. Thor, then asked, let him just call her Mabel. She brightly winked, exclaimed of course, and addressed him formally Mr. Alchemist Thor. Overflowing with emotions, he closed his eyes and smiled through tears, thanking her for the guidance, and then finally called her by name Mabel. With this new acceptance, his journey truly began. Looking at the endless landscape, he realized, this was how his new life as an alchemist started. As his carriage rushes relentlessly across the boundless open steppe, Thor Regius peers out the window, his face stern and gloomy. Quietly pondering, is this already the domain of the Demon King? His gaze slides over the wide steppes and, barely appearing on the horizon, catches a large river, the one where ships go back and forth endlessly. When his vision suddenly clears, his eyes open wide in amazement. The ships are not controlled by people but by fish people. This land breathes with the same creatures. Strong bear men drag heavy sacks, wolfmen herd flocks of sheep, and a calm mermaid lies on a rock right at the water's edge. In the frame is a young woman with small horns. Thor smiles and says that there are many different kinds of half-humans. Then he recalls stories about the Dalgarian Empire, where the territory of the Demon King was described as a place of complete chaos. Her companion immediately clarifies, "It is much calmer here than in the Empire," and explains a typical imperial mistake. They say, as soon as you set foot on the land of the Demon King, a demon beast will either attack or someone will be kidnapped. She reveals the Torah truth now he is already thoughtful. Since the population of the territory is small, everyone has to give their all to make their contribution. Barely smiling, she adds, she would like Tor to do everything properly here as well. He processes her words with surprise. Me, it's a good job. It hurts his ears and his head. He was directly ordered to go to the territory of the Demon King as a hostage. His thoughts reach out to those who might have been here before. He turns to the woman with horns and asks what happened to the other people who were once sent to this territory. She looks at him and her face suddenly becomes serious. She explains, the last time this happened was 50 years ago before she was born, and she clarifies whether he just found out about it just arrived. Then she continues and says, she heard that it is dangerous to travel alone in the forest, so she secretly prepared his transportation. Nearby, an old coachman is talking to an invisible person. He asks if they returned home quietly and emphasizes that he did not impose any restrictions on their behavior. Thor digests her revelation. His face hardens as he calculates the consequences of these past 50 years. This misunderstanding arose from two diametrically opposed viewpoints. From the Empire's position, represented by Duke Regis, every person sent to the demon lands was considered a hostage and a victim. However, one of the high-ranking demons explained otherwise. In the Demon King's domains, they are received with honor as honored guests arriving from the Empire. As soon as people, considering themselves prisoners, tried to escape, they would simply be declared missing and the truth about their real fate would never be conveyed to the Empire. The conversation turned back to the present, and FIA looked at Thor with anxiety. She asked directly if he was going to leave because there was no alchemist like him left anywhere in the terrain. This direct question threw him off balance. FIA clenched her hands, begging him to stay, and promised she would help him live in abundance. While she spoke, Thor remembered his original goal to establish peace between the Empire and the lands of the Demon King. Thor honestly admitted to himself. In fact, he thought about escaping. As soon as he reached the castle, the first thought was to attach an escape route to himself. But no one restricted freedom anyway, so he quickly realized this plan was futile. His thoughts returned again to the maid Mabel, the one he once knew. She was the one who gave him a chance to truly become an alchemist. She allowed him to find joy in his own work. Remembering her kindness and the faces of the other residents, he felt without a doubt that he had no right to disappoint her. With a new sense of purpose, he looked down at his feet and made a firm decision. During his time in the territory of the Demon Lord, he would do everything he could for the sake of this country. He returned to the FIA and simply said, "Thank you." Her face immediately flushed and her eyes widened. Pure, uncontrollable joy suddenly broke through her restraint. Continuing on the way, FIA informed him that they would reach Demon Castle in about an hour. It was there that Thor had a scheduled audience with the Demon King. She ordered him to prepare. The formidable, shadow-hidden image of the king filled his thoughts, and with it came a terrible warning: to survive here, one must never under any circumstances anger the king of the demons. Despite the warm reception from the FIA and the Minotaurs, the only troubling thought did not leave Thor. What will happen to the Demon King himself? Its gold castle of the Demon King stretched, with an extensive, formidable wall of dark stone and sharp spires piercing the gloomy sky. Hiding behind their own walls, they moved along the huge pylon hall. Thor and FIA, squeezed between the fermenter guards, headed to the far end of the chamber where a horned figure awaited them. His heart was pounding with excitement. The official with horns leading them ahead was silent and stern, while FIA behind, opposite, gave a soft, supportive smile. The official finally turned around. The voice echoed slightly as he asked if Thor was a guest from Empire. At that moment, the Minotaur guard loudly announced, "Demon King Rookie Evergard has arrived," and Thor immediately looked up, filled with anxiety. Before him stood a tall figure in dark, regal robes. A stern white mask hid the face, and massive, curved horns crowned the head. The creature introduced himself as the Demon King, Rookie Evergard. From his knees, Thor solemnly responded, naming himself Thor Regius, a guest from the Dalgarian Empire. In the throne hall of the Demon King, Thor Regius stands before the enormous ruler, shrouded in shadow, and with due respect introduces himself, then immediately gets to the point. The Demon King, a massive figure on the throne, asks what service Thor can provide, and directly presses with the question whether the Duke sent him because he brought some valuable information or knows something special. Thor does not hesitate. He confidently states that he knows a bit of alchemy, a thought he had held in mind even before his appearance. Next, he frames it as a negotiation, saying that he is treated as a guest, not a prisoner. So if the demon lord wants him to work, he can be officially hired as an alchemist. The demon king's face beneath the mask barely twitched, with a trembling note of interest. Beside the throne, Prime Minister Curve delves into details and explains, alchemy does not exist in their lands. He emphasizes the irony in an empire where alchemists abound, sending one to a foreign country. When Curve pronounces the full name Thorigus, sweat breaks out on Thor Regue's from the intense attention. Thor raises his gaze and hope flashes in it. Does this mean he will indeed be hired? The Demon King extends his hand a silent agreement and promises to prepare a workshop for their guest, where he can do everything as he wishes. Then Samonarch asks a practical question. What must Thor receive to begin his work in alchemy? He confirms his dedication with a brief affirmative answer. Samonarch explains that alchemy requires special equipment and requests a room near the workshop it will be more convenient. The Demon King agrees without hesitation to prepare everything and immediately asks what else is needed. After this, it seems Derry cannot believe how easily his request is fulfilled. The Demon King carefully watches Thor's reaction and notes to himself how effortlessly the young man accepted the offer. Then he advises making and submitting a list of everything he will need. Prime Minister Curve bursts in with orders and forces Thor to throw himself into work, to use his alchemical abilities to the fullest. He adds that the usefulness of the final product does not concern him and throws a question. Would it be acceptable to establish mass production of anything useful for people in their territory? But Thor has his own question, and the Demon King encourages him to ask what if. He thanks the monarch for his kindness but cannot hide his confusion. As a foreigner from the Empire, he does not understand why His Majesty did all this specifically for him. The masked face of the Demon King slightly inclines as he gives a simple, mysterious answer. It is necessary to learn. He asked the alchemist a question whether he knows that demons were once defeated by human wisdom and heroes from another world. Stunned by the revelation, Thor froze. He could think of only one thing to find out. The Demon King began to tell a story stretching back hundreds of years ago, a time when the tribes of demons and humans were locked in a brutal conflict. To stand against the mighty demons, humans summoned heroes from various worlds. Driven by their own desire to level up skills and ranks, they fought for humanity with forces that demons increasingly feared. His obsession with power eventually passed on to the people of this world, and it affected the Empire. It adopted the belief that power is everything. And this philosophy ultimately led the hero to victory over the Demon King of that time after, which the demons were driven north. After that, the hero returned to his original world with sincere joy, and since then, the call for heroes ceased. The hero himself vanished, but his knowledge and powerful artifacts remained in the human world. Stretching his tail all the way to the present, the Demon King once again faced Thor. The alchemist noted that this was a story from a century ago, and the king cut in, age means nothing. The most important thing is to acknowledge that they were defeated and learn from that experience. His clawed hand sharply pointed aside as soon as he clarified his position. He did not intend to be a demon king who fights, but insisted he must continue to learn from humans. At that moment, Thor understood everything. This policy is the very foundation of the Demon King's territory, and that is why they invited guests from the Dalgarian Empire. The realization overwhelmed him, and the Demon King, hiding his face behind a mask, swore that those who died in that ancient battle would not have died in vain. He continued and explained, it is precisely within the Demon King's territory that the alchemist's power can fully flourish. Then he emphasized without this, they cannot catch up to the Empire's might. The weight of this statement fell on Thor. It was hard to believe. Within the Demon King's territory, he could act as he wished, create what he desired. Even the Demon King himself recognized him as an alchemist. His distrust was broken by a wave of determination. He addressed the Demon King directly and declared, first, he wants to show what his alchemy is capable of. He proposed to create an incredible item through his creative alchemy and present it as a tribute for the welcome he was given. The Demon King glanced disdainfully. The mask on his face revealed no emotion, yet he agreed briefly but truly weightily he would rely on Thor Regis. At that moment, the young demon lady with long light hair spoke and noted that perhaps both His Majesty and Thor were already tired of their long journey. The Demon King agreed. He acknowledged that a considerable time had passed and suggested Thor take a rest with. Having said this, she finally concluded the official audience in the Grand Hall. In the depths of the cavernous hall, a dynastic figure sat on the throne and from above, unhurriedly, looked at the entire row of mighty horned demons standing in even ranks before her. Her lips barely parted as she began to give the order, and the voice rang out authoritatively. Now, in the throne hall of the Demon King, the court gathered. Before the silent monarch on the throne, her assistant bowed and, addressing the assembled commanders, announced that it was time to talk about their new guest from the Empire, Thorigus. Among those present were three highest-ranking military commanders: Elf Magic Commander, Lyserman Assault Commander, and Minotaur Unit Commander. They stood at attention as if waiting for a single command. After this, an official in a hood spoke. His voice held authority. He admitted, the commanders might not know this man, but he explained one thing firmly and unequivocally: no harm must be done to him. The assembly pronounced the verdict. His order continued even as he stepped back. He commanded to treat Thor Regius with respect and to learn from him about the human world. And once again, he ordered this to be conveyed to subordinates, for they are proud people. But the elven commander looked confused. With respect, he stated, there are no objections to avoiding harm, but he was interested in something else: what could be taken from the guest of the Empire. His fall was cut by the sudden sharp smile of an invisible observer. Before he could recover, the lizardman commander slapped him heavily on the shoulder, and he was struck by surprise. He turned sharply, and in his gaze, instead of anxiety, cunning appeared. The elf commander said, instead of ordinary reconnaissance, they should remind the imperial guest of the Demon King's power. And he proposed to show strength. Let Thor see with his own eyes the troops led by the descendants of the fire giants, to witness firsthand how terrifying their land is. His phrase hangs in the air and is immediately cut off by the sudden, ominous arrival of a powerful figure in a closed mask. The elven commander widens his eyes. The arrival is completely unexpected. The novice considers the proposal. He agrees. Thor Regius must understand the fear simmering in the territory of the Demon King. He says it is a sound idea and a great opportunity to show their strength and measure themselves against others. After such clear approval, the ELF commander mumbles words of thanks. Supposedly, they figured out the numbers. The poor image quietly exhaled, and the previous approval still lingered between them. But even despite the decision made, a complication remains in the matter. His thoughts were shattered by the furious roar of the bat-like commander. He demanded an answer. If they had forgotten their history, then how did demons and half-humans almost become extinct because their ancestors recklessly decided? After all, humans are completely safe. Words that humiliated the Empire could not be left unheeded. He was driving his tirade with wild gestures, insisting that they look at the current expansion of the Empire. The human nation was confidently expanding its territory and increasing its power, and he warned many people were already capable of more than he was. With a loud slap of his palm, his scream was cut off halfway through the word. A threatening figure blocked his way. He cast a sharp glance at the elven commander, who was now lying prostrate in apologies. So how can one claim that you won't learn in the Empire when there are such people as the alchemist Togregus? He announced that their guest Thor would report to him as an alchemist. If Prime Minister Curve's assessment of children's works reveals no problems, he will apply them on his own territory. And then they will be able to learn about the culture and techniques of the Empire. Curve, standing nearby, confirmed. Everyone heard the order. The undercover leader then spoke directly to Curve. He admitted that Thor is from the Empire and that everyone fears his possible actions. He ordered Curve to measure the boy's abilities and added a separate instruction for the maid, Mabel, refrain. After this, he officially ordered Mabel to watch over Thor Regius and be his caretaker. With a calm expression, she bowed her head and gratefully accepted the new role. Grasping this, Curve spoke directly and immediately reduced everything to a specific incident. Asked Mabel if Thor was the one who fixed that very pendant. She confirmed and explained to Her Majesty that the magical silver used in the water spirit stone pendant is a material they simply do not have themselves. Her words cut his memory. The masked leader saw everything with his own eyes. He turned to Curve and asked if Thor Regius really generated magical silver without any base material, to which Curve replied that the truth is easy to establish through formal expertise. The Prime Minister twists his gazy eyes wide open, the goal clear. He calls from Abel's side, and he appears instantly as soon as he receives the invitation. Then he shifts his gaze to the maid and asks if the pendant she is wearing is a keepsake from her mother. After that, he suddenly ponders. In their family, it is passed down from generation to generation, but the ability associated with it should have disappeared long ago. From her indescribable shock, he extends the pendant. The central magical stone flashes with dazzling light. He declares that everything is already secured, and aloud asks if the reason she did not act was only because the stone was damaged. Mabel and the company nearby half-humans can only stare in complete incomprehension. In the Demon King's council hall, Prime Minister Curve gestured towards the restored water spirit Stonia glow so bright it hurt the eyes. He explained to the gathered commanders that their own technology was incapable of such, but Thor had fully repaired it. He raised two fingers and announced, "The appearance of Thor has two important meanings." Next to him, a noble lady looked at this with distrust. The first possibility, voiced by Curve, is the very fact that there is an alchemist capable of instantly repairing magical items. The second and much more frightening is that the Empire already has many alchemists of a similar level. And it turned out this way. If the Empire could sense that huge number of alchemists like Thor Regis, any resistance against them would be futile. The lizardfolk commander gritted his teeth and cut in. He always knew the Empire would not give up such a trump card without a hidden agenda, and for him, it was a direct threat. A heavy grim thought hung in the Arach commander tried to digest the weight of the hint. The noblewoman became pensive, Curve remained stern, the lizardman merely seeped with cold stubbornness, and the elf commander twitched in nervous agitation. And Curve believed there was another option. He raised his hand to his chin and thoughtfully considered another move. Namely, that the Empire was simply foolish enough not to recognize Thor's true talent and carelessly throw him out. From the throne, the demon lord descended with a categorical renounced no. He rejected the very thought and ordered Curve not to underestimate people. Without any doubt, the Empire would not remain in the dark about such skill. Curve bowed low, apologized, and accepted His Majesty's wisdom, promising to keep his ears and eyes alert. After that, he shifted the conversation, confirmed that he would take care of the workshop and the man's room. Meanwhile, the FIA maid found Thor. Apologizing for the long wait, she happily informed him that she would take him to the room. While she walked ahead, a troubling thought stirred in the depths of her soul. Thor was probably already exhausted and his nerves were wearing thin. But the assumption turned out, as if to spite, far from the truth. Thor stood in a luxuriously decorated hall, holding an elegant vase and glowing with pure fiery delight, let out a quiet sigh of relief from amazement. His fascination was not limited to one object. He pointed at various furniture and excitedly, aloud, guessed what they were made of. And when FIA asked if something in particular caught his attention, he smiled broadly and confirmed. Essentially, everything interested him. Seeing her sincere admiration, FIA felt the anxieties that had gnawed at her earlier dissolve without a trace. It seemed she had worried for nothing. She smiled gently and said, later they would have plenty of time to talk, but now they needed to tidy up Thor's room. She noticed two majestic lizardmen guards waiting outside right in front of the room. One of them directly stated that they were here by order of the Prime Minister and would serve as Thor's protection. In her thoughts, FIA doubted, why such a heavy guard? And she worried even more whether Thor would feel uncomfortable because of it. Although the guards did not carry weapons, she understood one thing: the man would be completely defenseless against the powerful claws of the lizardmen. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Thor turned to her. Confusion mixed with determination on his face, and he admitted that he still had much to learn. Without the slightest fear, he continued to look directly at the guards and gladly accepted their protection in response. One of the lizardmen simply nodded. Thor caught her off guard with his casual agreement. FIA immediately explained why she was so surprised. It was not only her first meeting with a lizardman, but also the first time she saw a human address them by their true racial name. She unfolds the thought: people usually use offensive words. And she also adds that given their incredible power and the natural protection of scales, it would be quite natural for a person to be stunned. But his reaction is by no means ordinary. Fear does not have time to enter his mind. Instead, a practical problem immediately arises: the lizardman's scales will probably catch on the clothes. And with a spark of inspiration, he announces that as an alchemist he must invent a special fabric smooth enough to prevent this, leaving FIA completely bewildered. She looks at him intently and runs through in her mind his unexpectedly, damn purely scientific line of thought. Meanwhile, two guards just watch and Thor only shows a soft smile. Then he explains to the still surprised FIA his true curiosity. He says that he really wants to learn about the daily life of the various races inhabiting the territory of the Demon King. He thinks that with such a variety of species and half-humans, each race has its own unique trials and problems. His words immediately paint pictures of the inhabitants of this land: various, powerful minotaurs, stocky baymans, the rabbit people, and graceful mermaids. With a firm gleam in his eyes and a clenched fist, he reveals his most cherished dream: to use his abilities to solve the problems of the Demon King's people, improve their technology, and create something capable of changing the very world. His words touched not only the guards, but also those who watched everything from afar. The maid Mabel confirms to Prime Minister Care in a hood that there is no falsehood in Thor's speeches. Care nods and says he intends to report to the Demon King about hiring the young alchemist and the permission to work. He continues the review and notes. It seems Thor does not care at all about the difference between races. The only motivation, Curve concludes, is to solve the problems facing half-humans and demons, his work as an alchemist. Curve believes that everyone can see sincerity just by looking into a young man's eyes. Returning to the room, Mabel looks at Thor, and her voice trembles with admiration as she says he is incredible. Thor turns to her and with a simple "I understand" acknowledges her feelings. She closes her eyes and presses her hands to her chest, a gesture of deep devotion. Then she solemnly swears, introduces herself as Mabel Refrain and promises to help Thor with all of her heart. He slightly bows his head and, formally accepting her vow, says that he will be under guardianship. Mabel's cheeks barely flush as she honestly admits she feels the same. At that very moment, she becomes the guardian for the person who may one day change the history of the Demon King's domains. When the agreement is already sealed, Thor stands smiling between two lizardmen guards. He gestures energetically, addressing his new companions, and is ready to set off begin his work. A painful memory bursts out. In the forest glade, shadowy figures quietly converse among themselves, their words sharp and cruel. They interrogate, how can an elf with dirty human blood, one who cannot even use magic, be one of them? The object of their condemnation, young Effa stands alone, eyes wide open from pain. Voices do not cease, branding her as disgusting and shameful before all the elves. Their cruelty intensifies when they shout at her, call her worthless and incapable, demand that she leave. The young girl can only quietly whisper, please, stop. Her pleas do not reach, and exhausted by the torment, she finally breaks down, crying out for it all to stop. But that memory was only a dream. Fia shudders and abruptly sits up in bed, gasping for air convulsively. She recognizes it. It is again the same childhood nightmare, and she turns her gaze to the window, asking herself if the day will ever come when she will overcome her trauma. She frees her legs from under the blanket, whispering to herself that her feet are as cold as ice. As soon as her bare feet touch the floor, a shiver runs through her. A familiar chill betrays a familiar sadness. Tears well up in her eyes. She wants to overcome both this sensitivity to the cold and the trauma that gave birth to it. The gaze slides further and stops on a pair of thick, fluffy socks. She knows in advance, before Thor they will be ashamed, but there is almost no choice. Meanwhile, in another wing of the castle, Thor stands by the entrance to a huge hall, spreading his arms so wide that it is clear is amazed. Rows of large, sturdy chests stretch out before him. He steps into the darkness, and his eyes immediately widen with pure delight. He has found the dungeon of the Demon King's castle, a room filled to the brim with countless items. It is truly impossible not to be amazed here. Thor realized that the storeroom was filled with other discarded, fine-damaged shields and armor with torn seams. Just as he began to count everything, his gaze stopped on the solitary sheaths lying on the floor. His first observation had no time to settle, it immediately turned into joy. He spread his arms in a victorious gesture and exclaimed that the Demon King's castle was the best. He was extremely lucky. He quickly calmed his anxiety and his face became composed and serious. He reasoned, now is not the time to celebrate. The Demon King did not give him this room out of kindness, it was an early investment in his potential usefulness. If he did not meet expectations, everything would be taken away. To prevent this from happening, he clenched his fist with determination. He understood, it was necessary to create something that would satisfy everyone of the Demon King. At the mere thought of this, a confident smile blossomed on his face. With renewed determination, he began sorting through things in the pantry and hummed with delight. He gathered a pile of everything that could serve as material and had no idea what exactly to take for practical creation. But then his gaze fell on one particular book. He picked up the find, noticing unfamiliar letters on the cover. He thought the locals couldn't read the inscription, so they had neglected it. And on the page was drawn some kind of chair. Next to it stood the price, 3,980. His eyes suddenly widened as soon as he finished reading the page. It was an item left by heroes from another world, a foot bath. The advertisement promised strong water flows and vibrations that would always keep a person warm. There were even reviews, one from a 34-year-old employee who claimed it cured his sensitivity to cold and helped him find a girlfriend. He swallowed the feeling that squeezed him from the inside of the thought that such an amazing artifact was simply left here abandoned. It was incredible. His words scattered into confusion. He realized he cannot understand the language of another world. He froze, staring into the book in his hands. He looked closer and a guess struck him in the head. He had already read this as if it was meant to be. The book's title, E-commerce catalog. Aloud he wondered if this was one of his excessive abilities, a kind of evaluation. He understands this, is it? The skill that allows one to grasp the language of other beings and discern the abilities of objects. He flips through the pages and confirms. The e-commerce catalog is a selection of goods for sale, and delivery is limited to a place called Neon. He recognizes this name as one of the countries of the previously summoned hero and becomes even more convinced that this book belonged to one of them. As he reads further, he comes across a section about healthy goods. There are listed items for recovery from another world, created to heal numb shoulders, heavy eyes, and improve sleep. A terrible realization begins to creep over him. A treacherous hint hits him with full force. In shock, he cannot gather his thoughts. Could this really have been the reason why the heroes suddenly became so incredibly strong? His amazement only grows when he encounters even more amazing things: glasses that magnify vision 20 times and an oxygen capsule that provides real night rest in just 2 hours. It became clear as day, whoever has access to these items will become stronger. And then a click in his head, could he create them himself using over-alchemy? Immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly shudders. Someone is calling his name. It's Mabel. She just entered the room. She sets down the tea set and immediately apologizes for catching him off guard. She explains, all this time she tried to bring him tea but didn't hear a response, so she noticed how deeply he was absorbed in what he was doing. Then she asks what exactly he was looking at. In response, he raises the catalog. He asks Mabel if she can decipher the symbols in the book from another world. She leans closer, her face full of mystery. After a minute of careful examination, she confirms she cannot understand what is written here. She explains that from time to time such things end up in the storeroom. Several generations ago, the Demon King decided everything he finds could be useful, so he ordered it to be stored here. Mabel, processing what she heard, catches his gaze, sharp like a blade. To herself, she decides that his reasoning sounds as if he doesn't clean his own room at all. He watches as Mabel suggests brewing tea. She places a small cauldron and cups on the table, and immediately agrees without any hesitation. While she arranges the tea set, Mabel explains with a quiet laugh that she is sensitive to cold because her mana flow works in her body not as it should. Tora is surprised. He hears about such a condition for the first time. She adds that although elves are famous for magic, due to poor mana circulation she cannot use it normally, and the trait she suspects in this is connected by Mabel to the fact that her grandmother was human. Because of this inability, her own people rejected her. Fortunately, her skill in cleaning and overseeing the shore was noticed, and the Demon King took her to himself. Realizing her story, Tora cannot hold back, his eyes fill with tears, and he quietly says how hard it must have been to go through all this. She quickly calms him, strokes his head, and insists that she is not afraid at all, as if she could no longer use magic. She adds that she sees nothing bad in this nor in her connection to her grandmother. Her words suddenly give Tora an insight. Now he understands. She confirms his thought without any explanations and says that she was drawn to the races to which her grandmother belonged, so that is why she wanted to meet. With a warm, sincere smile, Mabel shares her joy. The first person she met, a representative of her grandmother's race, turned out to be kind just like her. His sincere compliment confuses her, but he still whispers quietly, "Please." Then adds that the Demon King's territory is simply incredible. People from other countries come here again and again. Mabel agrees and explains that newcomers get jobs where they can apply their skills and cites herself as an example. While she speaks, an idea begins to form in Toraga's mind. He picks up the catalog again and looks directly at Mabel. He asks if she would agree to go with him on an experiment. In the storage, two broken shits lean against the wooden wall. One is a light-toned shit cat with an elegant winged emblem. The other is darker and more threatening, its surface twisted around one motionless and unblinking eye. Inspired by what he read, Toraga studies a page from a book about useful goods. He is particularly drawn to a foot bath. He cannot take his eyes off it, advertised as a restorative remedy for those sensitive to cold. The description shows a square tub with glowing letters, priced at 3,980 yen, and there is also a shining testimonial from a 34-year-old worker. Allegedly, it cured his sensitivity to cold and helped him find a girlfriend. Next, he reads the advertisement. It promises a comfortable life without aspic. The advertising text praises powerful streams of water and vibrations that warm, improve blood circulation in the body, and even stimulate acupuncture points on the soles to enhance the flow of energy. He is convinced by these statements. He himself believes that everything works only because the book was brought by heroes from another world. A plan matures in his mind. The remnants of broken shields in the storeroom will become sufficient raw material, and separately he only needs to get a fiery magic stone and a wind magic stone. Those two shields were once real artifacts. The wind shield skillfully repelled arrows and raised storms, and the other silently absorbed blows and spat out fire. But now both are inoperative. Their internal magic is completely destroyed. Having chosen the materials, he decides to soften the shields and extract the magic stones from them. Placing his hands on them, he passes his power through them, activates over-alchemy, and a powerful aura bursts around. Alchemy works instantly. The hard metal glass of the wind protection becomes soft to the touch, stretches like plasticine, and he begins to rework it. While he works, Mabel comes out of the room holding a bucket full of fresh water, calls him by name, and he returns to her with a smile, clutching the half-processed shield. She explains, she is turning the shield's body into materials for footbesh. She freezes in complete shock. Her voice quiets to a squeak of disbelief as soon as she recognizes the thing in his hands. She can hardly believe that he is using one of the shields from the storehouse for such purposes. He mocks her reaction, jokingly pinches the soft, strange texture of the reprocessed material with his fingers. Mabel also cautiously touches it. Thanking her for the bath, he proudly shows the finished product, a perfectly formed bowl, and explains that this is the result of his alchemy. He prepared his hands, showing the intention to start working with scrap metal. He only had to copy the thing from another world. Focused and stubborn, he activated his skill in over-alchemy. The specific goal to weld a foot bath, one of the so-called healthy goods from the hero's world. The ability caught on and broke down both shields and their magic stones into raw components. After that, he raised the foot bath scheme into the air, relying on the ready graph as an exact guide to bring the materials to the required shape and rework them. While he worked, concentration tightened more and more. He detailed the main function of the item. Mana flows from the magic stone, then dissolves in the water to fill it with power. He honestly admitted the main obstacle. An exact copy of the foot bath from the hero's world could not be recreated. The technologies of their civilizations were too far apart. But he had already found a way out. It was possible to make something with a similar function using magical stones and mani. Its construction relied on two key components. The fire magic stone provided heat, and the wind magic stone raised vibrations and cut with a strong water flow. This combination was meant to improve blood circulation, drive out cold from the soles, and stimulate acupuncture points on the foot, just like in the original device. When a confirmed image of the final product finally formed in his mind, he felt. Now its creation was not a dream, but something entirely achievable. The alchemical process ended with a flash of light. The creation was brought to completion, and the newly created object remained in place. He held on to his job as if it warmed him from within. A proud, satisfied smile stretched across his face, and that was a real success. As a creator, he already knew perfectly what he was doing and what each thing was capable of. He mentally reviewed the characteristics: 2-star rarity, a foot bath with fire, water, and wind. The fire stone heats the water, and the wind stone creates a flow and bubbles. The magical stones are consumable. They need to be replaced every year, and the structure itself has a lifespan of 25 years. With pride, he shows Mabel the newly made foot bath, confident it will help her. Mabel, stunned, can only ask if he is really finished already. When he confirms that it is so, her surprise only grows. Not even 10 minutes have passed. And she asks if all alchemists in the Empire are such masters. His face darkens as he honestly admits he does not know. His family always kept him out of the workshops. He recalls his father's harsh word. Duke Regus shouted at him, "Do not dare to be arrogant," and insisted that there will always be alchemists of his level. Thor explains to Mabel, he personally does not know any other alchemist because that is exactly what his father told him. And he, blushing, comes to the thought, there must be a bunch of alchemists somewhere just like him. Mabel reacts with wide-open eyes, shock on her face. Everything inside her is convulsing. She cannot digest the picture of a world where a whole crowd of alchemists has skill at the level of Thor. Noticing her reaction, he immediately tries to deflate the pomp of his achievement and explains, nothing special, he just made a copy of an item from the hero's world. But this reassurance only intensifies her shock. Then he officially offers her a foot bath and says bluntly, "I give this to you." She seems to be overwhelmed by this gesture. She stammers, not believing that he would give her such a thing. He cheerfully promises to show how to use it and asks, "Lead me to the water source." Shocked, she can only agree. When the newly crafted foot bath was ready, Thorgus returned to Prime Minister Kaiova. He stated that now he would explain how to use the device. The Prime Minister, with a face that revealed nothing at all, only briefly replied, "All right." He suddenly seemed thrown off track. He stammered, asking why the Prime Minister was there at all. Curve explained that he couldn't resist wanting to see the things Thor had made. Embarrassed, Thor thought to himself, probably for the better. Technically, he used their materials for free. In the presence of the Prime Minister and the Captain, the demonstration started with Mabel as the test subject. Thor ordered her first to pour water into the foot bath, then to pour mana into the fire magic stone and wait. When steam appeared, he commanded her to put her feet inside. Mabel nervously but obediently agreed. She lifted her foot and carefully lowered her sole into the basin. Before her foot touched the water, she froze for a moment. Her heart was pounding loudly, and nerves mixed with anticipation in her chest. She took a breath and finally immersed her feet in the water. Quietly, droplets splashed, and she immediately realized the water was warm. Then Thor gave the next instruction, pour mana into the wind magic stone that stood in front of the bath to activate the vibration mode. As soon as she directed her mana, the device clicked and turned on. Launching strong vibrating currents, they swirled in the water and pounded her legs. A sudden and unbearable wave of sensations overwhelmed her unexpectedly, so she gasped in embarrassment with wide-open eyes. Someone casually explained, "This is the effect of the magical stone. But Mabel screamed that the water currents were hitting her sensitive spots, causing her body to involuntarily shudder. Her body trembled as she clenched the form and couldn't control the sensation. And suddenly she thought how strange it was. Warmth and these pleasant sensations spread throughout her body, leaving a soft heat. She shudders from the scream, and tears splash from her eyes as that crazy, irresistible sensation from the foot bath rolls through her. Her thoughts dissolve in a state of pure bliss, as if she has ascended to heaven. While she experiences this euphoric uplift, Thor observes the deep effect the device has. A sharp change occurs in Mabel's body. The gentle bath dissipates her sensitivity to cold like a hot geyser in frozen ground. She still balances herself, confirming that she is okay. Blushing, she adds that the magic in her body has finally started to circulate normally. Hearing this, Prime Minister Curve shifts his gaze to Thor. A sharp, inquisitive tension rises in his eyes. He asks whether the item created by Thor belongs to the healthy goods of the hero. Thor confirms, but admits that his knowledge about heroes is limited. The Prime Minister presses further, stating that there are no records of heroes ever using items from this category of useful goods. He emphasizes, as the name suggests, these things were only known to relieve fatigue, and demands an explanation of why exactly this device has such a deep effect on Mabel's manner. In response, Thor calmly throws the question back to the Prime Minister. He asks Curve to think carefully and reminds him, heroes are beings with colossal mana and strong skills. Then he asks if it is really true that they only have simple, healthy goods. The Prime Minister is struck by the hint. Thor confirms his guess with a simple roar. The Prime Minister begins to bend, twice unable to digest the revelation. No one in the territory of the Demon King, not even their best healers, could ever fix Mabel's mana circulation. He cannot comprehend that ordinary, healthy goods are capable of such a thing. Thor silently watches the shocked reaction of the Prime Minister and thinks, no wonder. What they just saw is the true effect of an artifact created by a hero. He wonders how proud the heroes must have been of the technology from their own worlds. Curve asks Mabel how she feels and says they can stop if anything seems strange to her. Mabel, standing barefoot with a seemingly renewed face, confirms she feels great and her mana flow finally works properly. Seeing this, Thor suggests she try magic, thinking she might already be able to use it. Her hopeful face crumbles in shock. She insists there is no way to use magic. In despair, her voice breaks as she admits she gave up on that thought long ago. Nearby, he clenches his fist resolutely to the end. He looks at her with unshakable confidence and says that from now on everything must be different. With his persistent push, Mabel hesitantly raises her hands and, calling the name of wind and darkness, tries to cast a spell. Dark wind. An invisible force suddenly flies into the turn and crashes. He, folding his arms on his chest to withstand the impact, freezes. On his face is complete surprise. After the magical flash, both Thor and Curve turn their gaze to Mabel, calling her name, while nearby a basket flies through the air and overturns. She stares at the outstretched hands, completely stunned. Understanding slowly dawns on her. The magic came from her. Thor abruptly rushes to her, anxiously asking if she is okay. Nearby, Curve watches this, recalling how everyone always called her worthless and incapable. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mabel wraps her arms around Thor in a tight embrace. Her face flushes with a blush, and she sincerely, excessively thanks him. It still holds him. Mabel admits that she lied before. She had long and deeply feared her inability to create magic. In her village, she was bullied for being an elf, but magic was not under her control. And now she cries with happiness she can finally be useful to the Demon King and help people, proclaiming Thor her savior. While Mabel continues to squeeze him with all her might, sweat appears on Thor. It is clear how hard it is for him under the weight of her grateful embrace. Curve notices this and thinks that Thor seems to have gotten into a little trouble. She gets flushed every time Mabel endlessly apologizes for her sudden emotional outburst. Thor denies it, saying everything is fine, and confusedly does not understand what exactly she is thanking him for. Then he switches to that footbath he made himself and says that she did more than just restore blood circulation. Mabel confirms this in shock. Her feet are completely warm, and now they no longer freeze at all. Hearing her delight, Thor smiles and admits he really enjoys it when people become happy thanks to the things he creates. For Mabel, this device is no less than a heroic artifact. The moment is cut by the stern intervention of Prime Minister Curve. He declares that the footbath will be confiscated and transferred under the control of the Demon King's territory. Curve warns, an item capable of awakening hidden magic is too dangerous to leave unattended, and asks what will happen if it falls into foreign hands. Thor, confused, protests he made it only to help Mabel. Despite his protests, Thor understands there is no other choice. To avoid causing Mabel trouble with a quarrel with the Prime Minister, he quietly hands over the item. When he extends it, Curve informs that they will buy this item from him at a fair price and pay in gold coins, the kingdom's currency. The offer leaves Thor stunned and speechless. His shock splits into disbelief. The thought spins in his head they will pay just for the fact that he creates things he himself wanted to make. And this thought brings to the surface a bittersweet memory. His life in Empire, where alchemical skills were considered part of the pay and he was demanded by the dirty sheep. While he freezes in silence, Curve notices this and addresses him as Thordano. Another official watches the exchange and, like a puzzle, pieces together Thor's old trouble. In the former home, even using skills freely was not allowedly repairing things on command. Here, he feels both payment and true joy in creating what he wants. The difference hits straight in the heart. Thor clenches his fist and silently makes a decision. This only sharpens his determination. He addresses the Prime Minister directly and declares that he does not want gold coins. Instead, he asks for magical stones as a reward, explaining that he needs them for the next project. Curve clarifies whether Thor understands the military applicability magical stones might have in weapon creation, but despite everything, Thor advises submitting a formal petition for the materials he needs. He straightforwardly presented his proposal. For materials and magic stones from the territory of the Demon King, they would receive from him items he creates. Prime Minister Curve agreed to these terms without hesitation. Then the Prime Minister sharply switched to a careful interrogation as if Sirius had switched to the target. He simply addressed Thor and asked him to explain what he called the plan for the unlimited use of the magic stone. His gaze sharpened. His eyes seemed to darken as he asked a critical question. He asked if Thor had any doubts about the fact that his creations were being used on the territory of the Demon King by people who were not human. Thor responded with a confident smile as if the question really was simple. He said there was no point in creating things that are never used. His desire is for many different people to use his products, so he can hear their impressions and create something that will solve their problems. His face froze with determination as soon as he revealed his deepest dream. He simply wants to create things that surpass everything heroes have ever possessed. The Prime Minister froze in tense silence, absorbing the weight of Thor's statement, while Mabel responded with a barely noticeable understanding smile. After a brief pause, Curve made a decision. He would negotiate directly with the Demon King. In the throne hall of the Demon King, a sharp cry of disbelief echoes under the high ceilings. The explosion comes from Demon King himself. He asks how Mabel can even use magic if it is through an item created by Thor Regues. Standing before him, Prime Minister Curve confirms, the news is true. He says that even he finds it hard to believe, but he has verified everything with his own eyes. This confirmation stirs the gathered commanders. One of them speaks on behalf of the entire group, reminding the court, Mabel's magical ailment had resisted treatment by the best healers in the territory for years. He voices their shared doubt that some alchemist could accomplish in less than a day what they could not. Curve addresses Demon King directly and confirms that Thor Regues was indeed to blame. He explains, the so-called foot baths use two different types of magic to heal Mabel: a fire magic stone to heat the water, and a wind magic stone to keep the bubbles moving. The Demon King explodes with rage and declares that this is impossible. Curve calmly lays everything out and explains the key principle. Thor actually dissolved the essences of fire and wind magic directly into the water. He continues his logical reasoning and concludes, if Mabel is an elf with a natural affinity for the water attribute, then the mana delivered through the water would be absorbed with extraordinary ease. And no matter how you look at it, he has no other explanation in mind for her sudden recovery. The explanation reveals the brilliance of the method. The fire mana tamed her sensitivity to cold, and the wind mana stabilized the internal mana flow. The Demon King is stunned by the sheer foresight and realizes Thor is truly a formidable person. In the blink of an eye, Mabel is seen blushing in the warm, boiling water, and the ailment is gone as if by magic. Then he asks if Thor simply copied some item from the hero's world. Curve suggests that Thor is an alchemist of such a level that his authority in the world can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Curve agrees with this version, but immediately adds an embarrassing fact. According to the sacred scriptures, the healthy blessings from the hero's era had no such special buffs or effects, so everyone remained puzzled about where Thor's creation actually came from. He leaned against a pillar, and his thoughts were racing. Ancient writings, passed down through generations, contained records of strengthening and healing magic, but there was nothing like what the man had just demonstrated. His confidence as Prime Minister, the guardian of their history, was shaken. He had never heard of an item capable of improving human blood circulation, and he was tormented by the question, which alchemist would use an ordinary scalding water mixture for such a purpose? Nearby, the Serpent Man, captain of the assault, admitted his own confusion. He honestly said that he himself did not understand what was happening, but still suggested no matter what hand over Mabel's foot bath. Then he asked the Prime Minister if this was really acceptable. Crookedly, touching his chin, he nodded thoughtfully. Mabel is a valuable subordinate, and he would never take anything useful from her. At the same time, he noted that Mabel seems to trust Thor too unconditionally. From the throne, the Demon King threw out that it was strange for her to act like Thate specially towards a human. Curve agreed, recalling how Mabel was bullied in her village for not being able to use magic, and how it took her a long time to start trusting them. A new thought ripened in his head. He turned to his suzerain and declared that he had a proposal for his majesty. He insisted fervently, if it aligns with Mabel's own wishes, she should marry Thorgus. Yes, he reasoned, humans would have a reason to hold onto their territory. Moreover, he had already begun to think that they needed to actively persuade Mabel to agree. The Demon King's reaction was immediate and fiercely abrupt. With a rumbling guttural roar, he declared, "This will not happen." His voice thundered through the corridor as he swore. He would not allow, neither by word nor deed, to deceive his valuable subordinate and friend a human. He reminded Curve that their truce agreement did not make them inferior to humans. The Prime Minister shuddered from the sheer force of his king's angry shout. But this outburst only hardened the Prime Minister's resolve. Outwardly, he called on His Majesty to calm down, while firmly deciding in his mind he could no longer wait. It was time to make a move. Somewhere near the shadows emerges a new, deadly, threatening figurine, dark robes and a fur hood from which two horns protrude. On the face is a mask of cruel intent. With a sharp smile, she solemnly proclaims, "They will personally judge the alchemist Thorgus." A man with a cold smile and a distinct scar on his cheek raises a glass, savoring the thought that this is indeed a very fitting way to deal a worthless, shameful pile of talentless trash. Meanwhile, in the Grand Chancellery, the head of the guard reports to the elderly butler about a request from the imperial court regarding compensation for a magical sword. The butler looks surprised and asks if such a matter was even in their registry. The chief explains, "The sword is intended for use by Her Highness, and she personally demanded its repair just like the legendary hero's blade." A request comes to the gatekeeper's mind. No, he remembers, and he says he will immediately go check its condition. Somewhere further away, a burly official announces grim news and throws out, "The sword is beyond repair." He assures that it has already been taken to several alchemical workshops and none have taken on the work. The old butler has already become official and is wildly waving the document. He demands explanations, poking with his finger. The report clearly states that the repair is 80% complete. The official tightens his face and replies, "Their department's budget is cut every year, so they have to manage and work without any expenses." Then he admits that one of their own employees secretly repaired the magic sword. With a sigh of irritation, the butler orders to call that employee. His order is met with a calm but shocking response. The employee has resigned. The butler explodes with rage, questions the competence of the official who let such a person go, and demands to know the employee's name. A memory of the official surfaces. He sees himself younger next to the boy being talked about. The latter says the name Thorkanna. The name strikes the butler's ear. He assumes that Kana was probably his mother's surname. Realizing that since the young man returned to the Duke's house, his name must now be Thorgus, the butler quietly mutters, "What an incredibly interesting man this was." The official explains everything based on the ancient order of the ducal house. That was the custom. Tor went through everything in turn from one item to another and, when necessary, made repairs without any formal report or order. The HR manager lays everything out clearly. Thor received strict orders. He was instructed to deliver results and never use the name Thorgus, and also to avoid any attention from other nobles, so he couldn't even report his own significant achievements. In a different setting, the leader tries to prove that Thor's return to the Duke's estate can change everything, but Mr. Butler sharply cuts him off, gritting his teeth and warning him not to meddle in the noble family's affairs. Then he loudly announces that the Duke's household takes direct responsibility for repairing the sword with their best alchemist. He orders everyone to forget the weapon and never speak that name again. But already the next day his statement turns out to be empty. In the place considered the no-one alchemy workshop in the Empire, Mr. Butler is met with apologies. The Master Alchemist says, the task is simply beyond their power. The Master Alchemist breaks down the problem step by step and points his finger at a crack on the blade. He says, first, everything was neatly repaired, but a bit of spills still remained. An ordinary sword eye would have given it to the blacksmith, but this is a magical sword, so the trouble is much more complicated. He further clarifies, metal of such a blade has properties similar to fire and earth. To repair it, the alchemist must intervene in the material itself, melt it, align it with the attributes of the surrounding metal, and only then join them together. The alchemist desperately complains. In the hero's time, such masters still existed, but later their number faded. The skill to restore magical swords is lost. and he concludes that no one else in the Empire has such a skill. From this, Mr. Butler's face immediately dulls and pales. His own words make him sparkle with a guess. He recalls former conversations about how valuable things can disappear if talent is not nurtured, and suddenly he realizes someone still repaired the cracks on this sword. He asks why Mr. Butler cannot simply ask the same person to finish the work. The question falls like a heavy boa constrictor. The guess makes him look closer at the blade. He admires the flawless craftsmanship. Once cracks ran all the way to the center of the blade, but now the work is so continuous and smooth that it is impossible to see exactly where the missing pieces were perfectly joined. This masterful work inspires the old craftsman. He bows low, begs Mr. Butler to introduce him to the master responsible for the work so he can learn their craft. Cornered and desperate, Mr. Butler stammers that it is impossible because that person was sent away as a sacrifice, and he convulsively tries to keep silent. He stutters, trying to save the situation, asks the master alchemist if a full restoration is really necessary, insisting that for the Duke's house it is enough if the sword just looks as if it has been repaired. The alchemist confirms that is exactly what is needed, and the official adds that with other materials you will only cause new problems. His composure finally cracks. The official representative angrily slams his palm on the table, demanding that the alchemist quickly cope and fix everything, and fiercely asks if that master seriously intends to refuse the direct request of the Duke's family. He will face the explosion. The master alchemist sighs wearily and agrees to take on the work, but sets a condition. The official must submit a formal statement clearly stating that only cosmetic repair is needed. He adds that he heard the sword is used for rituals, so the superficial correction must not burden the blade. The official, cornered and embarrassed with awkward stubbornness, still agrees. He knows if his household bears even some blame for a future failure, it will become a serious problem. The alchemist, assured of his position, only smiles and confirms the agreement. Beyond the capital's political intrigues, far from their bustle, stands a formidable fortress hidden in a wild mountainous landscape. It marks the boundary of the Demon King's domain. Mabel cheerfully offers Tora a spoonful of food and persistently pokes, "Open your mouth." Embarrassed, he obeys. While chewing, gratitude stirs in his mind. Because she repaired his pendant and he can use magic again, the desire to repay her kindness washes over him like a wave. Then he asks if it is possible to ask the Demon King for another room. Mabel thinks. She says it is possible, but all neighboring rooms are already occupied, so some time is needed to arrange everything. His thoughts hit the real reason for the request. He needs a separate workshop for production. His alchemical work sometimes involves fire and chemicals, so he fears that some careless mistake could damage valuable books and materials from his world. He recalls a rumor. The Demon King planned to turn the treasury into a workshop, but it is full of priceless artifacts. Changing his mind, he tells Mabel that he no longer needs the room. Instead, since he is still unfamiliar with the castle, he asks if she will show him around and explain everything, and she understands immediately. Her gaze suddenly drowns in devotion. She places her hand on her heart and solemnly declares that she, Mabel Refrain, stakes her life to fulfill his wish. Thor is stunned. Is such a harsh vow really necessary? His stern expression disappears as quickly as it appeared. With a smile reaching her ears, she says she will be back soon, just needs to wash the dishes, and promises to bring him some tea before leaving with the tray. Responding in the assigned workshop, Thor sits at a simple table with an open notebook before him. He stares into the distance through space as if lost in thought again. He was suddenly enlightened. He remembers, ancient heroes had something very similar to what he needs now. The same storage box, storage skill, or item box. Grabbing what looks like a catalog, he flips through the pages hoping the storage section will show him how to create his workshop. He recalls the details of the skill. It allowed carrying a huge amount of things without any weight cost. Moreover, everything placed inside was automatically sorted and could be pulled out at any moment. He is struck by the very idea, recognizes it as a truly convenient fragment of lost technology from the heroic era. He decides. He thinks the book should have something like a legendary hiding chest. If he is lucky enough to recreate such a thing, it could become a clue for searching lost technologies of the past. And with a deceptive freshness of determination, he decides, the attempt is worth everything. He flips through the catalog and his attention is immediately drawn to the advertisement for the iconic White Rabbit, a small storage cell. The text promises an item that makes organizing easy. It can store anything and allows access anytime. Despite its compact size, it is described inside as boundless. Everything is written here without a shadow of a doubt. 2 meters high, 3 wide, and 4 deep, large sliding doors from the outside. It looks like an ordinary storeroom. He freezes in shock. And the book really has a blueprint of the ability exactly like the heroes. The official name of the item, small size storage room. It boasts that the space is so stable it won't crack, even if filled with 1,000 rabbits, a scale of dimensions beyond anything ever known. The concept knocks the ground out from under the feet. He gasps for air and convulsively tries to comprehend reality, how to create a completely separate dimension of space. His mind races back to legends. The hero's storage chest was a direct entrance to a separate space. Although simpler options existed, Enchanted Leather Bagsthi's iconic white rabbit turned out to be a much more advanced type. He guesses, the name comes from the large, horned rabbits, the first creatures the heroes defeated upon arriving in this world. The ability to reproduce this gives him determination. He clenches his fist and is already ready to build it. Full of intent, he raises his hands above the open book, directs his will and pushes forward, activate. He commands over alchemy. The process breaks down. An alchemical formula flashes before him, demanding, laying everything out clearly. A small storage room can be crafted with creative alchemy, and although the conditions for earth mana and wind mana are met, the condition for dark mana still does not align. He clutches his head in despair and realizes he could assemble this if only he had enough dark mana. He sighs and crosses his arms. He is stuck in a dead end. The reason for the shortage becomes obvious. He has no suitable dark magic because in the Empire he was never allowed access to it. A faint stream of dark energy curls from his fingers. The dim fan of power quickly dissipates, a sharp reminder of the obstacle right before him. He stood, lost in thought, and a drop of sweat rolled down his forehead as he bitterly lamented his situation. If only there was someone nearby who had a large amount of dark mana. This thought hung in the air, a dark, formless voice. As if in response to his unspoken desire, a deep voice cut through the silence, asking permission to enter. In the doorway stood a majestic figure, radiating such incredible pressure that the air almost bent. Thor Regius, the man introduced himself. I need to talk to you. At that moment, a message flashed in Thor's mind. The necessary dark mana was absorbed, so now the item can be created. Stunned by the coincidence, Thor froze and almost stammered until he caught himself. A mixture of shock and confusion froze on his face. Thor kneels before the majestic figure of the Demon King and addresses him, Your Majesty. The king, whose features are lost in shadow, dismisses formalities and says he has a usual secret. As Thor rises, he recalls the powerful aura he felt during their last official audience. The Demon King looks satisfied and notes, Thor is as observant as expected. He stands silently while Thor's analytical gaze slides over him. And the young alchemist already understands. The royal robes and mask are not just clothing but powerful magical items. His instinct hints this, saving him from doubt. In a moment, the king clears his throat and his voice softens. In a solemn tone, he thanks Thor for allowing Mabel to use her magic again and for calming her anxieties. She is very important to him, almost like a childhood friend. He responds with sincere warmth and places his hand on his chest. He explains that since his arrival, Mabel has always cared for him, so he is simply glad to have been able to repay her in some way. The Demon King is momentarily puzzled by these sincere words and says that such praise does not suit Thor. The king leans forward slightly and studies the young man carefully. He states that Thor is truly strange. In previous generations, he explains, anyone who came from the Empire was frightened and quickly returned home, but Thor still remains perfectly calm. In his eyes, a spark flashes behind the mask. The Demon King notices that Thor's behavior truly interests him and thinks, maybe this young man has already figured him out. He moves closer, his hand slowly resting on the chin, then directly asks if Thor is planning something. His question catches an unexpected reaction. The Demon King flinches and steps back slightly, shouting that he was right, a plan was being prepared. But Thor, with an almost maniacal smile, suddenly thrusts forward a book full of diagrams and shouts that the truth is he was about to do something. He impatiently shows his detailed plans, his face shining with excitement. First he asks if they can move on already, then he outlines his grand design, simple to assemble, so it will hold 1,000 rabbits and not ruin the small storage room. His true dream, he admits, is to turn this space into his own workshop. The Demon King is momentarily speechless. Sweating, he processes this insane demand and finally can only mutter that Thor is truly a weirdo. Thor waits, blushing with hope, while the king recovers and he is asked to examine the plans more carefully. While the Demon King studies the schemes, Thor recalls the previous conversation. He reminds the king of the goal Thor himself proclaimed to create things that surpass everything that has ever happened in the world of heroes. He asks if this is still his intention. Then Thor, with a calm and focused expression, confirms, yes. He explains that he has an electronic catalog from the world of heroes. It lists many of their things, even that foot bath he created with Abel. The Demon King cannot believe it and mutters that Thor must be crazy, as if trying to replicate technologies from a world far more advanced than theirs. Thor gives this rebuff. He admits, heroes are indeed beings of an extraordinary level, but he believes that by reproducing and using their artifacts, one can begin to understand the technology behind them. The Demon King listens as if slowly calculating the logic. His eyes burn with confidence. He does not merely seek to grasp his advanced knowledge, he uses it to elevate his own craft of alchemy. He is drawn into this dream. He imagines a workshopfen with a sign saying that an alchemist works here. He wants a place where materials are abundant, and he assigns all his creations a purpose for use in the territory of the Demon King. Excitement builds. He sees many people using his things, listens to their feedback, and absorbs everything to improve. Then suddenly he snap-sketches himself daydreaming. The voice of Demon King cuts the silence. The tone unfathomable, and he pronounces the full name Thor. Tension crackles. The Demon King bursts out laughing and declares the ambition of the man from the Empire to strive to create things that surpass those of the heroes, so that they are truly admired. He officially proclaims himself the King of Demons and gives Tora Riggi permission to pursue his goal. Tora seems to shut down, freezing silently. Then with a sharp smile, the King of Demons declares he accepts Tora's ambition. I still can't believe it. I am ordered to confirm that he was really allowed to build his workshop. The Demon King agrees, recalls Thor's previous, more modest request for a simple storeroom and immediately gives official permission. The silence doesn't have time to break. Thor grabs the Demon King's duke by the lush mantles and declares that he will use them as his first materials. The Demon King shudders in shock, shouts in protest, and asks if he intends to start immediately. He struggles with the Demon King's grip and vehemently denies that His Majesty gave him the approval. The puzzled monarch yields, but it is clear he was not ready for the permission to be executed so literally and so quickly. Now Thor stands before a small metal collar, holding a catalog in his hands and laying out the plan. Softened metal pieces have already been prepared for materials. He took them from old shields and armor found in the storeroom. According to the catalog, the room is modest, 2 meters high, 3 wide, 4 deep, but its dimensions do not interest him. His real goal is to create, through alchemy, inside this physical shell a separate, much larger storage space. When the plan is ready, Thor decides to start immediately. He stretches out his hands, crackling, viscous dark energy gathers between his palms. He has already accumulated enough dark mana for what lies ahead. The Demon King young Revengard looks at Thor with surprise and anxiety and asks Mabel, "Is the alchemist really set to do something right now?" Mabel, as always, remains calm and nods. Once Thor's Sama is taken into work and set on a certain path, he cannot be stopped. The king, still confused, clarifies what she means. Mabel explains, Thor is the one who truly understands the needs of demonic races and recalls how he recently decided to sew special clothes for lizard people after seeing the problems their scales cause with ordinary attire. His surprise is evident without extra words. He asks how a person could show such care for a lizardman. Then Mabel recounts Thor's philosophy. He considers the needs of all people in the territory and crafts things to help them, and in the end, adds Thor sees the true essence of things and is not burdened by prejudices. She presses her hand firmly to her heart, looks directly at her lord, and begs him to believe in Thor's Sama. The Demon King can only utter her name Mabel, and in this response, the full depth of her conviction is felt. Meanwhile, Thor immerses himself in a silence of concentration. His hands spread to the sides, and he imagines the creation being born in his mind. He precisely measures the dimensions and envisions a perfect cube, 1.2 meters on each side. He begins the creation process. Dark mana is poured into lumps of metal, forming the raw material for a small storeroom. Then he directs earth mana to strengthen and stabilize the floor, roof, and walls of the structure, and finally fills the interior atmosphere with wind mana. His gaze sharpens as he meticulously outlines every physical property of the object: hardness, color, mass, texture, and even smell until a perfect radiant cube appears, which he ignores and bypasses. All details are etched into memory and his eyes snap open, filled with determination. He unleashes power and commands to perform over alchemy to create a small storage chamber. The spell ends, and the object manifests in reality, a small storage room. This otherworldly thing, imbued with the attributes of earth, wind, and darkness, forms a separate hermetic space inside itself. It preserves items without spoilage, automatically arranges them in place, and passively absorbs dark magic from the territory, so a magic stone is not needed. Thanks to its high physical durability and endurance for 100 years, this is truly an outstanding item. He examines his finished work. Although the creation succeeded, he admits, it is still far worse than the things wielded by heroes. He recalls the original description from the e-commerce catalog and notes that he could not reproduce small details like the drainage system or the keyhole. He announced its completion and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Inside, he honestly admitted, these efforts were not in vain. He understood that things from the heroic world were on a completely different level, but his ultimate goal was to surpass their technology. His work provoked an immediate reaction. Mabel's eyes flashed with admiration, and she exclaimed that the creation was incredible. The Demon King, not hiding his disbelief that Thor could assemble this on the spot, still remained pragmatic. Such a small size would not allow this to become a real workshop. In response, Thor forced the Demon King to look at the situation from a different angle. He inquired whether His Majesty was familiar with the legendary hero storage chest item, rumored to have infinite, boundless space for anything one wishes to put inside. The comparison made the Demon King fall silent and allowed doubt whether even one alchemist in the Empire could control space. Thor humbly admitted it was his first attempt, so he could not guarantee the quality but confirmed it performed a similar function. Yet deep down he still did not believe anyone else could replicate it, especially within the Empire where dark mana is lacking. He quickly changed the subject from Empire, explaining that he could not have created it with only his own magic. After that, he asked for permission to inspect the interior and the Demon King immediately agreed. Turning to the Demon King, Thor loudly declared that they would return immediately. Mabel also waved goodbye and promised they would see him again very soon. So his hand stretched out, firmly grabbed the handle, and with a sharp sliding motion opened the door. In the small box before Thor and Mabel stretched an endless, empty white space. Thor looked around in surprise and grumbled about the huge volume hidden inside. Mabel froze her eyes wide with disbelief. She runs across the floor shouting that you can run here endlessly. She adds that even the royal treasury has nothing like it. Mabel turns to him and suddenly realizes, this is the technology of heroes from another world. She asks if he intended to study it and eventually surpass it. Thor smiles confidently and admits he is still far from that, but he manages after all. The hero had a storage box with infinite space. He clarifies that his current skills are not yet at the level of what the heroes possessed, so this particular pantry is so tiny compared to theirs. Somewhere behind, Mabel continues to joyfully explore the space stretching for dozens. Looking at her, Thor suggests, if this technology is applied correctly, they will be able to create bags with built-in storage compartments. Then he asks if she will agree when he finally perfects them to test them for him. The question throws Mabel off track. She stammers that she is just a maid and cannot even think about the legendary class item. Thor responds seriously. She is important to him, and she has already helped his experiments so much so he wants her to test his prototypes. Her face flashes deep red, a wave of emotions washes over her completely. The thought spins in her head that unexpected things always happen to him and honestly, she is truly happy. In confusion, steam seems to pour out of her head. Their moment is shattered by the roar of a voice from outside. It demands an explanation of what is happening. Recognizing the voice of the Demon King, Thor and Mabel jump up in alarm and quickly apologize in unison together. Beyond the measurable space, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat menacingly addresses Demon King, asks for permission to enter. He says that as the ruler of this territory, he must confirm whether this space is safe. Demon King grants his request. A figure steps through a portal into a white room and this shocks its inhabitants. He says with admiration how amazing Thor was to create such a place. Dazzling light, impressive dimensions almost like an arena on their territory. And he adds, to receive such words is a true honor. While the majestic guest stands still, suddenly a notification flashes in Thor's thoughts. SS rarity item detected. It will be automatically saved in the inventory. Thor's eyes widen in shock. It turns out the man before him or something he carries is that very item. He was met by a new, clearer mental attitude. Everything that was preserved, the interfering recognition gown and the interfering recognition mask, both resistant to all elements. The mask, a sharply white thing with jagged edge, disappeared right before his eyes, dematerializing. The eyes widened in complete disbelief. As soon as the figure that entered his dimension lost its hidden robes, he could only stammer and let out a confused, bewildered sound. The majestic figure vanished, replaced by something entirely unexpected. Before him stood not a monster tyrant but a young woman. She had long, light hair braided into two ponytails tied with dark ribbons, and on her head two large dark horns that curled. Her face was calm as she stood amid the whirlpool of petals. He found it hard to digest that unthinkable sight, and suddenly a sharp shock that left him speechless. This was the true figure of the Demon King looker. Crossing his arms and puffing his lips, Demon King thoughtfully reconsiders her explanation. After a brief silence, she seems to come to an understanding of what happened, then sighing, offers her forgiveness. Her forgiveness is directed at Thor, is still kneeling before her. He takes all the blame upon himself and explains. It is his fault, forgot about the automatic sorting function, because of which her mantles and mask were taken away. He says that the specific shed on the territory is arranged to automatically sort any rare item he discovers. That is why the majestic figure of the Demon King, wrapped in robes, was immediately recognized as a rare item and promptly taken into custody. Here he concludes is how they gathered the robes and the mask of Demon King looker. and suddenly she appears before him in her true form. A sharp exposure caused quite a commotion. From shame, Luckier instantly sat down and covered his face with his palms. While she was hiding, the maid Mabel was rushing back and forth in frantic panic over this incident. In the midst of all the chaos, Thor kept apologizing relentlessly until both Lucre and Mabel finally calmed down. Then he concludes the story with one last deep bow and shouts another round of apologies. Smiling embarrassedly, Lucre insists that he stop. She admits that he had no ill intentions and officially forgives him, so Thor finally exhales. It turns out Mabel already knew Lucre's true appearance. Besides her, only the Chancellor and her family know her secret. Lucre is confident. A demon king with such a youthful appearance can never match the might of the Empire. She says she followed Prime Minister Curve's advice and using the item gathered her frightening likeness. Mabel tries to calm her down. She already has the power of the Demon King, it's just that her physical growth is slow. Not accepting the consolation, Luckier shifts her gaze to Thor and says she wants to hear an opinion from the side. Looking straight at him with a barely noticeable caution, she asks to honestly assess her true likeness as Luckier Everguard. The frankness of the question seems to confuse her, and she quietly, embarrassedly exhales. What? He is overwhelmed by complete surprise. His face reddens as he frantically searches for the right words. He only manages to stammer, and he cannot put together any coherent response to the unexpected vulnerability of the Demon King. Thor froze at that moment with his lips half open. It seemed to him as if he had just witnessed the appearance of a deity. He tried to explain his awe to the puzzled Demon King. As an alchemist, he had always seen beauty in magical things and that beauty which works better than anything else. But having just seen it, he had to reassess his own understanding of how all this is supposed to function. He continued. His voice sounded sincere and confident. He admitted that, admiring her natural beauty, he felt ashamed of his own ineptitude. And along with this, he realized the functional beauty of his creations does not withstand any comparison. His unvarnished praise startled the Demon King from his place. He exploded with a thunderous, feverish panic. She sharply ordered him to be silent. Her face was blazing as she stubbornly insisted that she did not understand a single word of what he was saying. She was shaking more and more, pressing her palm to her chest. She retorted, asked what an alchemist with divine abilities could know about her situation, and accused him of not understanding how to live a lie behind a mask. However, her words unexpectedly struck him. He lowered his gaze, a shadow passed over his face, and quietly apologized, admitting he too has lived in lies for years. Bowing his head, he revealed the full truth about his situation. In demon territory, he is not a guest. He was sent there as a hostage, as a sacrifice. Cold words of his father, Duke Regius, echoed in his mind. He had given a direct order to die. To look at him meant only disgrace for the ducal household. The memory struck again, and the faces of the Demon King and FIA lit up with shock. He recalled why his father's contempt had sunk so deeply. In the Empire, power was everything, and his inability to fight made him a nobody, a worthless person. Alchemy was not valued. It was immediately dismissed as childish play, and this condemned him to endless humiliations. As soon as he released his painful past memory, his face suddenly changed. He raised his eyes and barely truly smiled, as if concluding, since the day he found himself on demon territory, he considers himself lucky. His words left the Demon King completely speechless. As he continued his explanation, Thor's face melted into a soft, sincere smile. He admitted, after all this time, he finally managed to work as an alchemist, and now he truly understands the joy of creating things that people actually use. His moment of pleasure was interrupted by Fi, who stepped forward in complete shock. She demanded to know if it was true that he was sent by the Empire as a victim and hostage. Thor calmly confirmed it was true. Fia froze, trying to comprehend his confession. She knelt before him and, squeezing his hands, began to interrogate how he thinks. Fia insisted that it would be much better to maintain the appearance of a messenger. Provided that the Empire is a pretended patron, he could make as many demands as he wanted. She did not understand why he was cutting off such an advantage. She responded not seriously but with a playful wink. A finger touched his lips. He asked to keep this a secret, and this demand left Demon King Luckier completely stunned. Then his face became serious. He laid out his reasoning. If rumors reached the people that he was a victim, his treatment would undoubtedly worsen, and this would damage the Empire's reputation. Therefore, he proposed an exchange. He would keep the Demon King's secret, and in return, they would keep him. The weight of his proposal stunned both Luckier and Fia. Both froze in silence. Before their eyes, as the Demon King stared at him and found no words, Fia covered her mouth with her palm, and a breath of sudden enlightenment escaped her. He saw how they suddenly realized. This is exactly what he wants. By protecting Her Majesty's secret, she would protect him too, and under these conditions, he could finally earn her trust. The whole truth was that Demon King Lookier was a fragile girl who had not a drop of faith in herself. She hid her true form behind a magnificent facade of robes and a mask. A barely audible, fading chuckle slipped from her lips as soon as she covered her mouth. In his story, she recognized herself her reflection, a parallel to the life she was forced to live. Quiet surprise suddenly burst into a ringing, sincere laughter. Looking at Thor with tears of laughter in her eyes, she declared that his plan was ridiculously funny. And even then, delighting, she willingly agreed to his terms. He would reveal himself to them, and they in return would keep his secret for theirs. She flared up with an angry, fierce surge, flushed cheeks, tears in her eyes. Her fangs bared as she shouted, demanding to know what the hell he could even be thinking about. He cuts in, she is evil only because she laughs like that, while still chuckling himself. She agrees, taking away his robe and mask was cruel, but immediately insists it would be even crueler for him to reveal his true identity. Her teasing does not stop him. She crosses her arms and winks, as if to say, with such a style of action, she simply has no other choice, she has to believe him. He asks if she really trusts him. She nods and explains, since he entrusted himself to her, revealing his secrets, how can the ruler not believe him? Returning to the maid, Mabel gives a strict order. None of this must leak out. Thor smiles and says she is a wonderful demon lord, but she brushes it off, saying it's just flattery. With restored power, she proclaims a formal decree. Thor Regis is a precious guest of the Empire and an alchemist under her direct supervision, and from now on everyone in the castle must treat him as before. Mabel accepts the order with sincere devotion, and Thor stands aside, looking at the statement of protection of the Demon King, noticeably moved. She turns to him, touches her lips with a finger and winks as if it is an old conspiracy. Their own identities are a secret only within this place, so there is no need to hide anything between them here. He processes everything instantly and reads the hint. This place is a refuge, cut off from the outside world. For her it is a protective barrier and for him a reliable shelter. Understanding overwhelms Mabel, and she exclaims with delight, "This means Her Majesty can be at home here without a mask." Catching this thought, Mabel enthusiastically suggests using this section for tea parties. Lucier tries the idea in his head and smiles, yes, sounds fun. And Thor just watches, a little confused by such a sharp turn to domestic entertainment. He watched as Mabel, with tears in her eyes, insisted, her only desire is to offer hospitality to Her Majesty. Stunned by the maid's sharp exclamation, he awkwardly asks what Thor's intentions are. Seeing a chance to intervene, he smiles and offers a way out, make room for both. The proposal for a small closet met an unexpected reaction. Lucier gently covered his palm. Sighing thoughtfully, she agreed and they would use this place for tea party gatherings. When Mabel sincerely thanked her, the Demon King officially conveyed his gratitude to her alchemist. As soon as everything was settled, a shared smile spread across all three faces. The small, unremarkable room was now officially designated for their tea parties. Later, even this seemingly minor arrangement was called Kingdom's Tea Time. It was then that the Demon King's territory slowly but steadily began to advance, and none of those present could even imagine the weight their decision would turn out to have. Passing through a small table, Thor notices Mabel holding back a quiet smile and asks what she is thinking. She barely audibly chuckles. She says she just remembered something from before. It was the first time she ever saw Demon King Lookier laugh so freely. Mabel explains that Lookier was raised from childhood as the next Demon King. The previous one, despite his power, was a harsh man. In a vision from the past, they show the methods of the previous Demon King. He forced Lookier to strive for incredible power by throwing her into a fight against several demons at once. The echo of history lies on the heart of Torahand, reminds him of his own home. He thinks that his father also wanted to see the same combat skill in him and trained him for this without using his shreddemers. Memories surface with bloody training sessions. He again feels those moments when he truly believed he would be beaten, covered in blood, lying on the ground. And then he firmly realized there is no other way, must leave Duke's home. Tora again directs thoughts to the present and asks Mabel if Her Majesty is not strong enough yet. Mabel nods decisively. Mabel declares, in magic no one can match Wolf Tut. His image is shrouded in a powerful dark aura. But then why does she hide her appearance? Mabel explains, in the demon territory many value physical strength above all and will decide that Lookier is weak just by looking at her. She warns among such people, there is one he must be especially wary of. She calls him Flame General Reincarnated. She says he is a man slightly under 2 meters tall, with a powerful muscular build, hair like flames, and the ability to breathe fire when angered. His clan supposedly carries Ifrit blood, and he himself is famous for martial arts in the Demon King Castle. Or looks frightened. Although he has never met this man, the description itself is terrifying to the bone. He asks if this is the same Ifrit who defended the fortress Flaming Mountains and fought a fierce battle with the heroes of old. He confirmed her guess about the 7-day battle on Flaming Mountain. Mabel explained, Rizinga is a descendant of the very Ifrit clan entrusted with guarding that fortress, which is why they are so respected for their strength. Thor quietly decided it was better if he never met the general at all. Mabel added that the Rizinga clan is obsessed with power, but there are good people among them, so Thor remarked that she is too kind. Then Mabel cheerfully changed the subject, reminding him of the plans to visit the castle the next day. Thor agreed without hesitation. When Mabel had already begun to make a solemn promise, he quickly interrupted her, asked her not to do that anymore. That night the Demon King's castle stood silently under the light of the full moon. Later in the castle corridor, Kerr thanked Mabel for the day when they were already preparing to part ways. She was silent for a moment, as if lost in her own thoughts, until he called her by name. She replied with a playful wink, as if he could dismiss all these honorary addresses between them. Tora was swept away and he objected he couldn't. After all, she takes care of him. Then she gently pressed her finger to his lips, silencing him. Her voice explained, she was ordered to treat him as a special guest. By His Majesty's decree, her level of treatment was to be the same as that of the Chancellor or the State Minister, so his position was, in essence, higher than hers. She begged him with a bright smile, just talk to her normally. Looking into sincerity, Thor smiled in response and agreed, solemnly settled under the care of Mabel. He barely managed to finish speaking when Mabel suddenly pushed him through the nearest door and he, completely confused, instantly flew inside. In the room, she took his hand and bowed her head. Quietly but persistently, she begged him to stay there forever. She looked up, her face flushed with a blush, and her eyes sparkled as if they were boiling over with overwhelming feelings. And she confessed if it were even possible, she too would want to stay by his side forever. He is stunned by her words. Her face flashes with heat, her eyes wide open. He can only falter, saying her name, and cannot believe it as the door clicks and closes right in front of him. On the other hand, Mabel does not wait for an answer. She turns around and rushes down the long, empty corridor, throwing a flustered wish after him for a good night. He remains alone in that quiet room and presses his palm to his chest. His heart still wildly twitches after that meeting. He thinks, only a few days have passed since his arrival and so much has already happened. He found a book from another world and even created his own magical items. His thoughts again stumble upon Mabel's words. A faint smile trembles on his lips as he considers such a possibility. He honestly admits to himself, maybe he will simply give in to what she said and stay here forever. From this idea, he is filled with deep satisfaction. He is pleased that he has come to the territory of the Demon King, and with new determination he decides, as an alchemist, he will use his abilities to make this place more comfortable. He has no intention of going back to the Empire. Now his goal is clear, to help those people who accepted him. Mabel and Lockyer come to mind, but he abruptly breaks the pause. Thought rolls on. Under the full moon's glow, his vow is finally sealed. In the castle of the Lord of Demons, light gleams on the luxurious architecture of the throne hall. Prime Minister Curve approaches the throne, announces his presence to His Majesty Rookie Evergard the Demon King, who sits shrouded in shadow. He apologizes for the late-night summons and immediately adds, he has something urgent to report. The monarch incessantly asks if the matter concerns Thor Regis. Curve confirms, watching Thor create things with his own hands, he has come to understand better what kind of person he is. The Demon King, leaning forward, demands details and clarifies which exact new thing was made. The Chancellor, keeping calm, orders himself not to lose composure over trifles, then asks if the item was one of the healthy goods that Thor created earlier. His Majesty answers briefly, no. Then Demon King assumes that it might be something like Mabel's accessory. But the balance cracks and he reveals it was something completely different, a dimensional objecta storage box. He recognizes it as the legendary artifact that heroes use to store endless supplies of items in another dimension. The weight of the discovery overwhelms him completely and the Demon King suddenly lets out a cry of utter disbelief. His explosion makes the Demon King flinch, and he grumbles that Curve should not shout so suddenly, noticing Riley as if the minister's reaction truly shocks him. The minister is still bustling about, vehemently denying that this situation is any different from his previous oath to maintain calm. He points to facts. His Majesty understands what a storage box is, a skill that allows keeping things in a separate space. He passionately breaks down the idea step by step. It was precisely changeability that was one of the reasons why other world heroes turned out to be so powerful. Their ability to pull out a bunch of items as if from nowhere made them a constant, elusive threat to all demons. Then he recounts an old saying passed down in the Demon King's domains. Meet a hero, prepare yourself, a whole 100 things will appear. He shows how unarmed heroes can suddenly draw weapons, and the wounded can pull huge supplies of potions from their bags. The Demon King, sitting on the throne, listens to the frantic report of his prime minister and calmly acknowledges the danger, implying that he is aware of the rarity of this skill. If all heroes had it, the demon race would have been exterminated long ago. The endurance of his king hardly calms him. Fingers clench, and the hand turns into a fist as soon as he clings to the reality of what happened. Thor Regis really created that very packing box. This thought tears him into a desperate outburst. He shouts that this is a serious matter, and that Thor Regis must not be allowed to unilaterally appropriate such an ability no matter the cost. In response to the panic of his minister, the Demon King simply tells him not to worry, calmly asks why Curve is so agitated, and reveals Thor has already promised to create a storage box for him and for Mabel. The news stuns Curve. He freezes in silence. He jerks back while his thoughts rush forward. Thor is going to make even more of them. The same storage box that the heroes had, and the very idea of rare items in this world crumble before his eyes. From the Demon King's throne, his voice cuts through the fog and orders Curve to calm down. The Prime Minister apologizes for his outburst, but the king admits his own fault. He also provoked such a reaction. Then he reveals more of his conversation with the man, barely laughing. Thor sent him a message directly. He wants to be seen as a sensible alchemist serving the Demon King. This mood resonates with the report of Demon King Looker. Once she said that Thor promised to be their ally and felt as if her conviction needed nothing more, so all that remained was to believe him. Now he reflects on what he heard, and kneeling, Curve processes these thoughts. He asks if this means that the man is truly capable enough for his majesty to make such an assessment. The Demon King confirms. He says he also believes in Thor, referring to how he provided them with a foot bath without any complaints. A faint smile slides across the Demon King's lips beneath the mask. He concludes that this is the same type of man as Thor, and this thought troubles him. He has never met anyone else like him. The king sat on the throne, arms folded, admitting to himself he cannot take his eyes off the young alchemist. The boy, he decided, caused him great pain. While he pondered, Prime Minister Curve approached, glancing to see that his majesty was in a good mood. Then he directly asked if something had happened between the Demon King and Thor Regis. The Demon King prompted him to speak more precisely. Curve confirmed that he meant their conversation specifically, and the king replied, they spoke quite normally. This normally literally threw Curve off balance. He wondered what it could mean in such a context. The king explained further, recalling the scene of enlightenment. He called their conversation an honest attempt to understand each other's positions and to look beyond their own views. In conclusion, he limited himself to a simple statement, emphasizing that this mutual understanding was all that had happened. The feeling hung in the air, as vast and dense as the castle itself. At the same time that Thor arrived on the Demon King's territory, events were already unfolding in the Dalgar Empire. In the imperial capital, the nobility of the empire gathered at a party in a luxurious guest house. The grand hall buzzed with whispers and gossip, and their conversations filled the space like velvet. Their chatter was cut off by shouts as soon as Duke Vargas Regis arrived. His stately posture involuntarily captured the attention of the entire room. The nobles praised his deep loyalty and claimed that he had sent his own son as a sacrifice for the prosperity of the empire. Yet one woman, still aloud, wondered whether the duke felt pain for his own choice, and yet his face remained impassive, stone-like. This was met with a wave of applause. The crowd celebrated the duke's house as a model for all nobility, a living embodiment of the empire's honor. He and his last son stood as dark silhouettes against the light, and silently absorbed the admiration of the crowd. A dark pleasure settled in the duke as soon as he took the survey. It seemed to him, here it is exactly that. Nearby, another nobleman was intently watching the scene, then broke into a smile of boundless delight and decided that the praise perfectly suited the duke's house. He approached the one who remained, the duke's son. He smiled coldly and said, now the stain is removed, the family can truly begin to rise. The son shuddered when he heard Thor called that. The young man stammered, trying to speak about Thor's skill as an alchemist, but the father cut him off with one sharp look. His eyes flared with wild, sudden rage. He wildly declared that his good mood had been spoiled, so he demanded a shot. And then he ordered someone not to mention his son again at all, roaring that the boy was destined only to perish as a victim. While he was raging wildly, the attention of the other nobles finally turned to the arriving high-ranking official. They immediately noticed the bright sakura-colored hair and blue eyes, recognizing in her the sword princess, the bearer of the precious blade from the Age of Heroes. The guest was granted an honorable audience and received. Her Highness, Rhina the 30th Queen of the Empire, stood with a stern face without a single smile, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Her eyes fell on Duke Regis. While the courtiers praised her beauty and powerful light magic, the queen spoke plainly to his face. There is an unwanted guest present here, and he must be removed immediately, and that was exactly the purpose of the duke, who approached with a confident, self-satisfied smile. The duke's confident face vanished. Instead, a mask of pure shock and complete disbelief appeared. He barely had time to fully comprehend the order when the imperial guards moved to detain him. He struggled from their hands, shouted his name Duke Vargas Regues, and demanded an explanation of what exactly he had done to be treated this way, but the guards dryly repeated only one thing: he must leave by order of the poor highness. The queen's voice cut through his protests coldly and sharply. She asked how he could dare to speak with such arrogance after endangering her and her companions with mortal danger. Her accusation left him speechless. She did not stop and continued to interrogate whether he remembered the request from the imperial court to repair the magical sword. The embarrassed duke admitted he remembered. Then she announced devastating news. As soon as she received the report that the repairs were completed, she took the sword back to herself and explained the blade could not withstand her mana and eventually shattered. The duke froze, his face like a portrait of horror. Her voice remained steady as she recounted the consequences. She nearly died fighting a demonic beast, only the exhausted and desperate efforts of her comrades saved her. And later, the investigation gave an answer. The Regues family repaired the broken parts of the sword with ordinary metal, which blocked the mana flow and caused the legendary weapon to crack. The court entourage listened silently, and shock slowly flared on their faces. Duke Regues's composure shatters into a fine crystal chime. His face trembles, sweat streams down his cheek like a river, and his eyes widen with shock and horror as the queen's accusation hangs in the air. While the duke is led away by the imperial guard, whispers flare among the troop of jesters. One of the lords asks whether Duke Regues truly understood the danger of his failure, and another coldly states the House of Regues is incapable of such a complex repair, so they should have simply admitted their own incompetence. Nearby, Thor only watches and clenches himself at the grim consequences. The prestige won at the cost of his kin's sacrifice dissolves, and he laments that his house was meant to follow the path of glory, not this disgrace. The noble lord, all sweaty from the trembling fuss, feverishly proclaims, the teenage repair of the magic sword could not have been a simple mistake. He insists, the alchemist who was responsible did it deliberately to deceive them and must be punished. In response, Queen Rihanna calmly says that she sent a messenger to the workshop to find out who was in charge of the repair, and that is why she received the document. She extends the scroll, and on it is the imprint of the duke's house and the mark of the duke's steward. She reads the content aloud. Full restoration was deemed too complicated, so, as requested, only the appearance was corrected and the household Regues took full responsibility. Seeing this revelation, the nobleman screamed in shock and his face turned pale. The nobles around collectively gasped, stunned by the hint that could no longer be ignored. The queen continues to methodically explain. The alchemist also informed her how the sword was partially repaired and that only minor flaws eventually caused it to break. She gestures towards Shatterblade and says how strange it all looks. She explains, the sword only did not break in the parts that were properly restored. It was precisely thanks to their durability against her light magic that she managed to repel the claws of the demonic beast. Her gaze becomes firm as she looks the nobleman straight in the face. She recalls, the sword was intended only for rituals, but since her light mana recently grew stronger, after the ceremony she decided to use it for hunting and was sure she had already informed his household. The man remains stammering, unable to form a reply, but with a sharp smile the queen declares, her life was saved by the one who completed the full repair. That is why she wants to make this person her personal tool and demands the aristocrat to name the name and current location. He tremulously mutters that he is probably a traveling alchemist's face and whereabouts unknown. The queen is not moved at all and calls this excuse a disgrace. Turning away from him, she sends him away beyond her attention. The disgraced nobleman turns and walks away through the huge doors. Behind him, they close with a heavy rumble. Immediately after this, he drops to his knees beside the duke's butler, his head bowed down, his whole body trembling, sweat breaking out on him. The nobleman can only stammer and pronounce the duke's title. The failure is visible to the naked eye, written on his face. He stood trembling while the fierce nobleman loomed over him, his face twisted with rage, and he roared, demanding to know what he had done. No excuses were heard. He said the butler's failure to keep everything under control could only have happened due to negligence. Otherwise, the preferences brought shame to his name. As punishment, the frightened butler was sentenced to house arrest. When he drove away the butler, the nobleman was left alone and sat silent. Lithe anger receded, giving way to cold calculations. He acknowledged defeat but did not give up. He remained firm, convinced that he would still find a way to fix the situation. He began to pace restlessly back and forth, replaying in his mind how that recent accident had caused the glory of his house to plummet rapidly. Yet despite everything, he did not give up. He was determined to achieve results and prove his dignity and worth to the Empire. His thoughts settled on a clear plan of action. He had a plan exactly the kind he believed in unconditionally, because he was convinced it would bring great benefit to the Empire. With the thought of this plan, maniacal energy boiled within him. He realized, if he could properly use demons and half-humans, his fame would not just return to its former level, it would soar even higher. His ambitious and dangerous scheme was aimed at one single formidable goal, the territory of Demon King. Thor officially tells Mabel that he can count on her during the tour. He confidently winks and she enthusiastically agrees, ordering him to leave everything to her. Thor looks closely. Her hairstyle is different from usual, and it is clear that she is fully enjoying her new role. They pass by the towering spire of the castle. She talks about their dwellings. Thor's room is on the third floor of the west wing, and the maids live together on the first. She assures that they are nearby and can help if he ever needs anything. A tour is a lively thing. It takes them through various corners of the castle's everyday life, from viewing kitchen utensils to observing the head chef at work. Throughout the entire walk, Mabel shines with contagious joy. Her happiness is visible to the naked eye. Thor walks beside her, and a warm smile is on his face as he looks around. Eventually, they reach a huge hall with columns, where two mighty minotaurs stand guard. Mabel shows this place as the main entrance. From the height of her observation post, from behind the door above the entrance hall space, she explains, this central node connects other parts of the castle, so she asks him to remember exactly where it is. Thor nods and replies that he understands. His attention is suddenly caught by an impressive statue of a woman with horns in full armor. He stops and asks Mabel who this figure is. She replies that this is a statue of the first-generation Demon King. Thor reacts with wide-open eyes in shock. Impressed that the first king was a woman, she immediately comments on the impressive sword she is holding. Mabel continues the legend and explains, the sword was forged from a piece of stone that fell from the sky. She adds that this very edge was used in the war against heroes from another world, emphasizing its incredible rarity. Leaning closer, Thor quietly whispers to her that the sword on the statue is just a replica made to look real. Mabel's eyes widen sharply as she processes this unexpected news. He says he knows about it thanks to his alchemy skill. He just doesn't feel any mana coming from the sword. Mabel silently watches, impressed. It's just as she expected, that he would be able to see the truth at first glance. She tells about the fate of the sword. The real specimen broke during the war against the heroes. Unfortunately, where it is now is unknown. Mabel admits that she regrets it. It would have been a treasure for the demons, and she really wanted Thor to see it. Hearing this, he confidently declares, if the saber were still in the castle, he would gladly try to fix it. A sharp, bold phrase, it seems, even surprises him himself. Mabel looks at him with wide-open eyes. Her shock fades, replaced by embarrassed hope. She stammers as she grasps the meaning. He is talking about the legendary sword of the first Demon King. Despite the colossal task, she can't help but think with his abilities it might really be possible. He honestly admits, if there is no sword, then nothing can be done. Mabel nods, then adds that the sword is definitely still somewhere here and the first Demon King would be glad if it were finally found. But suddenly another thought occurs to him. Of course, he wants to find the original sword, but he decides otherwise. It would be even better to create one that surpasses it. He imagines how the current Demon King holds the weapon, one that gives you goosebumps. Mabel immediately catches the hint and asks if he is going to make a sword for Her Majesty. He confirms and thoughtfully considers, something like a blade that can stretch or strike by shooting dark mana. The idea of a custom weapon for the Demon King excites Mabel. Filled with joy, she grabs his hand and exclaims that it will be a wonderful gift for her, enthusiastically offering all her support and saying, just say if there is anything she can help with. Two Minotaur guards nearby notice their interaction. One whispers to the other how incredibly happy Mabel looks holding onto Thor, and the partner quietly agrees. Mabel firmly holds the rosy Thor, then another friend approaches and interrupts, asking if he is the same guest from Empire. Thor is struck as if by lightning. Mabel quickly lets him go and suggests continuing the tour. The puzzled Thor immediately agrees. Her zeal was cut short by the sudden arrival of a giant. In heavy armor, the man loomed over Thor, and his voice rumbled hoarsely as he looked down and declared that the young alchemist looked weak. Mabel's gaze caught on the huge man, and she tried to piece together what she saw. Over 2 meters tall without a doubt, and the neatly trimmed red hair trembled in waves like flames. Her breath caught in her throat as the pieces fell into place, and the name she recognized only now surfaced in her thoughts. Thor's eyes widen sharply in shock as he recognizes the figure looming over him and distrustfully utters the rank. Flame General, Rising Asama, the Mana giant warrior with red hair like flames confirms his identity with a confident smile. This is Reincarnated, one of His Majesty's generals, the only Flame General. Upon hearing about the visitor from the Empire, he came himself to see everything with his own eyes. He politely bows, places his hand on his heart, and introduces himself, Thor Regius from the Dalgalia Empire. After that, he says he hopes they will understand each other. The general admits that he already knew the name Thor, but when he came, he was mistaken, and because of that, his daughter is in despair. He gestures to call the silent figure beside him in luxurious full armor and introduces her as his daughter Agnes. His gaze slides over Thor, revealing open disappointment. He expected a guest from the Empire of Proud Warriors, so he should have been Maida, but instead, before him stands a fragile-looking young man. He laughs at the unfortunate turn of events. Thor Mabel whispers beside him that he is no good at fighting, and it seems this thought even suits him. The general's disappointment turns into heartache. He laments that he wanted his daughter to fight against the warrior from Empire, but it turned out weakly. Clenching armored fists, Agni whispers, her father went too far. Her restlessness immediately catches the eye. Steam bursts from the helmet. Risinga firmly places his hand on her shoulder and asks her to calm down. The flame inside her is already leaking out. After that, he turns again to Thor Regis. He focuses again on the young man, and his gaze becomes even harsher, explaining that his territory is in the mountains near the border. So he has many chances to encounter those from the Empire, demanding that Thor name someone strong from his homeland because he craves a real fight. Before Thor can respond, Mabel steps forward. Her voice cuts through the silence. She reprimands Risenzi for addressing their guest so bluntly and reminds the general. Thor is an honored guest and also an alchemist under the direct supervision of the Demon King himself. She continues, and every word she says sounds firm. He must not be here gathering intelligence about the Empire. Ryizinga listens, but his face shows a focused expression, is pondering the noble idea of the Demon King to understand the human world through an honored guest. Her anxiety was felt almost physically as Flame General Rei Zenga continued speaking, his voice thoroughly soaked with contempt. He asserted, although the Demon King seeks peace, only the battlefield is the true measure of strength. He could not understand why a weakling who is unable to fight receives treatment like an honored guest, and declared that such hospitality has its limits. Then the general shifted his gaze directly to Thor, grabbed him by the shoulder, leaned closer, and demanded, "What exactly can Thurigus do?" The face, twisted with contempt, blocked Toru's entire view, stubbornly pressed on, probing how someone who does not fight could be useful to his majesty. The unbearable pressure from Ryizinga was colossal. Mabel recoiled in fright. But Thor remained unmoved and ordered her to retreat. Her throat was already sore from the suffocating aura itself. Mabel realized with horror. The general was capable of breaking her with a single sweep of his gigantic hands. He realized the fate could depend on his answer. Empty flattery would not help Hariso. Turning his thoughts to the oath he gave the Demon King when leaving the Empire, Thor gathered his will. It was that very oath that kept him alive without shame, and it is that oath that will guide his words now. When the decision was finally made, he placed his hand on his chest and declared that he would be an alchemist until his very death. And also, thanks to his alchemical skill, he would be able to customize the general's daughter's armor. Raising an expression full of skepticism, he pondered what some weakling could know about armor. Unfazed, Thor said, "Armor has an element of earth." He began to organize everything systematically. The water element cannot withstand fire. If given enough strength, it will only produce steam. But the earth element, reinforced with heat-resistant materials like stone and iron, is needed to provide both heat resistance and strength against the fire constitution. He concluded that this was an extremely rare item with the dual property earth. After that, Thor immediately turned the conversation to Flame General. Mabel froze in amazement. She realized that Thor needed only one glance to discern the armor's abilities, exactly like the sword of the first Demon King. Then he pressed his advantage and pointed out a critical flaw in the armor. It could withstand neither the raging flame nor the heat, so it loosened and weakened at the joints. Like an alchemist, he declared he could reinforce them and fixed his gaze on the general, voicing the proposal directly. His proposal is met with pure rage. General Ryizinga's face twists into a furious snarl as he thunders that this is not the work of a human alchemist. Behind the clash, Mabel and the Minotaur guard watch with wide-open eyes filled with anxiety, while the armored Ugnis remain completely motionless. He snorts disdainfully at the thought that some worthless alchemical creature could touch his daughter's armor and turns away from Thor. He orders Udni to follow him so they can leave. Udni tries to object and calls for his father, but he is already turning around and walking away. When they leave, Ugni makes a barely noticeable, almost imperceptible bow and then turns to follow after her father's heavy-footed retreat. Thor watches them, his face unreadable. Mabel and the Minotaurs hang in stunned silence. And the silence explodes as two Minotaurs suddenly rush at Thor, their faces burning with admiration. They declare that he is incredible and extraordinarily brave. He did not flinch when the general raised his anger. Mabel shares her own feeling, hands pressed to her chest, eyes wide with amazement. She explains that Rasenga is one of the 5 strongest in the Demon King's castle, and she cannot believe that Thor so boldly contradicts him, marveling at how deep his courage runs. He gives a calm smile and replies, it was not courage that guided him, instead simply enchantment with the armor itself. The only goal, he says, is to show the general what he is capable of as an alchemist. He watches as the general and his daughter step back and yet honestly admits to himself he is curious, but there is never time to stop. He changes the subject and returns to their guide, asking if they can continue the tour. His horn mail, made by a guide, cheerfully picks up their wave and waves as if to say, move on. As they delve deeper, Thor mentally decides to talk to Mabel about this couple, latter confident she will have some information. As they move deeper into the castle behind her, Thor laughs through the tension and recalls the clash. He thinks, at that time, he had no way of knowing that his actions would provoke such deep rage in General Rasenga. An unexpected thought hangs in the air, a sharp premonition of future conflict. As the general moves on, and a mask of cold, muted fury freezes on his face. In the castle corridor, Thor finishes the tour, thanking the hunchbacked maid who became his guide. He says this information will be very helpful. She greets him and solemnly announces the end of the tour of the Demon King's castle. Smiling nicely, the maid says he is welcome and suggests that he will probably visit the bathhouse often from now on. He agrees, confirming that he really likes baths, so he plans to come regularly. She raises a finger and, as if dotting the I, adds a crucial piece of advice. He can use the bathhouse whenever he wants, but there is one important rule he must definitely follow. When he disappears down the distant road, her last warning echoes again in his head. One must be careful when the sign at the entrance shows that the bath is currently occupied. He decides not to waste time and goes straight to the bathhouse, right up to the entrance. He checks the tag and sees the way is clear. He enters a spacious, modern-looking changing room, holding a basket with his swimwear. Finding the resting place empty, he finally allows himself to relax and wash off the sweat. But his thoughts are interrupted by a familiar suit of exquisite armor set aside. It belongs to Agnes. At that very moment, some hand sprinkles a powdery substance over the bowl, resembling those lamp coals or crystals. Suddenly a sharp, piercingly loud rumble Risa shudders, almost freezing from surprise. He immediately recognizes it. It is the sound of the salamander kettle which he mentioned during his tour. His mind races, piecing together puzzles. It comes to mind how he was told, salamanders are served to Ifrit. If salamanders are here, there is only one possibility. Agnes is currently visiting. He freezes on the threshold of the bathhouse, weighing, since he was given permission, he at least must announce himself. Summoning courage, he calls out and pushes the door inward. As soon as the door opens, he is overwhelmed by a wave of scorching heat and he sees long hair flowing among the tongues of flame, as if the fire is tugging at it with flashes. In the steaming pair, a young woman stands with her back to him. Around are small creatures resembling little dragons. She scolds one for its mischief, irritated, but with the same intonation as if she is actually trying to appease it. She commands the creatures that they may play, but as soon as they bring the bath to a proper boil, she points with her finger at the surface of the water. Shouting sharply, she throws one of the little dragons straight into the bathtub, and at the moment of impact, a fiery explosion bursts forth. A pair of wings spreads around her, and she freezes with an expression that reveals embarrassment. She nods as if apologizing and admits she is not very good at controlling her power. Tor freezes on the threshold and jerks his gaze, his eyes wide open in shock. Disaster rolls in with understanding. Before him is Agnes, and for the first time in his life he sees her without armor. His thoughts wildly piece the puzzle together. Now he understands. She is a descendant of Ifrit. Her body is naturally in flames that no clothing can withstand. Of course, here she is without armor. Standing still, he finally freezes. She notices him. One of the small creatures on her shoulder turns to him and lets out a low, threatening growl. Tagora decides the best plan is to slowly retreat and not say a word. Thank you for watching. Before he can recover, the creature jumps off her shoulder and with one jerk flies straight at him, a continuous blurred motion. The fiery creature lunged forward and snapped its jaws right at Thor's side. He reacted instantly. He threw up his cloak to shield himself from the sudden burst of flame. He quickly snatched a small dark device from the uniform, shouted the activation command. The portable storage room started working, ready to intercept the flame inside. The device worked perfectly. The fire was sucked into the very core with a loud whoosh. Tor exhaled with relief, satisfied with his prediction. He concluded to himself that the storage was small, but for this job its capabilities were more than enough. When the flame went out, Agnes froze in horror and thoughts raced wildly in her head. She was shaken to the core. She realized she had just set the attack in motion and might have burned the honored guest, the Demon King. Her panic spiraled as she flailed, inventing what to say to her father and how urgently healers were needed. Seeing her despair, Tyr calmly stopped her, saying he was fine. He met it with a smile that was truly calming and explained. He had anticipated such a situation, so he prepared for everything in advance. Maintaining his composure, he looked away and politely hinted that she should probably cover up before they continued the conversation. Blushing, Agni whispered and stammeringly agreed. Sitting opposite Thor, the armored warrior removes his helmet and before him stands a young woman with a confused, broken expression on her face. She calls herself Agni from Friesed and says this is already their second meeting. Thor, looking down with a stern face, officially reintroduces himself Thor Regis and offers a deep apology for his previous invasions. Smiling embarrassedly, he explains. He heard that it is the salamanders who are responsible for heating the baths, and giving in to curiosity, decided to take a peek. He admits that he could not even imagine that Agnes could be naked under her armor. In response, Agnes, once again fully clad in armor, flusteredly fusses about. She stammers and says that she is entirely to blame. She rarely gets to see people and decided to help herself. She insists that he has no reason to feel guilty. But Thor does not let her take the blame. He quickly apologizes for her having to see such an unpleasant sight and clarifies. He forgot to hang the current tag on the door. He immediately corrects himself and his face flushes with shame. He explains that it was not scary at all. In fact, she was so beautiful that she captivated him instantly, and he even compares her to a deity. After that, he apologizes again for his outburst. Noticing that their turn to apologize is becoming awkward, Thor changes the subject. He throws out, people with Ifrit blood must be incredibly. At that very moment, Agni seems to relive that humiliating memory again. Agnes catches his words and her voice echoes from behind her helmet. She notices, even her rare armor cannot withstand her flame. It is already coming apart at the joints and seams. And she agrees, such powerful bursts are truly impressive. Taking off her helmet once again, she shows how she struggles with herself. Udmi admits that she cannot tame the flame. It explodes as soon as she gets nervous or too excited. She hoped that the little salamanders would help her train and gain control. She continues and adds that she has known salamanders for a long time and considers them friends, so she never gets nervous around them. Tor listens attentively and sympathizes with her difficult situation. And as soon as a small flame appears in his own hand, he quietly admits, he is also not thrilled with his own magical powers. My sorrow is already over. Before her fire magic awakened, she could wear anything she wanted, but now everything she touches simply burns. And worst of all, she remembers the times when the flames spread to others and they too began to burn. She stares confusedly at his proposal. Stammering, she asks why he is doing this for Heralmost, not believing that he is truly capable of moving her uncontrollable flames. Thor looks at her calmly and firmly. He confirms that he will do everything he can and will figure out how to tame her trouble. With renewed confidence, he lays out his reasoning and declares, it's all because he is an alchemist hired by the Demon King. While he speaks, Udmis recalls General Rezing, wondering if she has any use for his majesty. These memories make her anxious, wondering how her father will react. She thinks about whether she might finally be able to wear normal clothes again. Next, he insists that by solving her problem, he will thereby prove his own capability and justify the expectations placed on him. According to him, helping her is a direct way to show what he is capable of for the Demon King. Turning slightly sideways, he voices his official request, so please Agnes-san, let her consider his words. Hands clasped in front of him, and she acknowledges that his logic is flawless. Her composure finally cracks. Her eyes fill with tears and she breaks down, revealing her deepest desires to dress in order to have friends. Seeing this bare emotion, Thor solemnly asks, let him be ordered to solve her problem with the flame. She bows her head, a gesture of official consent. Please, she begins. I look forward to cooperating with you. His gaze flashes with quiet satisfaction at her agreement. A confident, reassuring smile spreads across Thor's face. He immediately bursts into action and declares that he will start making the magical item right away. He hands her a small, glowing cube and explains, this is a miniature version of the hero storage. Keep it with you, he says, and use it when you feel a flare is about to happen. Udnais freezes. She recognizes the item as incredibly valuable. He brushes off her concerns with a smile, assuring her he can simply make another one. And most importantly, he can't wait to hear her impressions as soon as she has the chance to use it. He steps away completely, leaving the confused Frazed Agni standing in the spacious corridor, while his cloaked figure recedes toward the decorated castle doors. Her voice, sincere and grateful, followed him. "Thank you very much." Having said this, she fell silent, and the words hung in the air as he disappeared into the silence. Those who inherited the blood of Ifrit will gradually be able to better control their flame as they age. This new information was also taken into account. But there were other details, as with Agni's earlier. It seemed that they generally could not properly tame the flame until about 20 years old. Because of this, she still had 5 years when she couldn't even wear clothes. She was forced to play only with salamanders. His face froze and his gaze filled with firm, grim determination. He quickly realized a temporary solution was not enough. Help was needed that was much deeper, more fundamental. He immersed himself in a book, a true treasury of things from the hero's world, and had no idea that there might not be an item capable of taming the flame there. Just as he was about to greet luck, someone sharply called out, "What exactly is he looking for?" Mabel approached, noticing that the door was left wide open and that Thor was clearly in a hurry. Thor explained that he had just managed to exchange words with Udni's and was now trying to do something that could suppress her flame. Understandably, Mabel sincerely said she hoped he would be able to help her. He asked if she and Ugni were good friends. Mabel confirmed and explained, because she was still very young, she constantly had to work in the Devil King's castle, so she always had the chance to see her. Then, between phrases, a memory surfaced how the two of them, still children, held hands. She long returned in her thoughts to the times when they played together. Raising her hand, Mabel revealed an unexpected fact. In the Demon King's castle, there are skilled healers who can completely erase even traces of burns. The idea hit Thor directly. He immediately asked if it was Agnes who gave her that burn injury. With a grim expression, Mabel confirmed, yes, it happened around the time she was Her Majesty's playmate. The guilt for that accident relentlessly pressed on Agnes, giving her not a minute of rest. Because of this, she could not force herself to meet Mabel and reject the thought that from time to time she had to hide from strangers' eyes. Toru suddenly realized how deeply she was suffering. When he looked into the mail order catalog, all her pain unfolded before him, and he immediately declared that he would begin alchemy. He stands firm, focused, stubborn. His goal is to create a device that will allow Yuji to control her flame properly. He is confident that with such a device, she and Mabel will finally be able to reconcile and understand each other as they once did. And as soon as his gaze stops on the mail order catalog, he finds a specific item that he thinks will be suitable for this. On the catalog page, they advertise a pendant that enhances health. It promises that the item spins energy through the body, a key to improve well-being by relieving ailments caused by energy imbalance. And also, the advertisement shows a positive recommendation from an authoritative teacher. While he studies the page with Mabel, Thor recognizes the very item, a talisman for improving health, based on the idea of Feng Shui. Mabel doubts the unfamiliar term, and Thor suddenly realizes that in the hero's world, the very concept of mana is fundamentally different from theirs. He explains with tension the difference in their world. 6 basic elements: fire, light, darkness, earth, wind, and water. But in the world from which the hero came, the elements are divided into 5 separate categories: wood, fire, water, earth, and metal. Then he continues, the pendant was made to drive away these 5 types of energy and awaken the body's hidden potential. Mabel freezes at how different they are, and Thor admits the catalog description explaining how mana is transformed between attributes is written too vaguely. Despite scattered information, it still forms a basic cycle. Wood burns into fire, fire extinguishes into ash, ash becomes earth, and from earth metal is forged. Logical, though incomplete. He reads further that the pendant is made from the reliefs of the blue dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and the central Chilan. And he thinks, even without knowing the exact transformation process, it hardly matters after all. No magical guild would openly publish the secrets of the powerful art of elemental transformation. But her fascination quickly drowns in fear. Her eyebrows furrow, and a deep anxiety flashes across her face as she whispers to herself the consequences. The possibility of changing one's own fate is sheer horror for her. Despite trembling remnants of fear, Thor's determination only grows stronger. A stubborn, almost forced smile spreads across his lips as he looks ahead. His plan is to help Agnes and tame her flame. And then without hesitation, it's time to begin. He waits for confirmation, and his reliable yes hangs in the air. Focusing his intent, Thor activates his overalchemy skill, and a 3-dimensional diagram flares up right in the air before him. Thor's gaze narrows to the requirements for the item he must craft: the pendant. The chain must be soft enough not to scratch the skin, and the pendant itself large enough to hold securely. It is clear to him. The hardest part is to precisely engrave the patterns of the beast gods on its surface. To create these patterns, he imagines the divine beasts. For the vermilion bird, he decides to base it on the flame Garuda, and for the white tiger he reasons. Since tigers exist in this world, he can take them as a starting point. The blue dragon, in his opinion, is simply some kind of dragon. Two remain, Chilen and black tortoise. He realizes this without alternatives, he will have to trace their forms as they are, relying on the hope that everything will succeed if he executes the drawing flawlessly. When the images are fixed in his mind, he closes his eyes. The grasp of the forms is complete. The plan has two parts. First, to remelt a piece of metal into a health enhancement pendant, and then to endow it with an elemental function of change by adding the 5 main elements. But suddenly a complication flashes in his mind. He knows, in this world there are neither wood nor metal elements. He confidently distinguishes fire and water, and he equates earth to earth, and from this doubt begins to gnaw at whether he can even pull off the intended plan. Just as doubt begins to creep in, a message pops up in his alchemical interface. He has mastered manipulation of the attribute elements of the 5 elements and gained knowledge of otherworldly mana, specifically how to control the attributes of earth, metal, and wood. The system asks if he wants to add these attributes, and he, stunned, realizes overalchemy is capable of working with such foreign elements. His uncertainty disappears instantly. With the new ability, there is no need to hesitate. He declares that he only needs to move forward and create a health enhancement pendant, taking fire, metal, wood, water, and earth. With renewed determination, he initiates the process, focused and maddeningly precise in envisioning the creation. As soon as the pendant begins to take shape, he turns to Mabel and hands her the document, impatiently asking if the figures on the paper match what the beast managed to obtain from the engravings on the pendant, and she nervously agrees to verify. He begins the final, delicate stage, ordering Mabel to ensure that mana can transform from one form to another. Mabel confirms everything exactly as written in the book and all components are ready. After her check, he declares that they will start immediately. When he directs the power and his hands flare with otherworldly energy, the main goal becomes clear: to create a health enhancement pendant so Agnes can transform her extraordinarily strong flames into other elements. He is driven by a deeper, more personal decision to make sure she never cries again. With the last burst of energy, the creation is complete. A collar for enhancing health materializes as an item of 7 stars of rarity based on the magic concept from the world of heroes. 5 beast deities are engraved on it. It divides the wearer's magical power into 5 equal parts so that wood, fire, earth, metal, and water strengthen and support health with longevity beyond a century. Exhausted but victorious, he announces that everything is done, and Mabel clarifies: if mana is poured into the pendant, the engraving will start circulating that energy through the user's body, enhancing their constitution, and he hopes this will finally dampen Agnes's flame. Then he confirms something much more extensive, although he does not say aloud the question. 5 figures are indeed intended to be placed throughout the territory of the Demon King. Holding the ready pendant, he contemplates the broader consequences. If this thing allows one person to dispel mana and strengthen their own constitution, what will happen if the same effect is applied to an entire country? Mabel, however, immediately cuts off the romance. Such a plan will be incredibly complicated. It requires the permission of His Majesty and all high officials. Faced with this political reality, Therese quietly asks, is it even possible to try? Despite the grandeur of the plan, the pendant is finally ready. He understands the next step is to find out if its properties can be changed. And if someone else can use it, he thinks it could become standard equipment, and no longer able to wait until tomorrow, he peeks out of the castle. In the grand hall with columns, Commander Rizinga strides forward, cutting through the silence with fire. Heavy armor clanks after each step. He sees an armored figure ahead, and beside it a figure with Agni, and calls out, declaring that it is her he has been seeking. He quickly shortens the distance. His face remains stern as he informs her they will return to their territory the day after tomorrow. He immediately adds that he has already given orders to prepare. Udni apologizes as if she made him worry, then explains she just wanted to look around the castle a little more. His tone noticeably softens when he clarifies that he is not blaming her and even sympathizes with what she has to go through. He reveals the reason. It is difficult for her to control the flame well because the power of Ifrit in her blood is too great. Agni remains silent. Her face hides her health condition. He continues the explanation and says that instinctively controlling the flame with the power of emotions is a trait of the Ifrit lineage, which she has not yet been able to achieve. When his report to the monarch is finally finished, Agni can only bow her head and quietly accept her father's words. There, where Queen Rihanna stands before a huge army of soldiers, raising the flag high, she declares, their inevitable retreat to their own lands is about to begin, and there they will start mining. She then adds that she has received permission for joint operations with the Empire. Just the mention of the Empire makes Agnes start talking. She asks her father if their lands are close to the border, and gently suggests, that is why it is so important to maintain good relations. The father confirms the suspicion with a broad, eerie smile and explains. So he came to the so-called guest from the Empire, mocking his own curiosity, wondering what an imperial nobleman could be like. Then he bursts out laughing, telling about his frustration. The white formation seemed weak, and when he was challenged to a duel, he admitted that he had no real combat skills and, raising an even louder laugh, called that man pathetic and a deep disappointment. Eugenie shudders at these harsh words. Unable to listen further, Agnes flares up from within. Flames burst from the joints of her armor. Eugenie shouts for her father to stop and insists that Thor Regis is a good man. She says she has met and talked with him, so he is not at all like her father claims. She lifts a small, delicate box and explains that Thor gave her this precious item out of care because she cannot calm her flames. Holding the proof in her hands, she begs her father to stop disgracing him. When she extends the gift, her father Razinga lowers his gaze downward, and in his mind, like a flash, the moment when the imperial noble Thor solemnly greeted his daughter emerges. Agni catches his gaze, resolute, silent. The memory fuels his rage. He watches as the small cube in Agni's hand releases a steady, restrained flame. How dare he? And he sees this as the whole meaning of her guilt. Agni, in response to his rage, shouts his name. He rejects her plea, she's face twisted with contempt. He says that even with this trifle, the main truth does not change. She has to wear armor because she cannot tame her own flames. His words hit her, she flinches. Hearing this, Agnes, he raises his tone, insists, and in his manner there is no room for objections. She stammers, tries to retort, but he cuts her off halfway. The clash quiets down. Agni now looks at him without a helmet with a sad expression. She tells her father that she already understands he believes he is acting in her best interests, and that the mining project and his letters to Markroof are all for her sake. He confirms her words and lays out his grand plan. If negotiations with the Empire go well, they will be able to deploy mining operations on their territory. He explains. This will allow them to remove obstacles hidden in the mine and create the perfect stage for her to demonstrate the terrible practicality of her flame matches. His excitement grows as he describes his vision. Her flame will burn the monsters to a crisp and instill a frightening dread in the Empire. He declares that both the Demon King's territory and the Empire will finally recognize her power. While he speaks, an image flashes in his mind. She is covered in wild hellfire, a solemn arrival for the daughter of the Flame General. But Agni only looks down, and in her gaze is despair. Her inner turmoil surfaces. She herself does not really know what to do. In truth, she believes there must be a way to live more quietly, a path different from the one her father has laid out for her. Bad memories surface and reveal her fear. She recalls the time when she first awakened fire magic within herself and lost control, burning a precious friend. Since then, anyone who came too close got burned, so naturally everyone started keeping their distance from her. Even in this isolation, there were those who were kind. Despite everything, someone still tried to talk to her, and a gentle face of Thor came to mind. He was one of those. Him, she really thought he was a strange person. Unlike everyone else, he was not afraid of her flame and even promised to find a way to fix her condition. Now Udny understood why Mabel stayed close. They were both good people, but she knew she could not join them while her father and his. Her face, just freed from the helmet, froze with a grim expression, and around it swirled dark, fiery, smoke-like strands of energy. She turns to her father and says, as long as she has this flame, she realizes her role as his daughter and will never do anything to tarnish his name. Reincarnated seems to accept her statement, granting her the freedom to do as she pleases up until their departure the day after tomorrow. Agni silently nods, showing she understands everything, and simply replies, yes, Dad. Late that night, the full moon lights up the cloudy sky, spreading a calm glow over the mountains and carving the silhouette of the building where they stayed. Inside, Agni stands alone. Her armor lies on a nearby stand. She recalls Thor's promise to find a way to tame her flame. But hopelessness creeps in on its own as she realizes they leave the day after tomorrow, and there is no more time for such a decision. Her gaze slides to the small, mysterious box he gave her. She clutches it in her hands and decides nothing more is needed. Those warm words he said were already more than enough. Looking out the window at the moonlit landscape, she makes a decision. Tomorrow she must find him to personally thank him for thinking of her. From the throne, the Devil Queen Lookyear watches as her minister, Prime Minister Curve, speaks, saying that Thor's search for a suitable place for the workshop is clearly not going as it should. The minister confirms, it's difficult. Finding a location that meets Thor's exact conditions turns out to be incredibly hard, and it's already not easy to get to the alchemist's workshop, let alone find one where materials are easy to obtain. He further outlines new complications. A place with too many passers-by will be a problem. The locals won't easily accept a human workshop. And also, They can't just go digging or gathering materials anywhere without thought. Another official representative, a grim judge with a stone face, agrees. Letting Thor into large crowds is dangerous. He reasons, Thor himself holds no prejudices, but many demons and half-humans are not used to humans. Therefore, the judge considered an ideal place to be one with few people, yet naturally adapted to Thor's needs. Then the judge adds more firmly, right now they really need a guard to accompany Thor. Curve listens attentively as the judge shifts the conversation to the Rasengan case. From the throne, the Queen of Demons Lukir addresses the concern. She has already issued an order. Her guest must not suffer rude treatment. Lukir acknowledges that the burned General Reincarnated would justifiably object to Thor's presence, but he can only express his disagreement. Punishing the general, she explains, would only sow suspicion about Thor among others. The judge weighs her words and concludes, it is indeed better to arrange an ideal, more secluded place for Thor. He thinks that if pressure continues, people will turn away from consulting the alchemist, thus preventing him from creating things for them. A subtle, satisfied smile touches his lips. Having received the order, the Prime Minister bowed deeply before the throne. He accepted the task, and the Demon King officially entrusted him to find the workshop's location. The next day, everything was arranged. Thor stands in a spacious hall and looks at the figure standing motionless before Heimligantly clad from head to toe in ornate plate armor. He approaches the silent figure, hand pressed to his heart, a restrained, solemn gesture. He thanks Agni Sand for coming, and from inside the helmet the armored knight replies, confirming she was waiting for Thoriga's Sama. He stops in surprise when Mabel appears and apologizes to Agnes for leaving with him, then explains. As soon as it happened, she felt there had to be at least something she could do to help. Then she announces that she came to say goodbye to Thor before he leaves. He immediately sees from Kassamba's expression that she is still worried about the scar he left him years ago. His gaze stops again on Agnes and she says, tomorrow she will return to her territory with her father. She thanks him for his efforts and at the same time apologizes, certain that he will not have time to finish the item that suppresses the flame. To her shock, he calmly replies, everything is already done. With a gentle smile, he extends a shining, intricate pendant, stating that this is exactly the item that will help her hide her flames. Agnes can only freeze and stare, completely stunned. He explains the delicate work of the pendant, pouring her fiery magic into it. The device will transform the energy into other forms, flexible like wood, strong like earth, hard like metal, and even shiny like water. When she is inside it, her flames will be much weaker. Agni exclaims and cannot believe it. How could he manage so quickly? Just then Mabel returns with a set of clothes, declaring that she came to help test the pendant's effect. Mabel politely asks Agnes to take off the armor and put on her clothes. At this request, Agnes twitches in fear. She bursts into a scream and refuses. Panic overwhelms her. She is convinced the clothes will burn and that she will hurt Mabel again. A traumatic memory flashes through her mind. Although Agni is trembling, Mabel looks at her with complete trust. She assures that there is no defect in Thor's work. He made the pendant so that no accident would happen. Thor picks up her words and promises to adjust the pendant immediately if something goes wrong. He looks at her sincerely, places his palm on his heart, and tells Agnes that creating magical things for her is exactly what he truly desires, so he will remake them as many times as she wants. His words echo deep within her soul. She understands, Thor is always able to stop the trembling in her heart, and the thought that she will return home without even trying fills her with even more fear, the fear of regret. Her tightly clenched fists slowly begin to unclench. Having made a decision, she stood before him. The helmet was finally removed, revealing the features embedded in the phrase Ad Agni, a young woman with long wavy light hair and eyes full of hopeless hope. Officially addressing him, she made a request. She asked Thor Regis to allow her to use the artifact he made for her. His answer came without hesitation from somewhere beyond the line of sight. After a brief glance at the castle spires rising into the sky, the gauntlet gently took the offered pendant. You will be glad of this. In a well-furnished room, Thor sits calmly. A heavy cloak lies over his figure. Around on the floor, small salamanders which he cared for curled up in balls and are sound asleep. His quiet wait is suddenly interrupted by a soft jingle from the door. Thor raises his gaze, and his attention is immediately caught by a figure with long wavy hair who has just entered. She steps forward and apologizes for the delay. Thoriga-sama, she begins, you made me wait. The woman is Agnes. Now she wears a maid's uniform, not her usual armor. She twitches nervously and admits she cannot calm down. She hasn't worn anything else for a long time. Trembling, she asks Thor if this clothing looks strange on her. A deep blush appears on his face and Thor immediately reassures her, exclaiming that she looks incredibly cute. A dull compliment throws her off balance and completely catches her by surprise. Embarrassed, she chokes on a fierce denial. At that moment, the ornamental pendant on the chain at her chest begins to pulse with bright light. The artifact, attuned to the element of fire, can give the wearer 100 vitality and transform any excess fire magic into other primary elements. The health-enhancing pendant flashes even brighter, actively directing Agni's natural fire magic and transforming it into the elements of wood, earth, metal, and water. This transformation awakens the unique properties of each new element, granting health and enhancing effects for both her mind and body. Agni's gaze is fixed on her own hand. She marvels. Her skin suddenly became so wonderfully shiny and smooth. The pendant's magic gave her 100 stability from earth, hardness from metal, flexibility from water, and vitality from what she makes a joyful turn, amazed at how easily and freely she now feels her body. As soon as she stops and gives a gentle smile, the salamanders wake up, chirping and growling excitedly, gathering around her feet, drawn by her renewed strength. She recoils backward and loses balance while Thor explains the new state of her body. He clarifies, now Agni releases all her fire magic for physical enhancement, and although she will need some time to get used to it, there is nothing to fear anymore. She will not burn her clothes. Embarrassed and falling, Agni protests with a scream. Her voice breaks into a piercing shriek as she shocks with the fact she is not wearing any underwear. Her maid instantly spread out the dress, the fabric rippled around, and the girl heavily landed on the floor. While the suspension swings, Agnes quickly insists that she is fine and asks no one to worry, but Thor turns away, whispering apologies with a deep blush and insists that he saw nothing. The power of atonement pierces her. The fiery attribute gives a 150 increase to endurance, and the excess magic spreads to other elements, another 150 to stability, balance, and flexibility, and again more endurance. Thor awkwardly apologizes for this unspecified side effect. Agnes, burning with embarrassment, understands. Now that she is empowered, the physical embodiment will become awkwardly obvious. Shaking off awkwardness, he clasps his hands together. A satisfied smile flashes across his face, and he solemnly declares the experiment a resounding success. Clenching her hands and closing her eyes, she sat in quiet happiness. Mabel whispers to Thora, thanks from the bottom of her heart, and insists that her wish has finally come true. Nearby, Thora calls her name with a question. The moment of silence and joy for Mabel is cut in half. Another maid, Agnes, hugs her from behind and quietly apologizes. Frightened, Mabel sharply turns her head and, surprised, exclaims the name Agnes. Agnes tightly holds Mabel. Her voice tremblous, fears her flame will become unstable due to her emotional state. But Mabel remains calm, gently assuring Agnes that everything is already fine. Mabel's concern for her companion's condition suddenly reveals the truth to her. Mabel's face changes as everything falls into place in her mind, and she asks Agni if it was supposed to be scary. Mabel apologizes, as if she most likely caused Agni's injury when someone was burned. Agni glances back, eyes wide open in shock as she tries to deny it. Tears are already gathering in her eyes. She admits, it is her fault. Udmi explains that once when they were children she had just awakened her power sand, overwhelmed, lost control and went into a furious attack, which is why Mabel was burned. Trapped by guilt, she sobs and pours out another apologetic moment. In her thoughts, Mabel replayed the same time again. She wondered, if not for that incident, Ugnezi would probably be much more confident in the magic of flame. And while Ugnezi kept apologizing again and again, Mabel herself was then tearfully confused, was overwhelmed by the shock of her own injury. Turning to the present, Mabel gently takes Agnes by the face and insists, it was not her fault. She says that everything is already in the past and that Agnes will hurt no one else anymore. With a warm smile, she tells Agnes that now one can hold on to someone to feel support. After that, Mabel pulls her into strong, soothing hugs. Through tears, Agnes whispers that she can finally accept this comfort. Mabel's self-control finally crumbles. Agni lets out a wild scream without any restraint, and years of accumulated guilt and sorrow pour onto Mabel's shoulder. The emotional dam burst and everything remained in a quiet aftertaste. Two maids stand nearby, one finds comfort and extends it, and the other finally allows herself to accept it. Mel and Mabel now shine. The old conflict is finally resolved when Agni playfully pinches Mabel's cheeks. Thor watches this with a quiet smile and sums up, that was good then. The playful mood of the friend does not pass, so Mabel turns around and declares that now it's Thor's turn. Winking, she suggests he also squeeze Agni's, and Thor is momentarily thrown off by this idea. She stammers, protesting. Her face reddens while Mabel insists that Thor would not like that. But Mabel pushes her and explains, since it's finally possible to communicate with people again, this should be seen as an opportunity. Her friend's protest hardly stops Mabel. She immediately shifts attention to Thor. With a barely noticeable smile, she asks if he minds the idea of hugging Agni's. This makes Agni's start to falter, and Thor almost mutters why Mabel is putting him in a tight spot. He considers this question a cute light blush on his own face. Inside, he admits it is quite tricky, but loudly and firmly declares he is not against this idea at all. His direct answer immobilizes both him and Udney in an instant. They are covered by shared embarrassment. Both are burning, red, confused, and unable to utter a word. She lowers her gaze and thoughts gallop. Hugging him like this is strange, especially since she has nothing under her uniform. The awkward silence is cut by a bass voice that thunders, UGNES. The voice belongs to Flame General Reincarnated. He strides purposefully through the door. He had no idea where she disappeared to, but as soon as he realized he was in the bathhouse, he decided. The salamanders there would definitely tell him where she was. He bursts into the room abruptly and breaks into loud laughter. His eyes immediately fix on the company. Oh, how joyfully he exclaims, "So this is where you were, my spaniel friend." Mabel stands firm between Thor and General Reincarnated, arms wide in a protective gesture. The general's face is a mask of distrust and rage. Sweat drips from his forehead as he intently watches what unfolds before him. Thor tries to explain something, stammers that there is too much going on at once, but his face turns cold. He cuts off the young man mid-sentence. His voice is low and dangerous, demanding to know what exactly he is doing. The general's fury consumes him. His face becomes a terrifying vision of shadow and rage. He roars, demanding to know what is happening to his daughter. Below, the Demon King frantically begs him to wait in vain. Mabel, however, does not back down. She insists that she will not move because Tora is her master. Lukir shouts anxiously to his father, but Reincarnated is beyond reason. He growls that he will drag Tora to his territory and make him answer for touching his daughter. When Thor makes one last attempt to be heard, the common flaws firmly seat him in the cold. There is very little silence left. One more word and the mouth will disappear. At that moment, the armored knight lunges forward and the sword flashes. She rushes forward with incredible speed, but Thor suddenly realizes with horror, the general is faster. He understands that Mabel will not have time to react. His thoughts abruptly return to the conversation with Mabel. He asked which general it was, and she replied he was a gentle father, yet at the same time a legendary warrior. So strong that once he pierced a crowd of 100 soldiers with a fiery spear. And now, at this moment, the very same legendary hand of the warrior sharply lashes downward with terrifying force, raises an armored fist and strikes the ground with all his might. The stone floor cracks and shatters from the deafening roar. The strike is stopped. Mabel stands firm, arms crossed to block the attack. Her gaze is dark and empty, yet she effortlessly holds the general's colossal power. The ground around her feet cracks from the pure force of the blow. When the general's attack faltered, Lukir's daughter sharply clenched her face. She begged her father to listen to what Thor had to say. Nearby, Thor could only stare fixedly. His thoughts were clouded by the fact that Mabel had stopped him. A sudden show of force swept like a shockwave through everyone nearby. Luca's gaze was there and composure flew away, shattered, eyes widened in amazement. Her father, General Reincarnated, shouted someone's name in confusion. Agnes, just like him, registered a colossal power-up. The fire attribute gave a crazy 250 boost to endurance, and the excess energy transformed into earth, metal, water, and wood magic of each element, and each added another 250 to stability, steadfastness, flexibility, and strength, respectively. This colossal power manifested as dark, flame-like tentacles that completely bound the fiery general. He twitched and, gritting his teeth in despair, realized he could not break free. Opposite him, Mabel stood motionless, a small glowing orb shone clenched between her hands. Seeing this, Lukio screamed in panic, mistaking the maid for someone else entirely. "Omi," she exclaimed. "What has happened to you?" The fiery general climbs the stairs with distrust and freezes, looking at the woman before him. "Agnes," he shouts, questioning how she escaped to freedom. Agnes, and now, having removed her armor, she stands in a maid's uniform. A light burns in her amber eyes. A profound alchemical transformation has occurred in her. The fire element now gives her a huge increase in vitality, and all excess energy is converted into the power of other elements, cyclically enhancing strength, resilience, steadfastness, flexibility, and the call of light. Behind her, Thor steps forward and, explaining with conviction, says, "Lord Thor has avenged us all for Agnes." His statement only confuses, raising even more questions. General notes with shock mark, Agni is not dressed in any armor, she is simply wearing ordinary clothes. He aloud concludes, it is because of Thor that she can now dress like this. The general's gaze narrows to suspicion and he sees you. You tricked Agni so she could get dressed in time. He accuses. Thor does not lose composure. Calmly, without fuss, offers to explain everything before it is too late and says that as an alchemist he has listened to Agni's situation and already found a way out. He is cut off by a furious explosion from Reincarnated. The general twists the explanation into a perverse fantasy and roars as if Thor had prepared Agni in advance. Allegedly, the clothes are fireproof only to then gloat as she burns, leaving her naked. "Filthy libertine," he growls, declaring that his patience has run out. At the single command word "behold," Rizinga unleashes his powers. A huge column of fire flares around him and he releases the flame he has preserved. "This is the flame of the fiery general," he roars. "If you fear its power, freeze and listen." But the fireburst behaves strangely. The stream of fire pulls away from him, twists into a vortex and swallows Thor, who stands with outstretched arms. My flame screams in shock, "What the hell are you doing?" He endures the general's furious gaze with a calm, even expression. "I am an alchemist serving under the demon lord's authority," Thor says directly. He turns away from the stunned general and continues the explanation. His goal is to solve the problems from which the demon kingdom suffers so that those people can live comfortably, and the fact that he took on Agni's magic is only part of this. He asks Lord Rizinga to at least hear him out. While he speaks, Rizinga clutches his chest and groans in pain, and nearby, Aiken tries to shout his name and express concern. His plea falls on deaf ears. He raises his face, a mask of pure rage, eyes flashing with white light. "You are coming with me. For now you remain silent," he growls. Suddenly lunging forward, he flies past Thor and crashes into his misdeeds. His movement seems to issue an urgent command. Thor's hand rises in shock, but too late, he cannot stop it. The fiery general drags armored Ugnis behind him, and in that pull lies devastating power. His face is a grim silhouette, from which eyes burn as if with fire. He moves with clear purpose and cracks spread even across the ground beneath his feet. The path is suddenly blocked by the Demon King. "Look," she demands that he release them, addressing him as father. He raises his face, twisted in torment, and begs her to let go, insisting that his actions are for her sake, and warns if this continues he will have to unleash all his power. The blazing fireburst flares before the immortal General Rizinga. The earth around has crumbled from the sheer force of their clash, yet Mabel still stands firm against his invincible presence. The display of power sends shockwaves through the crowd, and Thor and Demon King freeze, locking eyes. On both faces is a distorted surprise at the unfolding scene. Even Rizinga catches himself thinking that he is completely unprepared. A grimace tugs and twists his face as he struggles against invisible bonds. He growls in disbelief, demanding an answer. Where did this colossal power come from that was able to immobilize him? The audience believes the flames rise from a burst of emotions. Agni rages but explains she is simply channeling the overflowing magic. Mabel adds that thanks to Thor, Agni was able to grow. Thor looks around and suddenly everything falls into place. He realizes Mabel directed all of Agni's energy into her pendant and is now drawing it out, amplifying her own life force to a level Agni never reaches. This surge of power unleashes a dazzling white flash, and Mabel uses it to physically grab the fiery general, completely immobilizing him. Rizinga breaks free from the chains despite the strains. Agnes declares her flame never intended to harm anyone, and with the power granted by Thor, she is finally able to protect those who truly matter to her. Then she continues and says that Thor warned her, "Just say the name of this flame and she will be able to help people." The notification confirms her life force is at 100. Udny exclaims in shock at her own words, while Mabel raises a quick strike. A new system message appears. Because she is a fire user, she has received a 400 endurance boost. She gives no chance, holding a huge fiery trophy above her head and demanding that he apologize to Lord Thor. As soon as Thor calls her by name, she only confirms her actions. The general, still suspended in her grip, desperately shouted, "Give me a chance to explain." He swore on his own name that he would apologize. Meanwhile, Agni exchanged jokes with Thor and Mabel, saying she had heard tales where heroes lift dragons but never believed a word. From the castle echoed cries, "Agni, let me go." She, without loosening her grip, began to explain. For her sake, Lord Thor created a thing capable of taming flames. Once mighty Rizinga now sits defeated, conquered, as his power is completely neutralized. After that, she lifted the object itself, a radiant pendant. Just at the sight of it, the fiery general broke out in a cold sweat. His distrust was literally felt on his skin. She trembled forward and named it Vitality Pendant. She explained that it is a device that extinguishes her fire magic and transforms it into other types of magic. "So that means," she continues, "now I can wear the same type of clothes as Mabel." The revelation stunned Rizinga, stumbled, got tangled in a stutter, as if the words refused to come together. She turns to Thor, her cheeks flush with a blush, and she seeks confirmation. He smiles warmly and assures her that everything is exactly so, addressing her, Lord Shogun. His confirmation overwhelms her with a wave of joy. She declares that thanks to the pendant, her dream of wearing cute clothes has come true, and asks what he did when she voiced this desire. But the fiery general dissolves in shock. He cannot comprehend what is happening. He mumbles to himself, asking what he could have done no matter what. Her embarrassment is pierced by a sudden and powerful flash of repentance. Agnes forcefully bangs her head on the ground, shattering the floor and vomits apologies. Thor and Mabel can only watch stunned by the intensity of this gesture. He stared in shock as the formidable general cried. Rizinga, bowing his head to the floor, declared Thor truly a good man and with sincere shame admitted he was wrong. He was only trying to help the Ugmies. He was touched that someone besides himself had made such sacrifices for his daughter. He watched the man sobbing and clearly understood. This was true paternal devotion. Rizenga was not even afraid that he would be heard was driven only by concern for Agnes. The general's palm clenched from self-control. He complained that even under such a grand title as Flame Shogun, his eyes were so cloudy that he could not see people clearly. Nearby Agnes No without her helmet looked up at her father and her voice eased. They had finally arrived, they had finally understood him. His statement sounded quick and stern. Considering them useless, Rizenga declared that he intended to destroy his own Isa's flags. Agnes cried out in fear, shouting for her father to stop. Before Rizenga could do anything, Thor lunged forward and grabbed the general's wrist. He shouted for him to stop, insisting that destroying one's own eyes was too much. Thor's grip held firmly, not letting go or stopping the huge man. He explained, "As long as you remain in the demon territory, every time you approach, he does not want to worry about such a grim appearance." Calm down, Rizinga, now in dark glasses, asked Thor to include him in future affairs together with Ugnis, because he was seriously tormented by misunderstandings. He also offered to pay for the thing Thor did for her and asked to name the price. Thor froze for a moment, weighing the question. While Thor was considering the payment proposal, his thoughts jumped further to the broader consequences of the new appointment in the Demon Kingdom, the very one symbolized by the towering castle far ahead. And finally his thoughts took shape not in money, but in a condition. He asked whether Rizenga understood that Agnes's state actually improves immediately when she ignites the flame, so naturally in this state, wearing clothes would be uncomfortable for her. Rizinga immediately agreed, promising to report his mistakes to the Demon King. Thor said that this time it was enough just to establish ordinary contact with the daughter. The Demon King Lokier, watching this, remarked, "Rizinga is a good father while she herself used children as hostages." A strange feeling stirred in her, a sharp attack of jealousy. In the Demon King's territory stretches a neglected mining zone, an exhausting landscape of bare, sharp cliffs under a gloomy sky. In the depths of his own shadows, a many-limbed monster creeps forward, its silhouette eerily black against the darkness. The dust crunches underfoot, announcing the arrival of a new squad entering the dangerous zone. It is a squad of burly mercenary cutthroats led by a giant bald warrior with an axe hanging behind his shoulders, and on their faces burns a greedy self-confidence. One of them, a man with an eye patch, voices concern and reminds the leader. Rumors say that dangerous demons and a fiery general live here. The leader bursts into a roar, brushes off the warnings, and growls that treasures are buried here beyond the understanding of half-humans, and their job is to seize it all. He tightly grips the axe, and a broad smile spreads across his face as he declares that he knows neither about the fiery general nor the demons, and promises, everything that dares to stand in their way will be cut in half. His bold statement ignites the spirits of the soldiers. They explode, with a loud burst of cheerful shouts and ovations. And suddenly the leader's screams are cut off. He raises his head surprised, as if confused because a drop of liquid splashed on his cheek, and above him, in a dangerously oppressive silence, looms a gigantic shadow of a spider-like creature. An icy scream of agony bursts from his throat, not from a large beast, but from a swarm of its small offspring that attacked him, crawling over his body and biting into the flesh. He was torn to pieces, his body ground to dust by the swarm creatures, scattering a bloody meat grinder. Their people could only watch in horror as the colossal spider, the source of the swarm, emitted a piercing screech. Panic flares in their ranks. One shouts for everyone to run, while another freezes, staring, not understanding what kind of giant beast stands before them. Before they could scatter, a new presence covered them, even more terrifying than the previous one. From the shadows emerged Flame General Rizinga. His gigantic figure blazed with fire, and with devastating force he unleashed a huge weapon upon them. The strike was immediately final. The remnants of the mercenaries were instantly crushed, their bodies scattered among dust and debris. The brief and arrogant sortie turned into a brutal death. When the dust settled on the quiet, bloody scene, a single small spider darted away from the site. Its mission was accomplished. Far from the bloody scene in the mines, Tor stood, looking at the Demon King's castle, while a small, controlled flame trembled and obediently danced in his palm. However, Tor's attention was absorbed by another object. He examined a dark cubic stone and recognized it as the space element stone given to him by Agnes. As soon as he assessed the meteorite iron, clarity flashed in his mind. He had managed to awaken the space element, so now he could invest the power of this element into his creations. He smiled and a wave of deep gratitude overwhelmed him. Having just arrived in the Demon Lord's territory, his powers sharply increased. He mastered the elements from another world: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, and now confidently felt access to space as well. He knew if he had stayed in the Empire, this would not have happened. Silently, he thanked Her Majesty for the materials and for the place where he could grow. While there was time, he recalled, the Demon Lord had mentioned something she wanted to show him. So without wasting a minute, he rushed to the neighboring cluttered storeroom and began tidying up. He abruptly opened the door and his eyes widened in amazement. The room was a true mountain of treasures, packed to the brim with countless fascinating things. While he stood over the collection, a pair of eyes watched from behind him, invisible. He froze, and a realization flashed across his face. All his attention was captured by the amazing blade lying among the treasures. He recognized it as a magical sword and involuntarily shuddered. It looked exactly like the one held by the statue of the first Demon Lord. Stepping aside from the sword, he called toward the room's entrance, asked if Her Majesty was there, and invited her to come in. Demon Lord Lookier stood right by the door. Her face turned stone-like as soon as she looked at him. She felt that something was wrong. She could only sense it when she looked at him closely. The Demon King glanced over his models in the new black dress for Thor, asked his opinion, and said that maybe he would wear it to the upcoming party. Thor smiled warmly, then addressed her formally. Your Majesty, Demon King, Demon King. The expression on her face slightly worsens. She admits that it looks wonderful, but immediately reminds him. As a friend sharing a secret with him, she does not like being addressed with such a formal title. After that, she instantly adopts a playful, tyrannical tone, saying that if the Demon King in the Empire must be a tyrant, then she can be his selfish one. Smiling confidently, she gives the order. If he truly considers her a friend, he should call her by her name, Lucia. He is momentarily overwhelmed with surprise. He asks if it would not be better to keep their familiarity a secret until the party, but he quickly gives in a soft smile and obediently agrees. Understood, Lucissima here. She hears her name pronounced so directly, Lucia blushes deeply. Her composure cracks. She thinks, if this is what he thinks she likes, then she cannot endure it any longer. Her reaction throws him off balance. A faint blush appears on his own cheeks, while inside he whines from stammering and thinks how sweet she is. As soon as the tender moment breaks, Lucia changes the subject and asks what he has been doing. She explains, while cleaning the workshop she came across something. Lucia lifts the decorated sword and asks for his opinion. Thor looks closely, noticing. The length does not match the sword held by the statue they saw earlier. He raises the weapon for a closer look and suggests. It was an attempt to recreate the lost magical sword, but the creator could not replicate the original and abandoned the project. He identifies the material as ordinary iron and concludes that this is a prototype. To prove his point, he demonstrates. The blade is crushed and does not cut, so he calls it a failed product. Lucia is not disappointed. She looks with admiration and is impressed that he assessed it correctly. Looking at the broken prototype, Luckier told its story. In her grandfather's time, there was a plan to revive the legendary magic sword, a joint work of an elf and a dwarf. But as soon as she checked the blade, it became clear. The additional power in it was negligible. After her explanation, Luckier asked if she could keep the sword as proof of their interaction. Thor froze in shock and sharply asked why she was even asking. That was his own workshop. Then he solemnly raised her sword on the tray, addressing respectfully, Lucia Sama. She accepted and quietly smiled, please. Thoughts raced, possibilities flashed one after another. And it was then that he asked permission to make a real magic sword based on the broken copy. Look back at the Stersiu froze in shock at his audacious proposal. He admitted that one of his dreams was to forge a weapon capable of surpassing the holy swords of the Empire. But he honestly confessed that he himself had no combat skills, so making such a blade for personal use was a waste of materials. That is why, he explained, he wanted to make a truly great magical sword power for her. He had heard from the general that she was about to defeat the beast, and hoped that in that battle she would be able to use his creation. Her face softened. Edge thanked him sincerely. The fact that he put her feelings into words made her happy. The intensely embarrassed Thor asked if his information was correct, and she replied that although she appreciated the offer, she did not need a magical sword for the work ahead. She laid out the strategy and said that they really needed items that could attack the beast from a safe distance. She was betting on support items that anyone could use, not specialized weapons. In Thor's mind, the idea was already taking shape: combat support items. A spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fist with new determination and declared that he understood and would immediately check if it was possible to do so. Without wasting a moment, he announced his departure and rushed out of the room. Lukirka watched him with a sly wink and thought to herself, he is definitely not one to idle. This world is inhabited by creatures called demon beasts. They cannot speak and indiscriminately attack humans, half-humans, and even demons. Their forms range from beasts to giant insects and lizards. Searching for a countermeasure, they open the book. Its pages are entirely covered with diagrams and text listing various items. Mabel, observing the research, turns to Thor and asks what thing he is going to make. He explains that he is looking for something to defeat demon beasts and admits with slight disappointment that he cannot forge a sword for Lady Lucia, advising Mabel not to get too carried away with those possibilities. His search ends with a sharp gesture. He points to the required entry in the book. Without looking away, he focusedly announces his plan to create the chosen object and suddenly takes Mabel. She peers at the Pageth letters refuse to yield, as if hiding behind their own cipher. But she can make out the illustration, a black cylinder with a shiny surface at the tip of which is attached a transparent sheet. He confirms this is a special tool to defeat demonic beasts. Mabel immediately becomes interested and nods, saying it's cool. Toru needs her help to create all this and she agrees without hesitation. Thor initiates the process and activates his super alchemy. His thoughts form a logic. To obtain a focused beam of light, first a magical stone of light is needed. But to prevent the light from scattering, he must envelop it with the power of the magical stone of darkness and force it to follow one straight path. Next, he weaves elements of wind into the structure. He thinks, the very idea of wind is picked up by rotation, so everything he scoops up and carries away must also push the light further. Closing his eyes, he draws into concentration to the point of pain. He understands just a slight slip and the imagined image of the object will dissolve. He mentally extends a light line wrapped in darkness, straight, long, without deviations. Activating his super alchemy once again, he summons a shining cylinder before him. He notices it is significantly larger than the one drawn in the order catalog and involuntarily wonders if this difference will become a problem. The newly created device is defined as a laser pointer. It works thanks to the magical power of light, darkness, and wind, compressing and releasing a steady, directed stream of beam magical energy. The device requires magical stones of light and darkness to operate. They must be replaced every 3 months. The device is extremely durable. It withstands almost everything except magically enhanced weapons and has a key security system. It cannot be used against humans, demons, or half-humans. Thor proudly announced his victory and declared that it was a laser pointer of the brave world. Mabel, looking at the large cylindrical object, asked what ability it had. In response, he gave her a page from the catalog with a translated memorandum so she could see everything with her own eyes. The catalog called the laser pointer indispensable for presentations, a bestseller especially recommended for teachers. Thor promised to transmit instructions to the target with precision, calming the surrounding space. The advertisement also boasted that the beam reaches distant mountains and works to scare away annoying creatures. Thor admitted that he did not know what a presentation was but was sure it was a wonderful article. Mabel, however, looked at him with a barely noticeable pout and remarked that the description seemed perfectly clear to her. She was interrogating him for explanations, referring to the catalog especially to what was recommended for teachers and capable of transmitting to the target with precision. Mabel looked at him eagerly and asked what the hell it could mean. He gave a military interpretation. For him, transmitting instructions meant that the commander could unerringly indicate to the soldiers exactly whom to destroy. And the phrase, "your space will calm down," as he reasoned, he understood as the designated enemy will fall quickly and silently. Continuing the analysis, he pointed to another line in the catalog. Warning, never use on humans, he concluded. So the device was created precisely to destroy demonic beasts. And he also assumed, when they mention competitions, victory over beasts is a kind of duel for the heroes of that other world. Mabel's eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. She realized, heroes compete to see who can defeat the most beasts, and suddenly it dawned on her. She declared that presentation must be the name of this game where beasts are defeated. He smiled. Mabel's smart guess impressed him. As expected from Mabel, you understand, he praised. She modestly replied that it was only thanks to his help. Relying on their shared understanding, he explained the strategic value of the weapon. Since it was used only to kill beasts, presumably there are no records of it being used against demons or half-humans. He pointed to an illustration of a hero attacking from afar and added, a weapon capable of striking from the other side of a mountain won't let beasts come close. After that, he insisted that Mabel look carefully at the image. He stared at the image from the catalog and recognized the simple silhouette of a bird beast, the same annoying creature from the presentations. There was no doubt, this seemingly simple sketch embodies fear. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple. In the world of brave heroes, the laser pointer was a terrible object, a tool that so sharply expanded the range of magic as if one powerful device could turn the course of the war. Its destructive power was colossal. He recalled the terrifying context of its use. A dreadful presentation. Imagine that man with a sinister smile towering behind, while worried Mabel demonstrated the power of the device with dangerous confidence. Shaking off the memories, Thor held the freshly made product. He confirmed that it was perfectly suited for scouting beasts and decisively nodding yes, decided it was time to test it. Thor and Mabel watch the tense debriefing. Half-human soldiers are feverishly arguing over a failed sortie. The Minotaur complains that their units were too far apart because of this. He became scared and panicked. The elven soldier sharply replies, easy, as if elves feel pain. The elf insists that the vanguard should not have allowed the enemy to reach them, but the Minotaur cuts in. He was the closest to danger. Thor quietly tells Mabel they need to attack together, but she must cover the rear because he is now under threat. The elf continues to lay everything out clearly. The demonic creature Gardarasa is a giant spider that moves a massive swarm of smaller monsters, and adds that he cannot attack with impunity until the rear flank is properly covered. Monster Gargarasa is famous for its ability to call for help. Even if it appears alone, very soon many smaller monsters emerge from all sides to overwhelm its enemies. In the simple diagram, their faulty tactic is clearly visible. Minotaur Vanguard pretended to attack the beast directly, while the elven auxiliary unit stayed far behind supposedly. It was safer that way, away from danger. Thor turns to Mabel and confirms her words. This is exactly what the soldiers were arguing about. He names the main problem when the vanguard enters battle with the main monster. Smaller monsters flood the flanks with support. In such a formation, the elf is neither safe nor far enough away to avoid being hit. The scene shifts to a long training dam. Mabel points towards a distant target and says that the line marks the usual distance for the spell, and hitting it from where they are now will be extremely difficult. Thor confirms her observation. Holding a cylindrical device, Thor says the goal is to hit exactly the center of the target. When everything is ready, he announces the start of the test. His face is focused and determined. He states that he wants to check if the effective range of the spell can be increased, if he calls it a laser point. Thor aims the device and a small red dot flashes on the near part of the distant target. He orders Mabel to cast the spell, while keeping her focus on this light. She instantly understands everything and releases a candy arrow. It flies straight and hits right in the very center. He shouts with excitement, impressed by Mabel's shot. She is completely confused, admits she doesn't understand how it all worked, but is happy the target was hit. The successful experiment prompts her to even impatiently suggest making another attempt even from a place much farther away. Thor confirms their success and notes that Mabel scored a hit using a spell with a limit 1.5 times greater than his norm. He pushes the experiment even further, orders her to double the distance, and the spell hits the target again without any error. Nearby, on the road, two travelers are engaged in a heated argument. A large minotaur hisses at the elven companion and pokes him, saying that he doesn't understand something simpler than simple spells require an exact, perfectly measured distance. The minotaur does not slow down at all and gets increasingly nervous, shouts that spells have a maximum range and casters cannot be far from their target, and adds that this is exactly why elves should stay behind the fight for a moment. The elven companion falls silent. The argument is interrupted by an elf. He notices something in the distance and says that it seems someone is practicing a spell. Kim replies, casting them from such a distance is pure madness, and the minotaur seems to agree with him. Suddenly a strange gleam of light from the distant training ground catches the elf's eyes and curiosity flares even stronger. Suddenly, a powerful magical projectile crashes into the stone target right in their trajectory, splitting it with a strike. The elf shudders, drenched in sweat from shock. The attack was at an unimaginably long distance. Far from the frightened travelers, Thor calmly assesses the result as if it were a trifle. He confirms they managed to increase the spell's range by at least 3.5 times. These squeezed out the entire length of the training ground. He declares the experiment successful, but Mabel is completely confused. She asks how it is possible to hit the target if its set limit was so ruthlessly exceeded. Holding the device, Thor explains that each spell strikes exactly the same spot. He suggests that the spell attracted a residual stream of magic left after the laser pointer. He lays out his theory step by step, and Mabel listens attentively. The laser pointer creates a magical link between itself and the spotted targets, and when combined with a spell, it effectively binds the magic to that chosen point. This connection further leads the spell along the newly created stream of magic, so that it reaches its destination. Observing from afar, the elf traveler notices how colossal power has unfolded. His minotaur companion, sitting atop the mountain of defeated monsters, does not even suspect what danger would force one to take such an item. Mabel agrees with the assessment, and Thor, with a grim expression, confirms, this is an object from the world of mighty heroes. Thor's thoughts shift towards practical steps. He suggests to Mabel to remove the training ground. Then he approaches the two observers with a friendly smile and thanks them for allowing the use of the space. The elf nods. It's time to Gothi have to show the artifact, look around here somewhere. He asks if they themselves are going to clean up after themselves. The question is such that the travelers seem to be frozen in place. The elf begins to sweat, and the Minotaur wildly shakes his head, denying incessantly. Seeing their panic, Thor decides not to worry, although in his thoughts he still wonders what they thought about his training. Mabel apologizes for the inconvenience, but the two observers still cannot utter a word. In a moment the Minotaur recovers, gathers his thoughts again, and asks his companion what exactly he was going to say earlier. The elf with a thoughtful look explains that the maximum range of the spell has always been a problem, but now it seems that this is no longer the case. When they leave, Mabel smiles and marvels at the fact that Thor can craft such incredible things. Meanwhile, the traveler elfin Minotaur walks focused and purposeful through the grand arched corridors of the magnificent building. They arrive before the horned official with long hair turns to them and says these are two commanders. He raises his hand, a calm but firm gesturing the report stops. Wait a moment, he begins in an even voice. What are you talking about? The commander off-screen falters and whispers confirmation. Thor and Mabel now serve his majestic demon king. Self-control wavered. A drop of sweat crept down his temple and a wide, eerie smile spread across his face. He pressed, demanded details, clarified whether they really used the same thing and about some strange object. And he insisted, let them tell everything to the end. He still hadn't heard the full story. The report of the two commanders reached the ears of advisor Kurov. He learned about Tor's reckless use of eccentric objects. His reaction was unrestrained, rage distorted his features, and he thundered across the entire capital. Tor Dono here immediately give me an explanation. On the territory of Demon King stands a huge castle with many spires, a combination of elegant architecture and unshakable strength. In one of his grand corridors, General Rei Zheng informs his daughter Lucia that she will soon have a meeting with the Empire's envoy. He expects no problems but still asks her to be attentive to everything around, and Lucia calmly agrees. She places her hand on his shoulder and her face becomes serious. She begs her father to be polite to the representatives, to avoid misunderstandings, and to listen to what they have to say. This request noticeably exhausts Rei Zinga. Irritation distorts his face. Her gaze sharpens even more, and the request inevitably turns into a firm demand. His face softens into a gentle smile. He says that with each passing minute Lucy's gaze becomes more and more like the gaze of his late wife. He assures her that he fully understands how important it is to treat the messenger with the utmost respect, and adds that this is exactly what his majestic demon Kingolso strives for. He continues to explain, victory over the demonic beasts is the key negotiation for the future of their territory and empire. He swears that he will not allow anything to disrupt these relations and reminds, he has sworn to the fiery giant his suzerain. But this oath, the oath of the fiery giant, has two different meanings. First, when you make a vow before your suzerain, breaking it means voluntarily giving your own life. Second, when a vow is spoken to a person you have deep feelings for, then it is an offering of body and soul, a feeling that will eternally burn with the flame of their life. A memory comes alive. Younger Rizenga stands next to his wife, feeling the fact stir in his mind despite the different meanings of their vows. They made their promises on the same day. She smiles gently in response, as if to say it's all because they are family. In the present, his hand clenches into a fist. The memory of the attempt to intimidate Thor and force him to listen pierces his back with sudden cold. Now he could focus only on one thing, to do what was necessary. He internally decided to be an adult so as not to become a cause of shame for them, and walked steadily and purposefully down the long corridor gallery. His step faltered before the luxurious double doors. The maid informed him that the envoy was already waiting inside. He nodded quietly and prepared to enter. Inside, a burly man in ceremonial robes greeted him, introducing himself as Marquis Grast, Lord of the Borderlands, and expressed the honor of meeting the legendary General Rizango of the Flame. Rizango responded in kind, saying that as Demon King he was entrusted with lands near the border. Mitka smiled in response, saying she had heard about the famous reputation of the general, especially the impressive story about how he alone dealt with the demonic beasts in the domains of the Demon King, though she casually dismissed it as an old, clumsy tale. Gorov watched him closely and thought to himself, rumors about a truly aggressive and arrogant man suddenly do not hold true, and dismissed these thoughts. Rizango announced that it was time to move on to negotiations, but first asked to review the document regarding the subjugation of the demonic beast as. When they settled the terms, Marquis Graz confirmed, the Empire is ready to provide from 1 to 200 soldiers to subdue the demonic creature known as Gargantua Lissa. Rizango agreed, noting that she has many subordinates and their cooperation is valued. Then Graz shifted the conversation to compensation. He leaned forward with a flattering smile and asked if it was possible to extend the deadline for receiving the silver payment. Instead of 1 year, he proposed 4, hinting that it would be very appreciated. His face did not flinch when he said that he had already informed the Demon King about the duration of 1 year. Mark was not thrown off. He immediately raised a new proposal: let the general personally take on the transfer of silver from the Empire so they could thank directly. The general's eyes widened and he demanded explanations. Did Gora mean that the general had deceived the Demon King? The Mark precisely, without extra words, denied, crossing out the hint and reformulating everything as simple advice to establish good neighborly relations with the Empire. Then, with a creepy undertone, it added, when reporting on mining extraction, sometimes there are errors in calculations. He listened as Mark Wasgro laid out the initial conditions for the bride. The envoy suggested, in such cases, it is appropriate to send a small amount of silver to the Empire, and, winking conspiratorially, assured that this would give the general a strong ally. The general still did not believe. He stated that he doubted Gura was a person who could be trusted. The Marquis only smiled and brushed off the anxiety so easily, as if it was meant to be. He insisted that business behind closed doors should be handled carefully and doubts here are not a crime, but a normal thing. From this pause, Mark spoke about a brilliant idea and immediately asked if Rizango was familiar with a certain Tordano. The general's face sharply sharpened. Suspicion grew like a whisper before a strike. He leaned forward and revealed the real plan. If their machinations were exposed, all the blame would be placed on Thordano, and he would be forced to deal with everything. Behind him, the ghostly likeness of Duke Regis appeared, and he squinted approvingly, ominously. The general could only look completely stunned at the sheer audacity of the proposal. The unshakable envoy continued to elaborate further with a grotesque smile. They would invent a story that the general was deceived and the documents were forged. And the official version would be this: Thor appropriated the silver for his own underground operations so that the general would not suffer and not. He spread his arms across the space, triumphantly asking if that was not a good idea, and declared, Thor will serve both the Empire and the general with all his life. His voice flared with passion when he called Thor worthless trash, the one who would finally become useful for their alliance. With a scapegoat, he assured Reincarnated that the general's safety would be guaranteed so they could build relations in harmony. He even twisted Thor's polite words to his detriment, recalling what he had hoped for regarding future cooperation. A sharp crack echoed just as Reincarnated's fist clenched and crushed the metal cup he was holding. Steam hissed from the crushed remains. In the shadow, his face retained darkness, and he asked hoarsely, dangerously, if this was only the Marquis's idea, to shift all the blame onto Thor. They answered him indifferently. The issue was not only with his proposal but also with the proposal of Duke Regis, father of Thor. He raised his hand and sharply interrupted, clarifying that he had not asked the Duke. The question was direct. Did the Emperor realize this? Guras just laughed, tearing food with his teeth, and declared that serving the Empire was the duty of a nobleman, so there was no need to report every little detail to His Majesty. He nervously stammers and with a trembling voice asks General Ray Zenga what the response to the backroom deals will be. The general does not turn around. Fine. Then you will be able to avoid disgust for the entire empire. That moment of relief crumbles to dust. Reincarnated abruptly turns around, his face twisted in pure fierce ugliness, and orders the Marquis to be silent, not to utter another word. He growls that deceiving the Devil King is a grave sin, and now they want to use Thor, their benefactor, and blame him for everything. Reincarnated declares that Tyr is his friend and that he chose him as a son-in-law for his daughter, demanding that Gura stop this nonsense. The Marquis can only freeze in complete shock, his head buzzing as he tries to comprehend what he heard. Friend? Man, her chosen one, the daughter. The revelation strikes him to the core. He almost pleadingly tries to prove that agreeing to the proposal will benefit the public, but Reincarnated has ended the discussion. He states that conversation with them is impossible and will personally inform the Emperor of this with an official letter. With the last thunderous roar, he orders Guri to get away. The power of his voice seems to physically push the Marquis back. He shudders, recoils, screams in pain and fear. Clenching his teeth, he trembles all over, radiating heat and fury, roaring with no desire to speak to disgusting people, and warns Garu, never appear before him again. The Marquis rushes out of the room, lands heavily on the floor outside, stunned and confused. He looks around, not understanding how everything happened, and calls for his father. At the door stands Duke Regushi's face cold and stern. Beside him, his daughter Lokier looks anxiously and asks what happened. The Duke cuts off dryly, I too. His thought breaks off as soon as he gazes into the distant landscapes, and a quiet agreement suggests, like Gra, he still has much to learn. In the mountain-cut expanses spread the vast and unshakable territory of demon lore. In a few days, Prime Minister Curve appears before the Demon King Looker, and extends a document, reporting that it contains all the information from General Reisinger about the actions of Marquis Galua in the borderlands. The report states, everything that Galua tried to do Thor also recorded. The Marquis tempted the miners to divert silver from the mines, and in return the Empire offered Reisinger military cooperation. Lucurie's gaze hardens as she processes the news. Somewhere far away, the Demon King Novice Everguard clenches his fist. A dark aura wraps around his body. He did not expect everything to unfold this way. He is stopped by Lucre, who hands over an official letter from the Dalgarian Empire. She explains that the letter states this proposal is merely a prank by some rogue border lords and does not reflect the will of the Empire as a whole. Rookie breathes heavily, covering his face in disappointment. Lucre clarifies, it is about the proposal to use Lord Thor. The truth is told without any embellishments. Empire sent Thor into Demon Lord territory as a sacrifice and simultaneously as a hostage. The realization hits Rookie as if he were struck with full force. Lucaria also cannot hold back her emotions. She hides her face in her hands. She laments that she never even imagined how cruelly they treat him. The recruit suggests talking to Lord Thor, but she refuses. As his alchemist, she will be the one to tell him everything. However, Rookie states that it is his duty. He allowed the development of the mind and enabled negotiations with the Empire to continue. Therefore, he firmly says he must take responsibility for the results. Loki quietly agrees. Rookie admits, this will be too painful news for Tora. He says he is already heading to visit Tora in the room and will tell him everything personally. When he leaves, Lucia reflects on her own gratitude to Lord Toru. She honestly admits to herself. She was able to believe that the general's report was a true fact only thanks to General Rizinga's oath about Flange. Lucia listens as Demon King Rookie Everguard confirms her fears. The fiery general hid nothing and revealed the whole unvarnished truth. Prime Minister Curve unfolds the situation and emphasizes the natural chasm of trust that which would have existed anyway between their side and the whole. He highlights the cunning of the conspiracy. If the general had concealed even a shred of truth, his report would simply have been completely cancelled. He continues. Eshi's voice sounds firm, with full conviction. It was Lord Thor who ultimately enabled the general to take the oath. As Prime Minister Care, he feels a deep debt and vows to do everything in his power to fulfill any wish of Thor. The newcomer Demon King Everger spins the Prime Minister's words in his head and for a moment imagines. What would he do if Thor, hearing this, asked for a mountain of magical items? Finally, the Demon King accepts what was said, politely thanks Curve, and promises to convey his own feelings to him. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Thor remains unaware of the serious conversations happening around him. He sits at the table with Mabel, laughing and sipping cozy afternoon tea, while the Demon King Lucier watches them from afar like a shadow over the scene. Thor eagerly tells Mabel that Curveson interrogated him harshly, noting that the hero's world item, a laser pointer, probably greatly increases the range of magic, which noticeably pleases Mabel. Nearby, Demon King Lucy listens with a tense face and already knows she needs to tell Thor something important. Her determination grows stronger as she chews the Easter cake. Lucy realizes she must inform Thor about what really happened during the negotiations with Empire. The burden of information crushes her to the spot. Conspiracies offered by Thor's own father, and a treacherous plan to bury Thor along with all the crimes committed in the dark. Lucy exhales, restrains herself, and decides to speak as soon as she finishes her tea in solitaire. She struggles with her own duty. The masked demon lord would have handled such news without any difficulty, but it hurts her to say aloud what Thor's father did in such a friendly setting. Yet she remembers how Thor once spoke so openly about his life and believes she can do the same. She takes an even sip of tea and finally turns to him. He lifts his gaze from the cup and asks what is on her mind. Lucy begins. She says she has to talk about the negotiations with Empire that took place in Raising as a state. She tries to downplay everything, saying it's just minor troubles, but the pain reflected on her face reveals the truth. He presses her with questions, demanding precisely what she means by strange. She falters, blushes, and then finally goes into details. During the negotiations, one of the Margraves of the Empire proposed something incredibly strange. Her composure breaks when she admits it with a twisted smile. Yes, it was terrible. The story spills out rapidly. Lucy tells how a foolish nobleman tried to arrange a secret deal and intended to use Ray Zanga to smuggle silver. Mabel, sitting nearby, froze in shock. She grips the edge of the table so tightly that her fingers turn white from tension. The Nobel plan was devised to establish secret cooperative relations with Risinga. They even outlined what to do if the demon lord finds out about their trouble. While she is still speaking, her body suddenly convulses. Thor and Mabel jump up in alarm, shout her name, and ask what happened. They and Mabel freeze in stunned silence and cannot figure out why they were so overwhelmed. Tears are already rolling towards each other. The tears belong to Demon King Lucy, her face frozen in a mask of sorrow. And as soon as she looked at her, a quiet, painful sound burst through her lips. Her words, choked by waves of emotion, struck Thor with stunning force. She tried to explain that they were trying to shift the blame onto him to erase him from the face of the earth. Everything was spinning upside down in her head, but she finally managed to say the name of the guilty one. In tears, she plunged through sobbing and shouted that it was Mardrafe. She did not look away. Yes, they really tried to kill him. The revelation hit with the weight as if covered by a wave. She broke into a sobbing fit, hitting the air with her hands, not knowing where to put herself. Thor, stunned by the outburst, immediately rushed to help her and begged her to calm down. After everything, silence came and the dark silhouettes of the central figures sat around the table. What had just happened still hung in the air as a heavy burden, making it hard to breathe. Demon King Looker's composure flew away. Tears appeared in her eyes as she confessed her shock. She could not comprehend that Duke Regis Thor's own father would not only expel him as a human sacrifice but also try to use her. But Thor only sadly lowered his gaze and resigned, assured that he understood. The behavior was exactly the kind his father was capable of. He gently squeezed her palm, a silent sign of support. Inside, he lamented how much the truth would make her suffer, and his heart tightened with pity. He trembled with doubts what to do next. She continued to question, hesitatingly confused, why his father went to such extremes when simple exile should have sufficed. Her emotions confused him. Thor blushed and ordered her to be quieter, admitting that it was uncomfortable for him when she cried for him. The attempt to divert attention did not work as soon as Mabel calmly asked a more precise question. Why would the Duke try to use Looker, setting her up? Thor lowered his gaze and began to consider the answer. He explained that it was about the fundamental politics of the Empire. Look at him in response, Thor said. You look and do not understand how it is connected. Thor unfolded this conversation and emphasized, the Dragalia Empire values military power above all. He confirmed that Duke Regis was a strong warrior, but at the same time admitted that his grandfather was known as a sword saint, a master of the sword. Unfortunately, in deep old age, the grandfather fell into a passion for alcohol, and when he got drunk, bandits killed him. Thor admitted, at that time he was very young, so he remembers everything unclearly, but that event deeply imprinted on his childhood mind. When this fact was mentioned, Mabel's eyes widened in surprise. This childhood memory formed the foundation of his worldview. No matter how strong you are, a moment of weakness can turn everything to ruin. And also, the stronger you are, the more contenders there are who dream of becoming famous. When he realized that the pursuit of absolute power was futile, he decided instead to direct his alchemy skills towards improving people's lives. He finished the story with the last decisive detail. Duke Regis would never have allowed such thinking. As soon as the image of his father's stern disapproval flashed in his mind, Mabel and Lookier smiled warmly. Mabel noted that this philosophy was entirely in Thor's spirit, and Lookier silently agreed. Picking up the conversation, Thor explained how the people of the Empire try to emulate their founding hero. He clarified, they will never equal that legendary being, so in order to achieve their goals, their methods become increasingly harsh. They resort to anything, up to power, fame, or tools. These reflections gave Lookier little. He still did not understand why the Duke would sacrifice his own son. Thor admitted that he himself could not comprehend it either, and reported, after that incident, he had no more strength left with the Regis family. He announced his decision to change his name Starling Mabel. Then he solemnly declared that from that day on he would stop using the surname Regis. Instead, he would take his mother's surname and ask them to call him Thor Cannon from then on. The new name was met with warm approval. Lookier repeated Thor Cannon and smiled, while Mabel with closed eyes responded that it sounded pleasant and was easy on the ear. He clarified, officially as a hostage in the Empire, he still has to use the name Regis on the territory of the Demon Lord. But he asked for one thing: when they are alone together, they should use his mother's surname, the same one he bore when he worked in the Empire's chancelleries. Lookier and Mabel gladly agreed. When everything was settled, Lookier returned to him, addressed him as Lucy Sima, and began asking about something. She froze for a moment and suddenly realized that he was still holding her hand. Slightly blushing, Mabel gave him a sign that he could let go now. Thor immediately apologized and unclenched his fingers. He explained his impulsive act. He confessed that upon hearing about the cruel treatment she endured, he felt deep sadness. It hurt him that he was not there then, so he took her hand without thinking. Her concern was appreciated, but Lookier's response unexpectedly threw him off. After he thanked her, she, blushing deeply, whispered that she did not mean that he should let go of her completely. She just wanted to sleep holding hands. Such a simple, naive request made Thor stumble. He suddenly caught how sweet she was. While the moment had not yet escalated, Mabel decisively intervened and reminded about the protocol. Her Majesty cannot stay overnight in Thor's room because the floor where her bedroom is located is forbidden for men. Loki here quietly gave in and admitted. He understands, he was just voicing his own opinion. Thor retreats to his studios. The demon lord's request echoes in his head, how to hold hands during sleep if the rooms are different. He flips through a book and nods to himself, acknowledging she must know that such a request is impossible. But for a moment determination flickers on his face. He is the alchemist of the demon lord, and with this title comes responsibility. Thor decides he must come up with something, find a way no matter how incredible it will be. Soon he returns to Lookyer with Mabel nearby and reports his findings. He calls her over and explains he found something that might be useful to them. As these words barely leave his lips, Lookyer's face lights up with a surprised "oh." Seizing the eager consent of the demon lord, Thor immediately begins preparations. Having gathered all the necessary components, Mabel joyfully announces to Thor, the preparation is complete. On the table lies a clean white sheet, a large pile of MTP pod shells, and one single empty magic stone, materials needed to create an item from the hero's world. He nods to her, confirming. They will start with the sheet, and Lucy and Mabel watch attentively, their faces showing both curiosity and anxiety. Thor places his palms on the fabric, activates creative alchemy, and initiates the purification of the material. Dazzling light bursts from his canvas. The light fades, and the sheet seems the same, but the alchemical process has already transformed everything. Only the form remains, not the content. Lucy and Mabel flinch in surprise. The magic stone, which had just been leisurely lying on the exquisite fabric, glows, dissolves, and settles into the material as if it were water. Thor instructs Lucy to imagine the fabric stretching. She touches it and freezes. The stone spreads over the canvas in a thin layer, dissolving in it like melting ice. Lucy watches as the freely stretchable fabric obediently yields to refinement. Thor announces he will perform the same material purification for the pea pots. Then he closes his eyes, focuses on the silence in his thoughts, and expands the image diagram for the final touches. In Thor's mind, the final design is already taking shape. The polished shells will be inside, and the sheet will be the outer layer. He plans to fill the sheet with empty magic stones to hold power, add the water element for smoothness, and the wind element to ensure good breathability. With a clear blueprint before his eyes, Thor spreads his arms wide and again calls upon his creative alchemical art, activating the final stage of creation. The process gives birth to a body pillow and a matching pillowcase. The pillow itself, filled with water and wind, has a smooth, leather-like texture. It can change shape and temperature in response to the user's magic. The pillowcase inherits these properties and also adds a subtle touch. Its surface can be freely changed in color and pattern. Demon King Lucy stood before the newly made item with wide open, shining eyes admiringly and confidently declaring that it is stunning and incredible. Thor addresses her, calling and drawing attention as her maid. Mabel watches attentively from the side. She turns back to him and looks with surprise at how this body pillow can even replace the fact that they hold hands when they sleep. Sighing, Thor asks her to read the product description once more. It says that the latest model uses magical material to recreate the feeling of hugging a loved one. The fabric is as soft as human skin, and the inner beads allow it to freely take any shape. Lucy remains impassive and thinks that despite all the words about connection with the beloved, it is still a stretch to imagine that it can unite them through separate rooms. But Mabel intervenes. She asks Her Majesty if she really believes that a body pillow from the heroic world will be the same as an ordinary one. The heroine servant arranges everything on the shelves. Supposedly, things from the hero's country are so powerful because they are sold only to those who need them, and every word and code has a hidden meaning. After presenting her theory, Mabel turns to Thor and asks him to say what he thinks about it. Thor answers without any hesitation. With this body pillow, they say, you can even reach a human figure. It is capable of transforming into a person. His astonishing statement interrupts both Lucy and Mabel's speech. Their eyes widen in shock. Lucy bursts out screaming, disbelieving what she heard, and demands him to say what he just uttered. At her outburst, Thor calmly begins to explain. He reminds Lucy of the legend about a summoned hero who could change appearance without obstacles using a transformation spell. He tells how that hero infiltrated the demon lord's army and as soon as he was exposed, turned into a dragon. Lucy, clutching her head, recalls. The mechanism of this magic relied on granules of magical power. She immediately confirms the guess. The demon lord's possessions have something like magical seeds that can take any shape and any color. The legend says that the hero used those very granules to assemble a false body, a kind of bodysuit, take on the likeness of a fearsome dragon. Breaking it down, Lucy realizes. The pillow must work the same way. Thor confirms her correctness and explains that those special beads from the description are exactly the magical granules, and the instruction to give it any shape sounds like a direct hint to the hero's legend. Thor stood, thoughtfully raising his gaze, and marveled at how ingeniously and technically masterful the world of that hero was created, and how he ultimately decided it truly became frightening because of it. Breaking free from his own thoughts, he directly addressed Menbel. "Well, let's check," he proclaimed and ordered her to fill the pillowcase with her magical power. Menbel immediately agreed. As soon as she directed the energy, the pillowcase lit up. Lucy shuddered and sharply demanded an explanation of what was happening. Thor watched the reaction closely and noticed the magical stones fused with the fabric were absorbing Menbel's power. He explained the principle to the Demon King. Magical power carries the individual information of the one who uses it, so if they place the filled case on the pillow, it will take the form of Mabel. At these words, Lucy froze with her eyes wide open in amazement. Her gaze seemed glued to the glowing cloth, suspicion and admiration mixed on her face. Then Menbel handed the prepared pillow to Thor. He glanced at Lucy, a drop of sweat gleamed on her forehead, and made it clear that he hoped the experiment would succeed. When the preparations were complete, the enchanted pillow lay on the floor, emitting a soft, pulsating light. Thor focused and explained that the magical stones inside would now give the object a physical form with all its various properties. While he spoke, the glow grew brighter and brighter, and all the magical energy gathered together, merging into a clear silhouette of a humanoid figure. The light went out and in its place appeared a perfect copy of Mabel, boldly frozen in a confident pose. Thor watched, not understanding, and the real Mabel froze in shock. The double, noticing their faces, excitedly declared who she was. She stood before Thema precise copy. Thor stared intently and immediately recognized the origin. This object was a body pillow from the heroic world. Lucy, overwhelmed to madness, exclaimed that it was Mabel herself, but the real Mabel corrected her. It was not about the pillow but about Thor's unique power which could make such a thing. As if to show off, the double happily waved to the Demon King and called for her to look. She explained, her movements were directly controlled by the imagination of the real Mabel. Thor watched his face thoughtful. Hearing this, the real Mabel suddenly turned pale from a sudden revelation. If the pillow could take her likeness, then Lucy's wish to hold her hands while sleeping would come true. The double, unaware of anything, turned to Thor and announced that the experiment was a grand success, praising his incredible power. He interrupted the celebration with 2 words, "Didn't work." With a quiet command and to release the spell, he broke the enchantment. In an instant, the living copy deflated back, turning into an ordinary inanimate pillow, so both Lucy and Mabel froze with mouths agape in silent shock. Demon King Lookyer froze in shocked disbelief and demanded to know why the body pillow had turned into her. Thor, examining the copy, grumbled, "It has Mabel's appearance, but it lacks her main charm." Lookyer shouted at him indignantly, asking why he was so dissatisfied. He begins to explain that Mabel's attractiveness is more than her shiny silver hair, white skin, or long ears. Then Thor talks about her kindness, strength, and endurance, which she has shown since he arrived in the Demon Lord's territory. The double listens, frowning in confusion. He continues and says that Mabel's constant support during his experiments and the simple feeling of relief her presence gives are also important components of her charm, something he does not feel lying on the pillow. This is what he explains as the reason he decided the creation was unsuccessful, though he admits, the double is still very cute, so much so that Mabel quietly falls silent and blushes deeply from embarrassment. Unrelenting praise for the original proves too much for the copy. While Thor notes that she is incomparable to the real Mabel, Lookyer cuts him off without hesitation and warns, the duplicate has already reached her limit. The copy sinks onto a book, trembling with emotion. Seeing a chance, Lookyer thanks Thor and happily asks the Mabel duplicate if they should sleep together tonight. Initially surprised, the duplicate immediately agrees enthusiastically. Thor, holding a stack of books, assures Lookyer if she gives him time, he will be able to fulfill her wish. Before leaving, she looks back at him with a serious expression. She says that the real Mabel is different from this body pillow, but the original is much more important to her. Quietly, yet sternly, she orders him not to forget this. Her straightforwardness makes him blush and become flustered. He thinks how awkward it is to hear this directly to his face, but now he understands Mabel's feelings. He quickly says goodbye. Left alone, he switched to thoughts. There is still time before Lookyer goes to sleep, so he took up the results to finish more magic stoning fuse fabric. Even when his fingers moved confidently, his mind still trembled with anxiety about the future magic bee subjugation. He reflects, even if Lookyer considered it unnecessary, it is safer to act than to regret later when an emergency occurs. With renewed determination, he clenches the glowing bundle of fabric and makes a decision to craft her an enchanted sword. When night falls on the castle, a voice echoes in the silence calling Mabel. Look at that, a self-satisfied smile on her face. She seems to be signing her own sentence, admitting that she underestimated Thor. Nearby, Mabel nervously addresses the Demon King. The reason for their prank becomes clear. Thor lies motionless between them in bed, a human pillow on which they can hold his hands while falling asleep. Look at your wonders. He managed to make such a decision, and Mabel quietly agrees. But their agreement does not last long. Both women are heated and shaken, and Mabel suddenly realizes that they missed one crucial detail. Inside her, everything tightens. Sleeping like this is simply impossible. Nearby, behind their shoulders, Thor is also not sleeping. His eyes are wide open and his thoughts are racing wildly. He silently begs himself stop thinking and just fall asleep, but circumstances do not allow it. The next day, the focus sharply shifts to the harsh space of the mining area, a deserted landscape of rocky peaks and very sparse vegetation. In this region, a strange forest trembles from the darkness. Dozens of large white, cocoon-like sacs hang ominously on the branches. It seems I am looking around. Just now, a giant bear-like creature crawls out from the underbrush, cautiously stepping through the forest. Its caution is fully justified. From the shadows bursts out a monster, a giant spider, and shoots its sharp, powerful legs, piercing the bear. Primordial monster, watching from above, and it has many glowing eyes. Its caution is fully justified. From the shadows bursts out a monster, a giant spider, and shoots its sharp, powerful legs, piercing the bear. Primordial monster, watching from above, and it has many glowing eyes. The entire landscape of the mountainous region is reflected in one colossal, unblinking eye. The invisible observer understands. This is the beginning, the seed of a new magical creature. In the devastated mining of the mountainous region is reflected in one colossal, unblinking eye. The invisible observer understands. This is the beginning, the seed of a new magical creature. The rate far exceeds all expectations. In the distance, a scout on a reptilian mount assesses only the numbers. He has already seen 1,000 of these and now cannot even imagine how many there are. He can only guess, 1 or 200, but as their nests spread so quickly, he understands the reality is much worse. This thought frightens him so much that a tear appears in his mount's eye, and the scale of the coming war will bring great losses to both the Demon Lord's army and the Empire. In the distance, a scout on a reptilian mount assesses only the numbers. He has already seen 1,000 of these and now cannot even imagine how many there are. He can only guess, 1 or 200, but as their nests spread so quickly, he understands the reality is much worse. This thought frightens him so much that a tear appears in his mount's eye, and the scale of the coming war will bring great losses to both the Demon Lord's army and the Empire. A few days pass and the date of taming the magic beast becomes very close. Under the night sky, a young man in a cloak stands ready, a sphere of pure energy clenched in his hands. Nearby his companions, a grim, scarred warrior and a worried young woman. They look ahead with tense anticipation. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber, a threatening, masked figure and Queen Rihanna face each other. A barely noticeable, all-knowing smile on her lips as they stare closely at one another. Their plans for the upcoming conflict unfold in secrecy, quietly, without haste, but without losing control. In front of the huge dark castle, Thurkana declares that the time has finally come. Next to him, Mabel. She holds a stack of books and, wearing a white hood, nods fervently as if she has long awaited this moment. He expresses hope that their cause will go well, especially because the thing he brought will be recognized. Mabel gives a barely noticeable, all-knowing smile, acknowledging his optimism but hinting at her own worries, those she does not voice. Her thoughts again slipped back to the conversation from a few hours ago. With a quiet but firm smile, she reminded him, "Master Thor, you have orders to stay in the castle." In that same memory, Thor responded with embarrassed agreement. He admitted that his combat capability, which equals 0, would be almost useless during the taming of the magic bee. His only task, as he reasoned, was to make adjustments to the magical items he was entrusted to unlock as. When he was already pretending he could stay behind, Mabel did not back down. His role was still important. She explained that she did this to calm him, but essentially she was not like the people of the Empire, and this hinted at a deeper understanding of what was happening. Then her posture sharply changed to deep urgency. She firmly squeezed his hand. She warned about the true actions of the Empire during the taming, and a bitter fear sounded in her voice. Something terrible was being prepared for Lady Lucy. The memories scattered, and in the present Thor noticeably trembles. Her words hit him with full weight, and he understands. He must disregard orders to avoid following Lady Lucy. He shouts in belated shock, asking what exactly she just revealed. His decision reshaped the course of the scene. The diverse gathering of half-people silently watches as Thor and Mabel step onto the arena. Their appearance cuts through the silence hanging over the crowd. Now they stand in a huge throne hall. Before them, the powerful figure of the Demon Knight in a mask, Demon King Rookie Everguard, and he speaks directly to the young alchemist. "I have been waiting for you, Thor." The mood of the Demon King echoes in the murmur of the crowd. A burly bearded advisor picks up the speech on behalf of the gathered elves, lizard folk, and other races, and expresses their collective gratitude for the fact that they. He stood before the assembled court while Demon King Rookie Evergard announced. His alchemist Thor had created a new item. The Demon King declared his wish for all present to evaluate it, then turned his gaze to Thor and ordered him to begin the explanation. The deliberately reserved ruler leaned forward slightly, and his voice, like an echo, creaked with curiosity again as he repeated the word. New material, you say? Thor confirmed everything with a confident smile and explained that this new material appeared during the creation of another product. The Demon King looked confused. He asked again if he understood everything correctly, that it was a chance discovery. Thanking the king for the opportunity, Thor stated, today his goal is to show whether this material can be applied in practice. The Demon King acknowledged his intention. At that moment, Mabel nodded at the table. There lay 4 neatly folded pieces of fabric. She called them fabric fused with magical stones, what they created and named magic fabric. She continued and explained. Those 4 parts are imbued with the signs of earth, water, fire, and wind, and each manifests its unique effects depending on magical power. Nearby, Prime Minister Curve merely noted that he had never heard of such a thing. From the throne, the Demon King gave the order to move on without unnecessary words. The demonstration began. A fiery giant minotaur grabbed the Earth's attribute fabric and pulled it in front of everyone as if testing its limits. A roar burst out, almost a strain from the effort. But to the court's surprise, the material did not yield, and its endurance proved to be extraordinarily great. Other fabrics also caused no less admiration. The lizard man praised the smoothness of the water tributate does not stick to his scales. The shaggy, burly, half-human bearded man stated that the heat-retaining fabric of the fire attribute is perfect for winter, and someone unable to hold back added, the fabric of the wind attribute keeps cool just for hot weather. Among them, a common opinion quickly formed. They need to sew clothes from this incredible creation. A deep satisfaction overwhelmed Thor as he saw the joyful reactions. He immediately realized, the true joy of alchemy is watching his creations change people's lives for the better. While the crowd erupted in excited conversations in the hall, the voice of the Demon King cut through the noise and ordered everyone to calm down. In the Court of Demon Kings, ruler Rookie Evergard declares that Thor's magical fabric is a marvelous work. His Prime Minister Curve agrees but advises caution, saying it is foolish to expect immediate widespread use, so he suggests first giving a chance for trial application. Then the Demon King turns his gaze to the young alchemist and asks if Thor has any thoughts on this. He promptly responds and suggests a specific use to apply the fabric during the upcoming suppression of B. This hint hit the mark. The monster's lair is located in a hot region near a volcano. If clothes and underwear were made from wind magic fabric, everyone participating in the mission would endure the heat much more easily. After a few moments of reflection, the Demon King finally gives his consent. He commands, items made from magical fabric will be used to subdue the bee. Thor bows his head understanding, responds without a single unnecessary word. Next, he shifts the conversation to another topic, saying it is purely his personal curiosity, and asks the Demon King if there exists magical fabric with a dark or light attribute. The Demon King sits on the throne and looks at Thor and Mabel, who are kneeling before him. His face is puzzled. He does not understand why they are even touching on such matters. Thor confidently states that he will talk about magical fabric with signs of light and darkness. He turns to his companion, Mabel, please. She immediately responds joyfully, yes, Master Thor. Without hesitation, she briskly gets to work. She raises a piece of dark fabric and demonstrates it with incredible enthusiasm. She presents it to the court and shouts, Your Majesty, this is magical fabric with a dark attribute. The Demon Lord noticeably flinches from the sudden and turbulent spectacle. The sudden presentation causes a commotion among the court officials. Prime Minister Curve leans in to examine the fabric while Mabel holds it before him. He notes that when magic is sewn in, it absorbs light and appears as a solid black material. Thor breaks it down for what it was really designed for. Its main purpose is blackout curtains that block light so that nocturnal species can comfortably nap during the day. He adds that the absorption level is not a perfect 100, so the fabric itself still remains slightly visible. Standing before the court, Prime Minister Curve answers questions about magical fabric with a light attribute, and Thor, holding his breath, admits, this particular work is a failure. As soon as he says this, the dark cloak in his hands suddenly becomes transparent, and a nearby court member is stunned to see his form beneath it. With a slightly guilty smile, without stopping, he continues the explanation. This fabric lets almost all light through. And then he finishes himself off with another truth: he does not know where it can be applied, because it makes only the fabric invisible, not the person wearing it. In response, Curve thoughtfully runs his fingers over his chin and admits, fabrics infused with earth, water, fire, and wind have obvious applications, But for fabrics with light and dark attributes, no urgent use is currently seen. Yet the Demon King Lucia shines with delight. She praises Thor and declares that he brings wonderful things to her territory. Below, Thor looks up stunned by her warm encouragement. Her words clearly move him. A slight blush rises to his cheeks as he thanks Her Majesty. From the throne, Lucia confirms that it was a very good presentation as. When he kneels before the throne, Thor proclaims, he has one more item to present to the Demon King. Krivina looks at this with surprise and whispers that Thor works so hard and this is already starting to worry him. At his request, Curve orders the assistant to bring the item belonging to Mr. Kelv. The Hell Woman extends the cloth-wrapped object while Thor explains. The item is indeed simple, yet there is something more to it. For a moment his face changes a confident, all-knowing smile spreads across it. He displays his final gift, a magical sword. A deaf whisper rolls through the Demon King Hall. Elves, dwarves, and other half-humans buzz with disbelief. They created a magical sword but could not replicate the trick themselves. Evergard, a novice in a mask, turns to Thor and directly asks if it worked. Nearby, Maiden Mabel watches everything impassively. He enables the young alchemist to speak. Stepping forward, Thor addresses the throne with a solemn request to allow him to accompany the expedition to tame the future beast. The king has not yet managed to respond. Prime Minister Curve cuts off the remark. He explains that during the mission they will use a bunch of magical artifacts and adjustments may become necessary. Curve agrees. If a large amount of magical fabric is used, Thor's presence will be reassuring, but his conclusion is sharp and unequivocal. No. The Demon King speaks over the minister. He reports that he has just received a report from the intelligence unit. The beasts to be tamed are completely unknown, the reasons for their appearance are strange, so the situation forces calculating forces according to the worst-case scenario. He continues in a low, heavy voice. Their numbers are only approximate, about 100. The court erupts in a wave of shock. Members shout that such strength could be twice as much as a purely joint arm. Glancing directly at Thor, the Demon King pronounces his final verdict. Due to an incredible and unknown danger, he cannot guarantee the alchemist's safety, so it is best for him to wait for the results inside the castle walls. While Thor stands stunned, Demon King Lookyer clenches his fist in irritation and suddenly it dawns on her. She realizes, he probably heard everything from Abel. He finally speaks, bowing his head. Thor confirms. He knows that the Empire plans to use holy swords, things from the hero's world. The Demon King listens, recalling a letter from the Empire stating their intentions. Let the light of the holy sword that destroys monsters in the Demon King's territory be visible. His thoughts keep returning again and again to the conversation with Mabel, who assured him his ambitions are not just a dream. Now, standing before the court, he aloud asks whether the Demon King knows about that very ambition. His ambition arises from a memory, how he told Lookyer about his most cherished dream to forge a sword that would surpass the sacred sword of the Empire. And now Lookyer smiles with satisfaction, pondering how thrilling it would be if someone from the Empire created things on demon territory, ones that would outdo the heroes. She has no combat skills, but she knows. It is here that she found the talent that can make it happen. The court is buzzing with excitement. A magical sword capable of surpassing the legendary Holy Sword. Initially wary and skeptical half-human nobles now see in Thor's ambition a chance. Some even declare they want to see with their own eyes how such a thing is created. He steps forward and his voice sounds confident as he directly addresses Demon King Rookie. He explains, the current magic sword is only a prototype, and he stubbornly strives to someday surpass the Holy Sword from the hero's world. To fulfill his dream, he declares that he must see the Holy Sword with his own eyes and ask for permission from the Demon King. The voice of the Demon King sounds stern as he responds in a way that finally hits Thor with the reality of his situation, emphasizing that Thor was sent to demon territory prepared for death. And doubting this is at least foolish, then dryly asks if Thor understands one thing: he may die on this mission. He turns away and throws out, "Look here," so that the court hears everything. He explains his inner conflict. As a friend, he does not want to send Thor to such a dangerous place. But at the same time, he makes it clear the duty of the Demon King imposes entirely different considerations. His thoughts race as he weighs the options. He does not want to risk the life of such a talented individual. But he also cannot dismiss the firm conviction about Thor's motives and the possible benefits of his ambitions to surpass the Holy Sword. The unspeakable knowledge of Thor's true identity, as canon, weighs heavily on his reflections. This display of determination makes the Demon King shed tears. She finally realizes that is why he must see the Holy Sword with his own eyes. Under her passionate pleading, other noble courtiers, the horse-like half-human, also begin to support the Demon King and beg to fulfill his demand. Their separate voices grow louder and merge into one scandal. The entire yard, with raised fists, repeatedly shouts, "Your Majesty." The indomitable wave of support for Thor's cause sweeps over the throne hall while the Demon King remains silently pondering. He turns to his prime minister and a twisted smile spreads across his face. He states as if in passing, if they are so insistently asking, then the Demon King simply cannot refuse. The decision is made. He announces that he will fully accept Thor's ambition. Prime Minister Curve demands confirmation, asks if it means exactly what he suspects. The Demon King replies with a short yes. After that, he issues an official decree. Alchemist Toru will be assigned to the rear support unit. When the matter is settled, he rises from the throne and extends his hand in a commanding gesture. He calls Thorno, his personal alchemisto, go with him, and announces to the entire court that they will depart in 3 days. After the ruling, Demon King Lockyer approaches Thor and with visible relief says that everything turned out as it should. Mabel, standing nearby, adds that she knew about his direct appeal to Lord Rookie. Overwhelmed with emotions and gratitude, Thor turns to the gathered court and loudly proclaims thanks to the Demon King. Then, smiling, he throws Mabel a brief private glance as if to say she is truly invincible. Her gaze slides over Demon King Lookyer while she watches her reaction. Mabel sees that her mood is overflowing with joy from being able to directly support everyone and above all from seeing Holy Sword. The Demon Queen's eyes shine with uncontrollable delight. Standing a little aside, Mabel admits to herself. She was worried about Lookyer. Duke Regis slaps his palms down forcefully and demands an answer. Was his plan really defeated? Nearby, Marquis Garas bows low, offering deep apologies and explaining that something completely unexpected happened. With horror on his face, he begins to clarify. The general of the Demon Lord's domains declared without any doubt he will no longer negotiate. The Duke listens, and his face hardens with disbelief. The burden of this defeat falls on him. Sweat gathers in drops on his face as he lets out a silent scream, realizing that the plan demanded by the Minister of Military Affairs has failed. His thoughts race, trying to grasp the mistake. He clenches his head and recalls his assumption again. The soldier with the history of General Ken would undoubtedly despise a defenseless boy like Thor and would cooperate. He cannot understand why the plan went so hopelessly awry, although he kept it in mind as a simple sacrifice. Instead, the general known as Blazing Rizinga declared that he chose Thor as a husband for his daughter, so Marquis Gura can only watch, completely baffled by the events in the demon territories. His rage immediately turns to suspicion. He sharply turns around, seeking an answer. Was it Thor who betrayed them, not delivering information to the Empire, or did he beg for mercy to please the demi-humans? Clenching his teeth, he tightens his face so that a spasm of anger distorts his features. Inside, he brands him as a shameless fool. His agitated, furious thoughts are interrupted by a guard trying to intervene. The Duke cuts the silence and shouts that he is disturbing his thinking, and at that moment both he and the Marquis are startled by an unexpected appearance. Why is the Minister of Zagran here? The majestic figure of Minister Zagran steps forward and directly states that he heard about the plan's failure and came to confirm everything personally. Immediately, Duke Regis and Marquis Garabal bow their heads, grimacing. This is the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran, one of the 3 highest officials of the Regarian Empire, whose rank is higher than Duke's. The Emperor trusts him immensely because he is the mentor of the 3rd Princess Liana. Addressing the 2 men bowing, he orders them to raise their heads. He is here only to listen. The minister rejects Duke Regis's apologies, saying they are unnecessary, and coldly, without hesitation, proclaims, the plan is cancelled. He silences his protests, emphasizing that only a few miscalculations occurred and the situation can still be saved, but Zagran does not give up. He continues, his voice cuts sharply, reproaching Regus for negligent methods that angered the demon general lords. The minister reveals the failure happened because Regus tried to sacrifice his own son, a completely unexpected outcome. Stunned, Duke Regus chokes on his stammer and asks how he could have known this at all. Zagran calmly explains. His agent infiltrated the Marquis' party and gave him a full report. While Regus's face twists with disbelief and horror, the minister declares, no excuses or deception will work. He presses his point, reminding the Duke that the Empire's top priority is to prevent the Demon Lord's territory from becoming a threat. Doubt gnaws at his logic. Why send a hostage if this step only provokes a powerful general on the other side? Regus weakly defends himself, insisting he was just following the plan. His face contorted into a furious snarl. Zagran roars, accusing his son, which he says was also part of the plan, a part he never sanctioned. Duke Regus flinches and recoils, frightened by the minister's sudden rage. He regains composure and explains. If Regus had simply retreated after General Rizango refused additional silver, the matter would have been settled. But despite this failure, the beast's subjugation will continue as a pretext to show the Empire's strength. When Regus readily offers his Valgorga's forces, Zagran sharply stops him. He has other active matters he wants to entrust to the Duke. The confusion in the Duke's eyes suddenly vanishes, replaced by shock when Zagran shows him his new assignment. In the southern part of the Empire, a clash with a small state is already underway. Rigi will be sent there, and the Duke will command soldiers under the direct authority of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The Duke's face pales, and his eyes widen in disbelief. Falling to his knees, Regis desperately begs for a chance to explain himself. Zagran coldly cuts him off. He can present his case at the next high officials' meeting. Then he adds a stern warning: do not mention his son. Thor Regius is now a forbidden topic. Any attempt to claim he sent him into demon territory will be pointless and will only cast a shadow on the Duke in the Emperor's eyes. When Regis asks why, Zagran explains, his son is simply too incredible. The escort reports that Thor gained the trust of the people in demon territory in less than 10 days and is already called the general's son-in-law. But the main thing is different. Thor knows the Empire used him as a sacrifice, so now he harbors evil intentions. Zagran leaves the Duke kneeling in despair and drops the final, devastating question: how does he intend to deal with such a man? The Duke stood silently while Minister Zagran continued his harsh criticism. He emphasized that there were other options. Thor could have been sent as a regular hostage or forced to cooperate. But Zagran firmly said, the Duke chose to make his own son unfit. His gaze pierced through the minister, directly asked why the Duke did not take the easier paths. He broke down in a desperate outburst. His thoughts instantly returned to the moment he condemned his son. He recalled how he said, Thor is useless, without any combat skills or magic, and how he decided that a dead one would no longer cause problems. Now his face twisted in agony. He shouted that the minister would never understand the sorrow of a father who has such a worthless child. Nothing disturbed his outburst: cold indifference. Minister Zagran dryly stated, in his opinion, Duke Regis is already dead, sweating and in despair. Regis tried to justify himself, insisting that for nobles it is natural to make sacrifices for the Empire. Zagran calmly replied, if he truly believes in such a high ideal, then he himself must act. Then he laid out the demand. Duke Regius must be ready to renounce his title for the sake of the Empire. The minister explained that to subdue the territory of the demon lord, a provocation in the form of the presence of a high-ranking nobleman was unacceptable. And after the last stinging question, he struck right at the heart. Would the Duke really ask his own son to do what he himself would not do? So Regius froze, stunned and trembling. At this point, he stopped the conversation and declared that their discussion would continue at a meeting of high officials. Turning away, he officially summoned Duke Valgareges and ordered him to follow. The burden of shattered ambitions and public humiliation overwhelmed the Duke. He could only tear out a wild, exhausted, agonizing scream. In the carriage, the official's journey suddenly breaks off. He feverishly runs through his mind. Could this be the end of his legend? Outside, a winged figure mounts a horse and the carriage's own horses, frightened, collapse. The official's eyes widen in disbelief. He is unable to accept what he sees. His thoughts wildly reshape what he has seen. He convinces himself that this is just a quarrel between father and son who supposedly should love him. And then he decides that Thor is extending a helping hand, seeking reconciliation after he flatteringly praised the Flame General and dealt with the demi-humans on his behalf. Regret clenched his fist. If only they had exchanged letters, this whole misunderstanding could have been avoided. Filled with this sudden, groundless hope, he turns to his companion Minister Zagran and excitedly declares that Thor might really want to return. Zagran remains motionless, only looking at him, his facial expression inscrutable. The official's delusion grows into a full-fledged scheme. He insists that Thor is actually secretly working as a spy for the Empire within the domains of the Demon Lord. Having extracted a confession from him, he reasons that Thor could restore the honor of the Regius family. Summoning courage, the official decides they must immediately send a letter to confirm these alleged intentions. Zagran watches the man as he bursts out with words, his own expression hardening with disgust. Inside, he concludes, his companion is still spouting complete nonsense. Despite his private assessment, Zagran sees an opportunity in this. A letter to Thor Regius could indeed stir trouble in the Demon Lord's domains. He decides to proceed calmly without unnecessary emotion. He says, fine then. Suddenly the scene shifts to the spacious capital center of the Dalgarian Empire. In the imperial palace, a silhouette appears before the daughter and solemnly addresses her as the third imperial Princess Liana Dalgaria. She briefly, obediently confirms her father's address. Her father, whose face is now only partially visible, continues the previous report. He says that near the borders of the Demon Lord's domains, a new diverse magical beast has appeared, and he describes it as a giant creature resembling a spider. The doors in the hall part and the speaker is fully revealed. He sits like power itself, casting his gaze into the silence and unquestionably ruling Emperor Dalgaria. He settles on the throne and informs Princess Liana that negotiations between the Empire and the Demon Lord's domains have ended in failure. However, he insists, they cannot allow the Empire's power to appear as if it is weakening. Liana continues and tells Leonie that she admires her spirit. The Emperor emphasizes, they need to show that the Dalgerian Empire is the heir of the hero, and that it has the power to overcome the dominion of the Demon Lord. He hands her an artifact, she accepts it with a bow and replies that she understands. He orders her to use a certain sword to demonstrate the Empire's might. The weapon is revealed, a huge, ornate, and large sword in a ceremonial box. In the courtyard, whispers of amazement quiet down as the Emperor calls it the legendary Holy Sword Dalgaria, once wielded by a hero from another world. She takes the blade, saying, being chosen as its wielder is an honor. A young woman with flowers in her hair offers a blessing, and Liana hopes that the hero's light will become the Empire's strength. Holding the sword, Leon vows to strive to become that very heroine who was reincarnated, impressing her father. Then she makes a request, warning that the path to the Demon Lord's domain will be long. Before setting out, she asks permission to visit her twin sister, Sophia, and inquires if there is anything else she needs to do beforehand. He grants her permission. Liana thanks her father with a grateful smile and immediately turns around. Her steps are swift, for she is ready to leave now. With a joyful, radiant face, her thoughts turn to her sister and she eagerly calls out her name, Sister Sophia. On a sunny, sunlit balcony terrace, Princess Liana appears and on her face is a barely noticeable surprise. Next to her, her sister Sophia greets her warmly, inviting Liana to stand beside her. She gives a soft smile and lightly says, confessing that she had been waiting for this visit. This is Sophia with the grand title Princess of the Holy Sword, a name that strangely does not match her calm, friendly demeanor. Her composure crumbles instantly. A deep blush floods her cheeks, she covers her mouth with her palm and begs not to use the formal title. Sophia insists that it is embarrassing and asks to be called simply Sister Sophia. Liana, now with a serious face. Questions for Sophia are set aside. Far from the palace, remember the ceremony planned for this day. Sophia explains in a calm tone, the ceremony has already ended. She reassures her sister, everything is fine. Maintaining a warm smile, she says the most important thing is that Liana is well, so she invites her to sit down for tea. While Sophia pours tea, she quietly adds, since Liana has gone through this whole journey, Sophia wants to do everything she can for her. Liana silently watches, moved, and a faint blush barely flickers on her cheeks. The pleasant atmosphere suddenly dims as soon as Leona utters a sad wish. If only Sophia were stronger, she could have become the princess of the Holy Sword instead of her. Sophia gently objects. Her eyes are closed and her smile is all-knowing. She thinks, power is a form of authority and her own light magic cannot compare to Liana's potential. If Liana can take the holy sword called Holy Sophia in her hands, she will gain an incredibly powerful ability. Then she explains, she has no physical strength, so the holy blade will simply disappear. But despite her weak body, she is satisfied with her position. Liana listens and an indescribable sadness for her sister weighs on her face. She was still talking with her sister, pondering the paths her fate could have taken. If she had been common, she might have been sent to the battlefield. But as a noblewoman, she might have been exiled to another country as a political hostage. However, thoughts returned again to that old incident. Sophia remembered how the head of the ducal family carelessly repaired her magical sword. She also remembered the mysterious wanderer, who was supposedly entrusted with these repairs but he was never found. In response, Sophia only shook her head and smiled as if praising not so much her sister's abilities as hinting that Liana's visit was possible only because her own affairs were either unfinished or had long since resolved themselves. Liana accepted the compliment with a soft, restrained smile. And as soon as Sophia said this, her voice sharply became serious. Naming her sister, she announced, she has one piece of advice just for her. Lena lowered her gaze and listened attentively until a small ball of light flared at Sophia's fingertip. Lena barely opened her mouth when Liana suddenly raised her hand and a shimmering magical barrier grew around them. Sophia screamed in surprise. Liana explained, this wall will prevent eavesdropping, but Sophia was still uneasy. She asked her sister not to exhaust herself with such magic. Ignoring the pleas, Liana gently touched Sophia's forehead with her hand. Sophia's face filled with anxiety as she confirmed the suspicion. She had a fever. Liana asked her to listen carefully and repeated insistently, everything is fine. Then Liana issued a stern warning. There are mighty enemies beyond imagining in all their power, among them a demon lord and also lands in the north. Sophia nodded, confirming she understood, and Liana added, let Sophia have both a holy sword and a strong heart. The world is vast and full of dangers. Sophia answered with a question. If the enemy is so strong, shouldn't one show their own power even more convincingly? But Lena, on the contrary, asked her to be vigilant and not to underestimate them. Thai knew too little about them. Her face sharply sharpened with determination. She said that instead of pressing with force and intimidation, one should seek understanding. Sophia looked at her, stunned by her own sister's stern stubbornness. Sophia's seriousness disappeared, replaced by a bright, joyful smile. She apologized, admitting that she did not quite understand her sister's concern but promised to remember her words. Lena turned away. A mask of irritation and anxiety froze on her face. She looked at her sister, Princess Lyanna, and spoke so wisely that it contradicted her gentle appearance. She called Lyanna's honesty a virtue, hinting that someday her more childlike, instinctive nature might become her salvation. The princess froze, whispering embarrassedly, "Child, what does that mean?" She continued her warning and cautioned Lyanna that some might try to take advantage of her sincerity. She ordered her to be careful. Lena's face darkened. She admitted that it was her sister who always made her take on such difficult things. Sophia cut her off dryly because these things are important. Then Lena tried to calm her and asked her not to worry. Sophia quietly accepted her sister's words, but uncertainty did not disappear from her face. Instead, Lyanna again burst into a bright smile and declared that her mentor, Zagran, was beside her. Sighing, Sophia gave a final instruction to the assistant to report any changes and left, leaving her sister smiling behind. The embarrassed maid immediately reports the arrival of the Minister of Military Affairs, Lord Zagran. According to her, he came to escort Princess Lyanna. Zagran solemnly addresses both Princess Lyanna and Princess Sophia. He stands before both sisters and announces that he has arrived with additional orders from His Majesty the Emperor. The order is simple and clear. Princess Lyanna must immediately depart for the territory of the Demon Lord. The Ministry of Military Affairs is already mobilizing troops and they will move at once. He urges her not to waste time. She doubts the suddenness of this order and asks if she must go immediately. Zagran's tone becomes firm. He clarifies whether it is appropriate to respond to the Emperor's order with questions. Chazen Lyanna immediately agrees to depart. Then he shifts his attention to the other princess and sternly points at her with his finger. "This," he says, "does not concern Princess Sophia. You need to focus on recovery until the time comes to fulfill your own duties." Leona tenses and growls as if demanding an answer. How dare he be so rude to her sister? But Zagran ignores the outburst, holding his gaze sharply without retreat. He presses further, asks when the ideal princess will come, and cuts off any hesitation. There is no more time to waste. Her desperate resistance fades and turns into submission. She places her hand on her heart, closes her eyes, accepts fate, and says she will act according to His Majesty's will. But a moment later her gaze sharply breaks away, her eyes quickly open, and in them is already a firm resolve. Clad in armor, Lyanna stands ready to depart, firmly holding her helmet in her hands. She glances once more at her sister Sophia. She looks from the balcony above the gathered rows of Imperial soldiers with a worried expression on her face. Meanwhile, deeper into the Demon Lord's domain, another military force sets out. Gargalo's Abyss Subjugation Unit. A long column of covered wagons rolls along the route to the southern mountain region. From one of the wagons, a young man with light brown hair watches the procession intently. The composition of this unit is truly impressive. It includes a Minotaur infantry division, tightly packed warriors led by a commander whose distinctive eye patch immediately catches the eye. Next to the marches of the Elven Magic Division, a group of stern, long-eared spellcasters has deployed. They were preparing for the conflict that was already looming ahead. On board the transport, a young man known as Thor Reflex surveys the preparations. Now he realizes, the large column moves not only for supplies, it is also to maintain the soldiers' fighting spirit. Focusing intently ahead, he hopes for a smooth road and turns to his maid, Mabel, reminding her to keep to her duties. On the road, Lady Luki incessantly begs Thor not to risk his life. He looks at her concern with surprise, but Mabel clenches her fists and vows to protect Lord Thor at the cost of her own life. Lady Luki only confirms, Thor is a person of extraordinary importance to her, to the Demon Lord, and to their entire land. Mabel's protective declaration grows increasingly fierce as she promises to tear apart any spider bees that might threaten them and orders Thor to leave everything to her. He smiles warmly and thanks her, acknowledging that he feels the same desire to protect her. He again runs through Lady Luki's repeated warnings in his mind, yet still encourages Mabel with his plan. He only wants to inspect the holy sword from a safe distance and is confident that everything will be fine with it. His face changes as if eager in anticipation, and he shows them the destination. He asks Mabel to look. He promises to secure a good spot. Just ahead, hidden in the valley, a large camp of tents and wagons is spread out, the meeting place with the Empire. After several days of marching, the Demon Lord's army and the Empire's troops arrive at the designated meeting point amid the wild mountain landscape. Near the large command tent, one of the two Minotaur guards announces that he will take a short break before joining the Imperial soldiers. Inside the demonic castle, the Demon King addresses the gathered commanders and allies. He praises them for their hard work, his gaze sliding over the Prime Minister, almost a petrified figure, the commander of the Elven Magic, the commander of the Minotaur unit, and the newly arrived man with the maid Mabel. He continues the briefing and informs the group. General Rizenga and Lyserman's unit have been sent on a critical mission to scout the Gargalos Abyss Nest. He explained that the purpose of this reconnaissance was to enable them to instantly respond to any movements of the beast. And far from the camp, General Rizenga gloomily and attentively watched the distant, chaotic landscape where the creature lived. Turning his gaze to their current situation, the Demon King spoke with a barely noticeable surprise. The circumstances turned out to be completely unexpected. Prime Minister Curve agreed with his lord's assessment. He admitted that while they were in the field, he repeatedly had to reckon with reality. Achieving such a high level of comfort and readiness was simply impossible. The reason for their surprise was hidden inside the tent. Despite the open area around, the commanders suddenly felt comfortable and cool a good rest from all the hardships of the march. The young man human did not hide his delight, marveling that a tent made of fabric for wind magic could be so pleasant. He noticed that a light breeze still flowed through the space even though the tent walls were motionless. Mabel explained that everyone was also dressed in clothes made from the same material, so they remained cool and sweat-free. Suddenly, a voice from the entrance announced that they had arrived. The girl from the supply unit entered and knelt down, reporting that she was ready for inspection. The Demon Lord replied to her briefly, "Very good." While the young man and Mabel were watching, the supply officer announced that she had already set up a tent specifically for his inspection. With a smile that foretold no doubts, she sharply pulled the flap of the nearest tent and opened the entrance. Inside perfect order, everything packed to the brim, barrels and chests stacked high, so it was immediately clear that the supply unit was fully prepared. She proudly gestured around the rows of barrels and loudly assured the gathered leaders, "The provisions are fully replenished. Even if taming the beast takes several days, the supplies will be enough to support the troops." The young man with light brown-reddish hair sighed with relief. The uncertain fate of the fabric with light magic is finally decided. Her performance drew an amazed "oh" from the disguised Demon King. Then the supply officer glanced at Prime Minister Curve, asked what he thought about this new type of tent, and immediately praised its convenience. And Prime Minister Curve suddenly twitched and started agitating, demanding explanations of what she meant. The worried supply officer stammered and babbled that it was simply incredibly convenient. The Prime Minister's voice broke with irritation. He ordered her to decide whether she liked it or not. She is trembling from his intensity. She quickly nods, "Yes, of course, it is convenient." Changing the subject, she shows jars of canned goods and says that all the packages have already confirmed it is full there. When the report comes to an end, the Demon Lord releases her to return to her duties. She sets off and the Prime Minister turns to his suzerain, his composure already diminished. He reminds the king, it was his idea to show the supplies to the soldiers. The Prime Minister sighs heavily, irritably asking if the king truly understands how difficult it will be to handle what will begin afterward when the troops become completely entangled. Before the council of her commanders, Queen Demon Lucia declares, before they meet with the Empire's troops, there is something to discuss. She proclaims the goal of conquest the monster known as Gardalosa Beast. She explains, the beast reproduces within their boundaries in furious numbers, destroying the land as they claim. Its offspring by estimates number in the hundreds, but the exact figure remains a matter of speculation. Despite the threat, the hooded official cuts into the conversation confidently, stating that only their forces are capable of conquest. She denies these words, clenching her fist. Look at her assertion. She values the life of her people far more than proud vanity. Her desire is simple: not to lose a single soldier and not to let a single beast escape, which is why she proposed a joint operation with the Empire, acting with excessive caution. When the decision is already made, she declares with fierce determination, together they will press from all sides and completely destroy their target. Her commanders, including the young man, listen attentively. Having set the goal, Premier Curve steps forward and lays out the plan of action. He reminds the council, this first joint operation is meant to strengthen relations with the Empire and open new trade routes. According to their intelligence, Gardalasa and her swarm have made a nest deep in the mountains. Their threads are dangerous, so the strategy is to lure them out of the lair to avoid being surrounded. He continues, giving the general the order. The unit must burn most of the webbing. Everything that remains remnants of flame and webbing will be collected in the storage using portable ultra-compact devices provided by Lord Thor. For the assault, the Elven unit will begin long-range magical bombardment. Curler notes that although range would usually be a problem, Lord Thor solved it with laser pointers for precise targeting. The plan details clarify once again. The infantry will engage in close combat, and the Minotaur division, armed with health-boosting culons, will quickly finish off anyone left after the bombardment. Meanwhile, the Lizardmen unit will monitor the outskirts to intercept those who manage to slip away. Once the strategy is laid out, Curve asks if anyone has questions. When he finishes, silence hangs in the room. The commanders, Minotaur elf, hooded official, and cat-eyed supply officer all turn together and stare intently at the young man. He meets their Gazimberset and does not understand what exactly they expect from him. The commander's thoughts clearly show what he is focused on. The elven commander notes, measures against the beast and its threads are already prepared, so it is possible to strike from a safe distance while his majesty is securely protected. The Minotaur commander adds that the difference in strength between his squad and the generals has also been settled. Everyone is impressed, yet at the same time seems to catch one common, unspoken thought. Thor and the rest of the commanders are noticeably confused. The young guy admits, the plan is too perfect. Because of this he is bewildered and feels a strange sense of guilt. Demon King Lookier growls at him, stop overthinking and speak only when you see a real flaw. Then she turns to her war council, warning, even with the advantage of forces, carelessness leads to defeat. Returning to her prime minister, she demands a report on communication with the Empire. The hooded official nervously confirms her order. He takes a step forward, his face stern. With a formal apologetic speech to His Majesty Curve, he reports, they have still received no news from the empires in Camus. The Demon King reacts to this distrustfully. But all in vain. The Curve only confirms despite having conveyed their strategy via messenger, the Empire has still given no details. So the Demon King will continue to guess what exactly they have planned. Although she entered the alliance with good intentions, Lokier's natural distrust of the Empire made her take precautions and send reconnaissance units. Tivor sees this and understands the Imperial basic doctrine. They prioritize a swift victory above all. And then he correctly guesses if they believe they can manage on their own, they will launch a sudden attack without warning. As if the thoughts had no time to mature, the doors to the chamber burst open and flew apart. A lizardman messenger runs in and shouts urgent news from the general. His unit has already engaged in battle with the enemy. The silenced official quickly lays out the details. Imperial troops are inciting smaller spiders to lure the huge Gargalasa down into the foothills. He turns hopefully to his suzerain. What are the orders, Your Majesty? A little earlier, the Imperial Guard gathered in the endless snowy valley. Minister Zagran addressed the whole mass of soldiers, his voice echoed in the cold air. He announced that their task was to demonstrate the might of the Empire to the Demon Lord himself. He presented the upcoming battle as a rare and valuable opportunity to defeat monsters on the Demon Lord's own territory, urging them to perform their duties responsibly. In complete unity, the armored soldiers roared, confirming his words. After the minister's speech, Devil King Luckier stepped forward to speak. She thanked the soldiers for the long journey to the volcano, noted the burning heat, and quietly said that it was probably very hard for them. Surely they were already tired. The troops whispered with excitement. They were honored that she had appeared. Her words provoked a loud, sharp reaction. The soldiers screamed denials wildly, proving they were full of strength. But inside Luckier, everything burned and tightened with unbearable pain. The heat in the armor was terribly scorching, and the only thing she thought about was her desperate desire to return home and see her sister. While they roared with excitement, a report arrived from the scouts. Luckier announced to Zagran, a demonic creature from Gardaraz noticed their arrival and is already approaching. When the enemy's approach was finally confirmed, she raised the sacred sword high and rallied the troops with a fiery speech. She proclaimed, victory over this evil is the mission of the Empire, the heir of past heroes. They must show the demons and inhuman creatures that imperial power is beyond their reach. In formation, the soldiers counted 300 elite guards against approximately 100 enemies. Igniting the fighting spirit within herself, she addressed Minister Zagran to confirm the plan. He again said, having 3 times more people, they will defeat the monsters even without her direct help. This will be a convincing demonstration of the Empire's might. Luckier confirmed she understood the exercise. The soldiers will hold off the smaller spiders while she attacks the main Hexen beast with the sacred sword. Then he issued a sharp warning and ordered her to watch her mana. To activate the sacred weapon requires incredible energy. He explained she will not be able to sustain its power for long. He emphasized, as soon as the Hexen beast is defeated, the soldiers will effortlessly finish off the remaining spiders, and added like a verdict, this time she must defeat the Hexen beast. Look, she simply replied, I know Zagrish. She shuddered from his incessant orders and sharply cut off that there was no need to repeat it over and over again. She swore she would not disgrace herself before the Lord of Demons, but beneath all her irritation lay a heavy burden. She felt she had to be the perfect princess in front of everyone. Casting aside her own feelings, she instantly reshaped her entire behavior. Her gaze narrowed, and a confidential, most cruel smile spread across her face. To her soldiers, she became the embodiment of a fearless hero and a cold-blooded emperor. The new determination immediately passed the test of strength. Zagr noticed. The plan to lure the enemy outside worked. A giant Hexen beast and a whole mass of small spiders jumped out onto the neighboring ridge from the crest. The soldiers froze in shock. The enemy turned out to be much stronger than they expected. There were many times more spiders than they had even imagined. A deafening roar tears through the air as a new wave of monsters rushes forward. These are not spiders, they are giant, dog-like beasts with multiple eyes and gaping butterfly-like jaws. They thunderingly raise the ground, crushing it with the pounding of powerful paw-skinning momentum. This first charge is only within Vanguard's power. From the horizon bursts an endless wave of equally hideous dogs. A living sea of claws and teeth floods the battlefield. A little earlier, Minister Zagran addressed the huge assembly of the Imperial Guard. He stated that their duty was to show the power of the Empire to the Demon Lord. He presented the battle as a rare opportunity to defeat the monsters on their own territory, urging the soldiers to perform their duty responsibly, and the armored ranks thundered in unison, confirming his words. He considered the enemy a mindless crowd that could be broken by tactics and the formations of a disciplined army. At the signal hand, the drummers sounded a steady rhythm. The soldiers closed into a tight phalanx formation. Shields locked together, spears pointed forward, ready to meet the enemy's advance. When the monster Hexen beast charged in pursuit, the front line froze, pressed behind a wall of shields. Voices merged into a single battle. Krithi decided they would overcome the beasts. The impact was colossal. The hound, gaining momentum, slammed its body against the metal shields. The soldier braced against the force, gritted his teeth, and roared the order for the archers to open fire. Arrows covered not the enemy, but directly the front positions of the Imperial Guard. Cries of pain and shock shattered the silence as their own soldiers fell from friendly fire. Unexpected assault through the construction, and everything fell into chaos. Warriors fell, pierced by arrows, leaving breaches for the Huns to exploit. Minister Zagran watched the massacre unfold without any emotion and simply gave the next order. The Mage's sorcerers in robes and masks unquestionably marked the team. Immediately, the MGI beginners unleashed their power. The ground exploded with a series of wild detonations, and the shockwave and fire scattered the swift Hexambius dobers flying into the attack. A magical barrage tore through the enemy ranks, rushing across the battlefield and leaving craters and utter devastation in its wake. When the enemy's advance was successfully slowed, Minister Zagran gave the next order with a sharp gesture. He commanded the cavalry to attack and carve a path straight to the giant spider. The cavalry surged forward and cut through the remnants of the hounds. Once the path was cleared, Zagran turned to Queen Rayana, who stood nearby. It was time to attack the main spider. At the same time, he sternly demanded a response. The queen did not move, her eyes were closed. She gave no signal, only her hand rested on the hilt of the enormous sword, which began to glow brightly. From where he stood, Minister Zagran watched the battlefield with satisfaction. How flexibly and swiftly the troops worked, arranged in perfect order, a true sight worthy of the Imperial army. Once the path was cleared, he thought of only one thing: to wield the sacred sword to put an end to this misunderstanding. In the queen's hands, the sacred sword Dalgari was revealed. A huge guttural roar spreads across the battlefield, the sound of pure, invincible power. The source is the gigantic dark shadow of the fiery General Rei Zenga. Even his single cry seems to shake the very air. The Imperial army falls into disorder. The cavalry cuts the pace into panic, the infantry retreats in horror, and the entire formation collapses under the continuous loud pressure. Watching the chaos, Minister Zagran notes with grim satisfaction, one roar is enough to halt the Empire's advance. Nearby, Queen Rayana draws her sword, and her face hardens as she shouts in support. Her cries were cut off. The soldiers on the front lines suddenly exhaled in shock and, filled with distrust, shouted together. Before they could fully grasp the new threat, dark, shadowy tentacles whirl up from the ground, tearing through their ranks with deadly force. The Minister of Foreign Affairs shouts to the Queen not to leave the ranks and presses for retreat. They must fall back. But she does not listen. Her gaze is fixed on the slaughter. She understands this cannot be allowed to continue. A giant, sai-like appendage, squeezing out the same dark energy, covers the battlefield, indiscriminately cutting down soldiers. The minister, overwhelmed with despair, calls to Her Highness Queen Rayana, and she, leaping out of her moving combat vehicle, rushes forward and jumps directly onto the fresh troops. She lands heavily and firmly on the ground, the sword in her hand ready. Instinct tells her without fail there is no better moment to strike than now. In the heat of the battle chaos, she sees everything extremely clearly. A path cut through the crowd, leading straight to the main body of the giant Hexen beast. Her gaze hardens as soon as she looks into the dark, grotesque eye of the enemy. She solemnly vows to avenge the fallen soldiers. As this promise echoes in her heart, she suddenly moves forward, her sacred sword flashes, and she cuts a path through the encroaching darkness. When she suddenly lunges at Minister Zagran, he sharply steadies his breath, regains composure, and tears the air with a roar of orders. He commands to protect Her Highness at all costs, pushes the magical troops forward to destroy the main squad, and arranges the infantry to hold the line of their retreat. The soldiers, warmed by the fever of determination from the order, carve a gap, giving the queen the chance to engage closely with the heart of the Hexen beast. She stands before the monster multi-headed, with eyes like a vortex and a leonine silhouette, and tightens the moment before the strike. She unleashes the full power of her weapon, the sacred sword of Bulgaria, the legacy of heroes, and drives the blade deep into the creature's grotesque face. The blade cleanly cuts through the beast's tough skin, as if there were no armor at all. A single attack severs a massive limb of the creature, and with a crash it falls to the ground. Seeing this, the Imperial soldiers erupt in a victorious roar. The fighting spirit rises. But their victory is cut short. The wound on the giant Hexen beast does not bleed. Instead, it breaks and tears open the belly, and a furious swarm of smaller, tiny creatures that scurry on the legs of spawners bursts out. Her eyes widen sharply in horror as soon as she sees this. She realizes with dread, the creatures insides were an incubator. It must be destroyed completely, otherwise this multiplying threat will put an end to everything. A curse escapes from her lips. Ignoring the swarm of unborn creatures surrounding her, the queen directs power into the sacred sword of Bulgaria. Her gaze is resolute. Gripping the hilt with both hands, she makes a powerful upward swing of the blade and prepares to deliver a decisive strike against the greater threat. His attack evaporates into a brilliant beam of energy, holy sword ray, and slices the battlefield with series of strikes, hitting directly the armored head of one of the Hexen beasts. The beam scorches the creature's flesh, leaving a smoldering wound, and the hound lets out a guttural growl. The rage does not subside. When the queen looks, a wave of shock overwhelms her. With horror, she realizes the beast is still standing. Her hands begin to tremble. She instantly realized in horror. She blinked and missed the fatal strike. A mass of little spiders distracted her just enough so she couldn't react, and the attack used all its power and worse, all the mana, so she was left completely exhausted on the battlefield. Although the strike of the holy sword did not finish off the beast, it at least seriously wounded it. Believing this, Minister Zagran steps forward before his mages and growls the order, shoot. In response to the coordinated spell of the mages, a dazzling flash of magical energy rises. It covers the Hexen dog with a massive explosion. But when the smoke clears, the creature remains completely unharmed. As if mocking them, several of its eyes blink in surprise. The attack didn't even scratch it. From afar, Ray Xing watches and grimaces. He sees their formation beginning to fall apart and understands nothing will move this monster except a blow from above. The priority is Seto save his majesty and regroup. He continues to coldly calculate the tactics. The Imperial Guard held the first wave, but now it is squeezed by numbers. And yet he believes chance of victory remains if the front is broken through, the main mass of creatures destroyed, and the invasion beheaded. His confidence is drowned out by a deep, primal rumbling as if the earth itself is stirring. Minister Zagran hears it and asks if more are coming. In the next moment, a soldier rushes in with a report of enemy reinforcements, and Zagran Frisch cannot understand how so many forces could have been left for an ambush. Gradually, the harsh truth dawns on him. They were deceived. His face twists with rage at those damned monsters who brazenly outsmarted them. The source of the sound becomes eerily clear. The endless sea of Hexenbia cities breaks from the cresta living wave of monsters. A soldier screams a warning frantically. The minister is already completely surrounded. The frontline warriors froze, their gazes fixed on that impossible vision. They were overwhelmed by numbers and completely overshadowed by fire. One hurriedly tries to count, 300. No, it's all 500. Their professional composure crumbles, and instead pure horror surges. They fix their gaze on the maw of destruction, sweat pours down their faces like hail, and one soldier suddenly starts stammering. It's like us. Meanwhile, somewhere another battle is taking place. Over a crowd of smaller offspring and a whole army of soldiers looms a colossal multi-legged spider-like monster Hexen beast. For this creature, frightened men are just a snack. The shadow of the creature covers the doomed army ahead is their banquet. For it, they are merely prey. The scene changes. The Demon King looks at the ground and spreads his fingers. The nails point downward. She is breathless, gasping weakly for air. Her mana is completely exhausted, and all she can do is laugh bitterly at this miserable situation. She tightly grips the sword, and her gaze hardens to determination. The magic has vanished. She understands. Her only option is to rely on her skill with the blade. Fencing is the only way to fight this monster. Her newly gained resolve shatters completely as another grotesque creature rises before her. A gigantic, multifaceted-eyed tentacle-like horror emits a guttural roar from its throat. She freezes in shock, realizing the hopelessness of her situation. Without the legendary strength of heroes, it is impossible to withstand such a colossal monster. Her face twists with despair and distrust, sweat streams down her cheek, and in her head one single thought bursts and spins again and again. Impossible. As soon as she resigns herself to her fate, her gaze catches a detail. On the monster's head there is something, a small red spot. She suddenly gathers herself, sharpens her sight, and fixates on this incongruity. A youth with light brown-reddish hair stands on the grotesque head. A powerful beam of light rushes across the battlefield and strikes the massive, marble-fleshed body of the grotesque monster. The blow explodes with a bright star-shaped flash right on the wave of the offensive. The force of the explosion pierces the creature to its very core, tearing its flesh with colossal energies. A sudden attack makes the young demon king Lucius flinch, his eyes widen sharply in shock. The wounded monster lets out a guttural roar of agony from his chest, and through the chaos cuts a commanding voice addressing the Empire's soldiers. The interlocutor introduces himself, Rukki Everguard, Lord of the Demon Land. He immediately makes his intentions clear. He extends his hand and proclaims that from this moment his troops will provide support. Rukki Everguard gives his first command: the forces must unite. But Lucia is confused. She asks how the strike even happened, because she believes it was a magical veil from the territory of the Demon Lord. The distance she imagined, magic supposedly could not cross beyond the ordinary. Lucia has not yet fully accepted the impossible when the sky is split by a downpour of magical beams. The flashes converge over the battlefield, and she shouts in panic as the light rushes straight to her target. The general assault does find the target. With strikes it flies into the monster and causes a massive explosion that covers its head. The beast roars in pain as the flesh burns. The Demon King, masked, mocks the creature, revealing that this attack was the joint work of 30 of his mages. Then he explains the technology of the trick, a magical item called a laser pointer. A skinny mage aims the device and it emits a guiding beam. The Demon King adds that the artifact not only expands the limits of magic, it allows volleys from several sorcerers to merge into one stream and hold onto the beam, so the damage sharply increases. Next he recalls his first encounter with this weapon, that test, when he was shaken to trembling by the colossal power of the explosion right at the point of impact. Miles away another group watches the demonstration. Lucia, with eyes wide open in amazement, turns to Thor and asks if he saw this incredible spectacle. Thor, next to Mabel in his unmasked Dugnies, confirms he saw it. The laser pointer shot was simply incredible, but a thoughtful worry trembles on his face as if he sensed an unseen threat. He glances at the weapon, a huge blade radiating power. He recognizes divine mercy in it, and for a moment completely freezes, as if falling in love with its perfection, until he snaps back to reality like a star. A faint smile touches his lips as he confirms that this is it, indeed the sacred sword. From a towering observation point, Chancellor of the Crooked Evergarden Rukki Deckman King gazed at the battlefield. Rukki pondered the Imperial Guard's original plan and could not understand whether they really believed they could defeat the demonic beast Gagoras alone. The foreign minister, standing next to Queen Rihanna, voiced his cold assumptions. Allegedly, this stunt could have been a purely political maneuver, either to raise the princess's prestige by deploying the sacred sword, or to intimidate the demonic forces by showing the power of the hero's legendary weapon. At another command post, Prime Minister Curve turned to the Demon Lord Lucia and asked if she had anticipated such a turn of events. With a grim expression, Lucia confirmed, at least partially. The political map indeed turned out to be treacherous. Marquis Guerra had already conspired with another nobleman and noted, the Empire seemed to have abandoned Thor, but other factions were trying to use this to their advantage. Guerra decided to uncover these conspiracies after dealing with the urgent threat of Hexen Beast. Her foresight pushed her towards one goal: to understand the true nature of man. She declared that she would verify whether those who manipulated Thor were merely a renegade faction of nobles, or if the entire imperial family was thoroughly rotten. And to get to the truth, she planned to speak directly with the princess after the battle. Nearby, a hooded judge remarked, the imperial troops demonstrated brilliant tactics. Then he showed their critical mistake, underestimating the power of Gardarasa. The judge admitted, he had already warned the Empire about the unpredictable nature of this creature, but it was unknown. Yet even he could not imagine its incredible endurance. As if to prove the point, the smoldering shadow twitched and burst out under a guttural roar. Panic broke out among the human forces, and some officer, shouting at the top of his lungs, rushed to run to call His Highness. Minister Zagran seized the moment and urged Queen Rihanna to move. He stated that the encirclement had been broken, so they needed to break out while there was a chance. Rihanna agreed, but her face remained grim as she aloud admitted, the fight was far from over. Facing the monster Gardarasa, Minister Zagran laid out the harsh truth about their situation. He insisted, even the forces of the Demon Lord could not defeat this creature, so for each of them it remained a truly formidable opponent. In response, she clenched the sacred sword and her face hardened with determination. Rihanna said the blade would be needed once more, then voiced a clear strategy. First, their forces would weaken Hexenbeast with long-range attacks, creating a breach for her final strike. Her gaze was fixed on the monster's mass, and a single drop of sweat traced a thin path down from her temple. Despite the incredible pressure, she confirmed her commitment to the plan unwavering, without any hesitation. When her soldiers closed around the protective circle, both she and the minister tension of an imminent clash appeared on their faces. The Imperial forces saw nothing. Devil King Luckier watched the battle unfold from afar, her gaze sharply fixed on the Queen and the Beast. On the battlefield, the Minotaur commander observes how the course of the mighty spider monster changes. The wave of terrible spiders no longer besieges the Imperial forces from afar. Instead, the entire horde now rushes straight at them. From his vantage point, Minister Zyger notices. The princess's weapon seems to have had little effect. He raises his hand and calmly reassures a subordinate everything is fine. Even though there are many enemies, their strategy has not changed. Below, the hissing swarm relentlessly pushes the spiders forward. The command was given, use long-range magic to slow their advance. Demon King Lucia narrows her eyes, holds focus, and gives the final order. As soon as the long-range magic delays the enemy's advance, the general's troops along with the Minotaurs launch an attack. At her command, the entire Minotaur squad responds with a collective roar, their communities freeze in stance, about to charge forward. Their commander orders to gather and be ready, activates a health enhancement medallion on his chest, which flares with power. He declares that the fire mana he channels grants them 100 endurance. Meanwhile, the elven troops line up in ranks, spears and bows aimed at the approaching horde. Their commander urges them with a roar resembling rage. Retreat to the front line, support it with their magic, and give their all until the last drop of mana. While preparations continue, the fiery general unleashes his power, flames rise as if breathing and come alive in his hands. He clenches his fist, swears to his majesty that he will show the true strength of his lineage and make the enemy pay for the death and desecration they inflicted on their lands. Somewhere there, the advertising phrase Agni stands ready, her helmet already removed. She declares she will fight alongside her father in Agnes. Bright light bursts from her chest. A message announces that physical strength has reached 400. Her gaze is fixed on an unseen point, and she silently urges Mr. Thor to look at her. In the forest corridor, the Imperial envoy hoarsely shouts a warning, but a swarm of magical energy flies at him. A squad of elven mages bursts from the trees and launches a coordinated attack as if one strike. A soldier in a desperate chase races alongside a carriage flying at speed. Keep pace as it escapes an ambush through dense forests. A memory of his mission flashes through his mind. Minister Zagrin, face obscured behind dark glasses, hands him a sealed scroll. The soldier again recalls how he looked up in fear the attack had already begun, and mocking laughter echoed from the trees. He remembers the weight of Zagrin's words, the order clear, unconditional. I entrust it to you. The soldier, face covered in sweat, accepts the task with grim determination and swears to deliver his precious cargo. His resolve grows stronger. He tightens the backpack strap and vows he will do everything to deliver the letter to its intended recipient. Before him flicker the faces of those whom this message can influence. The resolute Queen Rihanna, the anxious nobleman and majestic Demon King Looker. Each image offers him a desperate escape. The stakes are colossal. Figures of incredible power are involved across the continent: Demon King Looker, Flame General Riizinga, Frazet of the Knights Ugni, up to Alchemist Thor. But as soon as these names flash in his mind, the messenger's run is cut short by a brutal end. An arrow hits the target, pierces the skull, and stops him on the spot. On the huge Garderosa beast, her weak spot is marked a small red spot of light on the giant body. From a great distance, the elf captain squints. He recognizes how difficult the shot is. Others might miss such a tiny target, almost impossible to hit from here. Yet despite everything through the canyon, a stunning beam of pink energy cuts through to the beast. Guided by golden magical constructs, the beam of light continues to hold its trajectory flawlessly. The weapon known as the laser pointer is famed for perfect accuracy. It allows no shot to miss the target. The beam strikes precisely and flashes with a blinding glow of pink light. The Garderosa lets out a guttural roar of pain from her chest. As the explosion tears her flesh, the force of the blow smashes and knocks down the colossal creature. Watching the wounded animal, the demon judge notes, once a few legs are taken from it, it will inevitably slow down. Nearby, demon co-judge Lucia calmly assesses the situation, seeing how a swarm of smaller spiders covers the ground. She concludes, now it is her turn to act. The demon judge then gives a new order. He commands Kelva to reorient the laser pointer. The new target, according to him, is the approaching swarm of small spiders. In response to the attacking swarm, the demon judge raises his hand and dark ethereal flames begin to materialize from thin air. Lucio freezes, watching the spectacle, and her pupils dilate with surprise. From this visible power, a memory flashes in Lucia's mind. The princess had already shown the power of the holy sword against Hexen Beast. Lucia decides now she must demonstrate to them the true master of the power of the dark element. With a bold, self-satisfied smile she commands, "Begone, little ones," and unleashing her own devastating spell, releases a black storm of fire, the flame of the void, which calls with magical fire. Her spell fell from the sky. A pillar of pure darkness thundered into the ground. A giant explosive wave of black energy flared up, and in an instant it instantly devoured the creatures swarming below. The creatures screeched as they were swallowed without a trace by the dark hellish flame. Lucia surveyed the ruins with a satisfied smile, recognizing the innate weakness of her magical flame from the void limited range. Yet at the same time, a thought gnawed at her. It is precisely the accuracy of the laser pointer that compensates for this single flaw. Far away, Flame General Reincarnated could only stare frozen and with amazement admitted. What happened was truly impressive. He tried to understand how whole packs of creatures were finished off with a single blow. Next to him, a more complex reaction was unfolding. Queen Rihanna. She saw how in the blast beam everyone caught in it instantly burned to ashes. And in her opinion, this spectacle was both terrifying and enchanting at the same time. Like when Queen Rihanna, staggering from the terrible power she had just witnessed, froze for a moment, Demon King Lucia and Minister Zagran turned away from the ruins. Their work was Donianly scorched earth remained where a fierce gathering had raged moments before. On a desolate hill overlooking the battlefield, Minister Zagran and Queen Rihanna stand before the command tent. The wind lashes through the bare wasteland around them. He is silent, his face is hard, nothing can be read, while he examines the consequences of their failed engagement. His thoughts close in on themselves, a gloomy realization ripens in his head. This happened to Zagran, the shame he feels can never be washed away or overcome. Memory of plan surfaces. The mercenary leader recounts, when they first leaked intelligence to lure out the bandits, there were barely 1,000 of them. There was no precedent for their forces to grow tenfold in such a short time. Zagran recounts a strategic defeat. They had no reserve troops. They feared the demon army would advance, so they had to act very cautiously. This caution was based on a bluff from the domain of the Demon King. He remembers the chaos when they were surrounded, coordinated monsters they could not overcome, and the oppressive weight of their loss. He knows even if his position survives, he will still be held responsible upon return. While Zagran drowns in his defeat, Queen Rihanna is overtaken by her own anxiety. She bites her lip, realizing she cannot afford another mistake in the upcoming negotiations. Her thoughts keep returning to her sister. Sees in her a perfect, useful thing she has raised for her own protection. Memory fates a harsh lesson from Scarman. A leader must show strength and force others to obey. The foreign minister's word responds, even emphasizing, leadership is taking from the weak. This memory made her shudder, and now, at this moment, her face twists in disgust. His words burst out weakly and echo dully in her head. She begins to doubt, who is really weaker between Empire and the Demon Lord's domain? The answer from the recent battle is brutally clear. 300 soldiers of the Empire barely hit the Garderosa beast even once. And the Demon Lord's army, having only 100 fighters, destroyed over 1,000 spiders and the main creature. The weaker side is obvious. She remembers the voice of her sister Sophiath, one that ordered her to listen carefully. The old instruction imprints itself in her mind and weighs down with inevitability. Her hands tremble as the terrible question crystallizes in her thoughts. Do they want her to steal from the Empire? Her determination wavered, despair froze on her face. She clutched her chest and hesitated whether fear inspired by strength was the right path. Instead, she hinted that they should try to understand each other. Minister Zagran immediately cut off her softness. He warned Princess Lyanna, if she does not stand her ground, her sister Princess Sophia might be sent to the front line. He snorted as soon as he realized that Sophia's gentleness affects the princess. He continued, explaining, Sophia truly surpasses Leonis in magic, but her weakness makes betting on her a one-time risk. Zagran insisted if she does not want this, she will have to behave like a true princess and conduct negotiations so they do not end in favor of the Demon Lord. Lena snapped angrily. Let Zagran not involve her sister and not try to brainwash her with his idea of the perfect princess. Manipulative words hit the target exactly, and she froze with wide-open eyes, not uttering a sound, in complete horror. After a brief, tense silence, Zagran ordered her to stick to the plan. With a hardened face, Lena confirmed she would act according to His Majesty's will. She turned around and walked past the corpse of the horned beast to the ranks of Imperial soldiers, thereby confirming that she was ready to move on. When she set off, Minister Zagran watched her for a long time. A broad, deeply anxious smile spread across his face. Her armored boots crunched on the barren ground as she approached the large tent in the demon territory where the Demon King and his retinue awaited. Inside the tent, she stood before the demon court, composed, poised, and calm. She thanked them for protecting her soldiers from danger and officially introduced herself. Liana Dorgalia, the third princess of the Dorgalian Empire. She continued, honestly admitting how their domain had deeply impressed her soul, telling that she had seen a sword with a range even greater than the holy sword. It descended from the heavens, killed creatures from afar with the power of God, and split a mountain. While she spoke, Minister Zagarin clenched his face twisted with envy. She trembles, sweat rolls down her forehead like hail. Minister Zagarin watches her and notes, her fear does not disappear even despite the brainwashing, and there is nothing strange about that. The memory of that titanic power is still vivid. The Demon King looker admits, even she shudders when recalling the incredible might of that cursed blade. This stunning presence now stands before her. The masked figure, his eyes flashing in the darkness under the hood, is called Rookie Evergard, the ruler of the Demon Lord's domains. He responds to her kind words with an unequivocal, cold retort. His official introduction takes her breath away. She trembles and barely finds words to thank him. From the shadows emerges another eerie figure, the Owl Devil, who reassures, there is no shame in defeat, for even the strongest can falter. Then he continues to evaluate the battle, acknowledging that the Empire fought honorably. But at the same time, he emphasizes, their tactics only worked against smaller spider-like creatures. He breaks down the tactical picture and says, if the main body of the beast had engaged in the fight, the tightly packed formation of the Empire would have simply crushed them. Swinging a holy sword in such a crowd endangers your own soldiers. Therefore, her decision to break through to a solo duel is smart, though desperate. When the judge finishes the analysis, Minister Zagrin steps forward and asks for permission to speak. He introduces himself as the Minister of War and praises Queen Rihanna, saying that although she is a princess, she fights like a true warrior for her comrades. He claims that if they had not set an ambush near the beast's vulnerable belly, they might have even forced it to retreat and pull out. His formal address meets another high-ranking demon Prime Minister Curve, servant of the Demon Lord, who acknowledges the Minister of War, says he has heard much about him, and nods toward the burning General Rizinga standing nearby. The minister replies with diplomatic finesse, thanks for saving Princess Rihanna, and suggests celebrating the successful defeat of the monster. He adds a dependent phrase. The connection between the Demon Lord's domains and the Empire is, he says, obvious. Then he makes a bold proclamation. A broad smile spreads across his face, and he declares that victory together is a historic event worth passing down through generations. In the tense pause, demon officials are visible, Curve, the Demon King, and Zagrin himself all watching intently. The declaration of joint victory hangs in the air, met with distrust and anger. Demon Lady Lucia questions the very idea. At this moment, the fiery General Rei Zheng clenches his fist, his body trembles with rage, he forces himself to restrain. Prime Minister Curve picks up the first voice of dissent. He turns to the general, points toward the distant swarm of spiders, and demands an explanation why the Empire attacked first if their plan was to unite before the battle. Lucia stands aside, her face a mixture of confusion and anxiety. Before the general could respond, the Demon King Rookie Evergard raised his hand to silence the Prime Minister. Curve insisted that the matter needed clarification for the soldiers' sake, but the Demon King rejected the request and turned his gaze to Princess Liana, demanding explanations. The demon judge sharply interrupts, throwing accusations. The beast's gargling voice never leaves the forest on its own, so the Empire was the attacker. After that, he asks Liana, why did the Empire attack before the agreed meeting? His words ignite the fury of the Demon King Lucia. She bursts out on the spot and shouts, their joint plan was specifically created to avoid casualties, but the Empire has now destroyed these agreements. She asks what would have happened if civilians had been nearby, or if the beast's roar had broken free from the mountain and rushed at the city. She softens her tone a little and fixes her gaze on the frightened princess. Lucia explains, she does not seek to blame anyone, but they must understand the Empire's intention to find out if they can be trusted. Liana chokes on her words. All she is capable of are trembling fragments of pleas to the Demon King. Princess Liana, under the weight of these glances, finally prepares to respond. She addresses Demon Lord Rookie Evergard directly and begins to tell the truth about what is happening. But just as she begins to explain, a broken voice cuts in. Minister Zagrin steps forward and declares that he will explain it. He insists the incident happened because of a few soldiers who showed reckless carelessness, chasing their own credit, leaving Liana stunned without a word. Then his sharp gaze fixes directly on the princess, and he reproaches her to remember how an ideal princess should behave. Lucia grits her teeth in anger at the blatant manipulation, and Liana just freezes, stunned by his audacity. His voice thunders through the hall as he addresses the demonic court and explains. In the Empire, it is common practice nobles who have committed crimes are sent to battle so they have a chance to mitigate their punishment. He emphasizes that some of the ambitious acted too hastily, but he does not get to continue. The fiery General Razinga, clad in a fiery aura right now, roars at the Minister of War, demanding that he shut up. The burning general, boiling with rage, declares that this is a matter between himself, Demon Lord, and Princess Lyanna. He roars at Minister Zagran, allowing no interference. But just as the atmosphere is ready to explode into escalation, Demon Judge bursts in, orders Reincarnated to stop and offers his own apologies. After a brief general silence, the judge turns his gaze to Demon King Lukier and formally asks her to speak. Lukier responds with a simple yes and a smile that speaks instead of words. She says, later reports confirm that the beast Gargarosa descended on the plains precisely because of the unauthorized actions of several renegade soldiers. She continues the explanation, spreading her arms as if presenting an undeniable truth. According to her, the Demon Lord's domain was not informed out of shame. The Empire did not want anyone to see their disgrace. It is this secret, she concludes, that gave them the chance to successfully intercept the beast. The demon judge lets out a quiet sigh, as if accepting what he heard. After that, Princess Lyanna sincerely apologizes for all the troubles caused by her people. Minister Zagran immediately picks up her words and places his hand on his heart. He repeats that the incident is the fault of several weak-willed soldiers and praises the noble Princess Lyanna for choosing to save them despite everything. Then he announces, he will provide other details later. Prime Minister Kravacha does not give him a break, immediately starts interrogating. Where are these soldiers now? Can they be questioned? Zagran answers evenly, they were captured but most are so badly wounded that showing them is impossible. The demonic Queen Luker silently watches the exchange and notes to herself. People are so persistently controlling the narrative, especially considering the princess has not yet been bloodied. The Prime Minister remains unconvinced and presses further. What if after interrogation the soldiers say the order came from Zagran himself? Zagran rejects this idea and coolly adds, daredevils can say anything just to avoid punishment. He immediately changes the subject and hands the Prime Minister a letter as a token of gratitude. He says the official award from the Emperor is ahead, and this first letter already carries words of thanks, an offer to share supplies and confirmation of a non-aggression pact, including details for a future ceremony. As soon as the letter is delivered, Zagran clasps his hands together, and a look of satisfaction spreads across his face. On demon territory, Prime Minister Curve recounts the details of the letter from the Empire. He explains, until now the non-aggression pact was only a written agreement, but the new proposal requires an official live ceremony so that both the Demon Lord's domain and the Empire participate, with Princess Lyanna and Minister Zagran presenting the terms to the Emperor. At the formal meeting, Minister Zagran addresses the demon leadership. His tone is submissive. He acknowledges, the power of the Demon King was beyond what the Empire could imagine, so he says it is quite natural for them to seek reinforcement of the agreement. Nearby, one of the demon judges with horns listens attentively. He continues and states that together with Princess Lyanna they will return to the capital to inform the Emperor about the situation. Zagran emphasizes, in their opinion, the Demon Lord and his sword of incredible power deserve his highest respect. When the Imperial envoy departs, the demon judge turns to his colleagues. Inside, he notes that humans completely misunderstood the true nature of that sword. Aloud, he suggests they discuss the proposal details in private. Prime Minister Curve immediately presses. The proposal must be accepted without hesitation, but the judge quickly objects it's enough to take the benefit and end it there. Curve cuts in firmly. The Empire never admits its own mistakes. He elaborates and explains. When the non-aggression truce is renewed and the king even comes to the ceremony, the Empire will be forced to recognize the demon domain as an equal state. This step, he says, carries enormous weight after that they will no longer break the pact. Curve concludes, official recognition from the royal family gives their domain legitimacy, so the plan is truly smart, with clear advantages. The judge considers and agrees. With further negotiations, this could even open doors for trade with humans. Their strategic conversation is interrupted by the fiery General Razinga. His face is a mask of rage. He bursts in at the moment of interruption and demands to know if they really intend to let the Empire escape responsibility for ruining their joint operation. Demon King Lucy intervenes calmly without haste, eyes closed, thoughts focused. She explains how she sees the Empire's methods. The soldiers Zagran mentioned were likely prepared as scapegoats from the very beginning. She reasons that demanding their surrender is pointless. The Empire will simply claim they were executed and by this move tries to sow outrage. Perhaps this was the true goal from the very start. The Curve transitions into the general plan. He acknowledges his rage yet warns to not fall into the Empire's trap. Zenga only clenches his teeth, his body trembling from suppressed madness, all because of the treacherous machinations of a man. His silent rage was ignored while the shackled demon judge pronounced the verdict. Judge explained that he intended to use the fight to determine the value of empire. When Beast Gardarasa was killed and none of theirs were harmed, he agreed with Curve's assessment they must accept the benefits and put an end to this matter. Demon King Lucia listened, her face hardening from the painful truth. The judge continued addressing her lord. In their land, there are those who maintain contact with the empire. He spoke of secret dealings in the borderland small exchanges for what is needed and rare for both sides that still bring their peoples together. She turned away. The decision had already been made. Lucia declared that she would not sever these ties for the sake of her own people. Instead, she emphasized that the benefits gained in this battle, official letter, tribute, and renewal of the non-aggression pact should be prioritized. After she defeats the beast and saves the imperial royal person, this, she said, would send a strong signal to the common folk. The subordinates understood. Beyond the field tent, Minister Zagran meanwhile gave Princess Lyanna a stern lesson. He ordered her to listen carefully and insisted. She must become cold, prudent like the emperor, and never bow her head regardless of the opponent's strength. She sharply cut him off. Quiet, Zagran, she ordered, squeezing a hand covered in dirt and blood. Lyanna said he had been telling her the same thing since childhood and that she did not need reminders. Then coldly, without any doubt, she confirmed, I am Princess Lyanna. Her face stretched into a wide, eerie smile, and her eyes flashed with a predatory intent. I will never give in, she vowed. Even if they are stronger, I will take what can be taken. The foreigner flinched from her pressure as she unfolded her philosophy. She would acquire everything: supplies, weapons, even information. In the name of His Majesty and the Empire, she would do whatever was necessary. Later, the final decision of the Demon Lord was officially delivered to Princess Lanny and Minister Zagrani in their tent. At the official meeting, Princess Lyanna, acting as a representative of the Empire, accepted the terms. For saving the Demon Lord's domain, she officially received a letter of gratitude and tribute from the Empire. The gift consisted of an official letter of thanks and several chests, a sincere sign of goodwill between the two states. The exchange was overseen by the Demon King Rookie in a mask and the stern-faced Minister Zagran. Their diplomatic duties ended together with, as the terms of their agreement were agreed upon, hands clasped, like a signature under the extension of the non-aggression pact between two states. When the meeting ended, Princess Lyanna raised her hand and asked the Demon King Ruddy if she could ask one more question. Standing nearby were his Prime Minister Curva and the Demon Judge, while the Foreign Minister watched everything, so the Demon King allowed her request. She immediately inquired where the new power of their domain came from. Primarily the stunningly powerful long-range magic and the formidable obsidian sword now held by her forces. The hooded demon judge responded with a barely noticeable smile, showing that they had simply borrowed the wisdom of the alchemist. At this answer, Princess Lyanna trembled with distrust, her eyes wide open. Her thoughts raced from this suspicion, and she blurted out an exclamation aloud, not knowing herself whether it could be a wandering alchemist. The novice demon king confirmed her guess, albeit choosing his words very carefully. He supposedly ventured into the domain of the demon lord. Her face blossomed from shock into a cunning intrigue. She pressed further, asking what race the alchemist was and whether he was a human from the Empire. In response, the Demon King asked back what would she do if it turned out to be so. With a confident, almost predatory grin, she demanded to be named. She voiced the suspicion that the alchemist was precisely the one who repaired her father's sword, as she could not imagine such skill belonging to anyone else. The Demon King silently weighed her intentions. She explained that she wanted to express gratitude and, if lucky, have him nearby, and declared, even some low-ranking alchemist, when commanded by a royal person, must serve. Looking at this with disdainful contempt, Demon King Lucia and Leona declared that she would force him to give her even his own essence. Minister Zagran nodded and confirmed, such people exist only to serve the Empire. Her zeal reached its peak when she stated, even an alchemist without combat abilities can still serve the Empire. Minister Zagran only nodded, implying the Emperor would say the same without any doubt, and for the alchemist it would be the highest honor. Demon King Lucia could only watch silently in response, satisfied. Somewhere far away, the face of Demon King Lucia twisted with rage. Her eyes became black abysses of furious anger as she contemplated the declaration of the Empire. She managed to utter only one incredible sound. Her anger slowly smoldered, meanwhile events unfolded elsewhere. After Lord Rookie delivered news of the defeat of the giant Hexenbius, a large dark scar remained on the terrain. This disaster launched a new mission. Lady Agnes's squad was sent to patrol near the former lair of the beast. They were tasked with searching for any living spiders. With them were Thor and his assistant Mabel, as always, accompanied by. While they were making their way through the forest, Ubni noticed Thor could have stayed at the base, was sure her team could handle the job, but he stubbornly insisted he would help because he was also part of this unit. Nearby, the salamanders whispered reverently, recognizing in him the right hand of the demon lord and the creator of their mighty weapon. Thor clearly felt out of place from those praises. Suddenly, a random spark from the salamander set Agnes's armor on fire. She screamed sharply, and Thor reacted instantly. He shouted a spell and ordered the flames to hide. He effortlessly absorbed the fire of the Ifrit into a small, devising the salamanders were utterly stunned. Confused, Thor explained, "It's just a personal storage device, something not everyone has." But still Mabel catches the moment and boasts before the creatures. She declares that her alchemist lord is far more incredible than they can imagine and calls his legs a miracle. Her excessive boasting only sharpened Toro's shame even more. When the excitement subsided, her face became serious. She voiced to Tor her concern. She feared that in this territory they would encounter Imperial soldiers. She pushed the thought further and asked if it would be difficult for him to meet someone from Empire. Thor shrugged off her fears indifferently. His new cloak gave enough reason not to be recognized, and with a smile, he emphasized the chance to get even more materials for alchemy. Although Mabel remained anxious, Thor's attention had already shifted elsewhere. Thoughts about spider legs were spinning in his mind. He mentally estimated that studying their strength could be the key to forging a new sword even stronger than the legendary Holy Sword. He remembered the battle against Gardarasa, how he saw the princess holding her sacred sword. It emitted a beam of light and effortlessly cut through the spiderlings that ambushed, but this very strike seemed to weaken its power, barely managing to hit the main body of the beast. Since then, his thoughts returned again to the weapon itself, to how skillfully it was made, to the beautiful blade shape. He thought about its power, equating it to the defensive capabilities of 50 spiders, and the path became clear before him. As soon as he determines the strength of the spiders, he will finally understand the true power of that legendary sword. Thor stands before Lucy and Agnes and explains, "Gathering information about forging is critically important, especially if he intends to create a weapon that will surpass the Holy Sword." Lucy, stunned, asks what exactly he has in mind. Sensing his ambitions, both Lucy and Agni freeze with wide, shocked eyes. Lucy continues to question, does he really want to make the sword even stronger than the one he just demonstrated? Torov's own reaction settles in his mind, and he cannot understand why such fear is frozen on their faces. He thinks, a magic sword, a laser blade essentially, just a modified laser pointer that managed to melt spiders and finish off the Gargalos abyss. He smiles to himself, remembering how incredible Lucy was in battle. He honestly admits true strength lies in her magic, and the thought of seeing Lucy with a sword again fills him with determination, so he decides to make a real sword for her. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lucy lets out a triumphant laugh and a dark, powerful aura swirls around her. Thor blushes from his own thoughts, and Mabel immediately intervenes. She says that, in her opinion, His Majesty Demon King would rather have him return alive than receive another sword. His practical words immediately bring everyone back to reality. He smiles brightly and agrees, soon they will head back. But Uvni, despite everything, still looks anxiously and whispers that she also does not want Lord Thor to get hurt. He returns to Ugni's with a grateful smile, thanking her for her care. Then he makes a promise to both her and Mabel, if they find any spider legs he will bring them lightning fast. The promise seems to bring Lucy peace. She smiles gently and decides to stop searching for materials and return. She no longer wants to make them worry. Ugni stands nearby, folding her arms and continues to squeeze them anxiously. Just as the group relaxes, Thor's face suddenly hardens. His gaze fixes dead ahead, and he sharply states that he has spotted an Imperial soldier. Through the trees, a column of armored figures is visible. A sudden threat sweeps a wave of anxiety through the entire party. Ugni reacts instantly. She shouts for Lord Thor to follow her quickly. She recognizes the order and is already ready to dash into the dense thicket. Imperial presence was not confined to the border. Somewhere else stood another armored warrior unwaveringly. Opposite the phalanx of soldiers, spears rose like a forest of steel points. Meanwhile, far from the wild nature, in the very heart of the Empire life, flowed inside the impregnable walls of the capital. In one of the city's luxurious rooms, a man with a mangled cheek, Count Ligas, was torn from his tense thoughts. The maid entered and informed him that she had brought his teach. She nervously laid everything out. The order to call him Count came directly from the Minister of War. As soon as he fell silent, she shuddered, and he quietly agreed and said it was normal. His consent was only a mask. Soon his face twisted into a mad smile, slithered very close and snarled at the frightened maid. He ordered her to call him Duke. She screamed in fear. He broke off his gaze, turning his back on her, and his voice broke unwaveringly. He declared that he would reclaim his title and restore his honor. He swore to take everything back, and ordering someone to just wait and watch, he himself began to speak further. The perspective widens and it becomes clear. He is addressing the Minister of War, Barga. Ligas repeated the demand, insisting that he be called Duke. His fist clenched tighter and tighter, the knuckles turned white. He was confident it was only necessary to accumulate achievements, and he would rise straight up, receive a promotion not just possible but natural. The Minister of War Barga remained unmoved. Placing his hand on his chest, he calmly corrected the arrogant count. For now, he said, he should be called by the proper title. The Minister of War Barga did not. Yet Ligas still turned back to the surprised maid. His figure was sinking into the shadow. He declared with full confidence. Victory was already in his hands, all because of one single letter that he had. He is sweating, trapped by his own meanings, and explains. Victory is already guaranteed as soon as one specific letter reaches his foolish son. He imagines the boy Thor. He receives a message, supposedly from his loving father in the Empire, and sneaks to read it. Whether Thor will carry out the orders inside or not, it does not matter. The mind triggers in any case. He continues to reason. If Thor obeys, he will be suspected of espionage. If he does not obey, he will not be able to reveal the content of the letter. In any case, the boy is doomed to silence. He considers this forced silence sufficient to soon make Thor rely on him. He imagines how the boy's allies, such as the maid Mabel, grow tired with each new letter, and each response sows more and more suspicion throughout the Demon Lord's domain, while Thor reads them secretly. Later, as soon as the moment of complete isolation comes, he will finally make his son a puppet. He snorts disdainfully at the absurd idea that Thor is capable of real connections with those he calls disgusting half-humans. In his opinion, the boy is just a figure on the board, doomed to fall under his control. Minister Zagran Echo throws out words of promise. The punishment will be reduced if the mission succeeds. But he, like a sock regarding the concept, is convinced this feat will be so great that the sentence will simply be completely erased. His ambitions are not limited to pardon. He declares that as soon as he takes control of his son and makes the Flame Common his servant, he will personally kill the Demon Lord. And reaching this thought, he involuntarily becomes saddened by a dream. He might become a hero, a living legend. He carefully drags along all possible paths and calls it a magical dilemma, Minister of War or celebrated hero. But he is sure he will march straight to greatness. His glorious rise now already looks inevitable. He turns to the Minister of War and asks why he should tremble with fear at all. While Barga silently swirls his drink, Count Ligas dissolves into a fit of wild, triumphant laughter. His mad laughter quiets and he freezes in a theatrical pose, a wide, eerie smile. As if addressing an invisible audience saying, "My friends," he rhetorically asks himself about the need for these elaborate plans. And below, the maids, especially the one with glasses, can only watch in horror. He throws his head back, overwhelmed with triumphant joy, and roars at the top of his lungs, calling everyone to join in singing the anthem of glory. In his thoughts, he is already celebrating, chaotically pouring the wine of victory right onto his face. His imaginary merriment is interrupted by a brisk jump. He firmly clicks his heels together, already in the air. Meanwhile, far from Count's private intrigues, a mighty winged figure stands before a huge crowd. He raises his hand to the sky and proclaims that the moment of revolution is very near. Elsewhere in a forest clearing, a rustle in the bushes draws the attention of Mabel, the fiery General Rizenga, and the helmetless Ugnis. A soldier in imperial armor, eyes hidden behind a dark visor, involuntarily staggers toward them and shouts for help. He was chased by spiders and got lost while fleeing. While these events unfold, Thor approaches Twilight's shelter. He reviews his gear. His cloak is woven from shadow weave, a material that absorbs light and turns it jet black through magic. Thor understands, as soon as the sun sets, he can lower his hood and blend perfectly with the darkness. He continues his approach, recalling from Rookie's words. Several Imperial soldiers attacked the Hexambia swarm even before the operation officially started. He agrees with the conclusion that it was a deliberate provocation, yet he still gnaws at the feeling there is another level to the conspiracy that he has not yet uncovered. Ugni again resorts to calmness in the courtyard and says that the soldier had to endure a lot, trying to look non-threatening. The man raises his hands, offers to disarm, and asks only one thing: how to return to the Empire army. She accepts his request and places her hand on her heart. Confidently introduces herself, Agnes, daughter of Flame General Lysinga Friesed, and promises to ensure his safe return. As soon as the soldier with the bandage hears her name, his mouth involuntarily curves into a wide, eerie smile. He greeted her with feigned enthusiasm and insists that before him is Lady Agnes. The soldier swears he has heard countless stories about her great deeds and speaks with admiration. Somewhere far away, another man watches everything, already knowing what will happen next, a self-satisfied, as if Prisung's smile creeps onto his face. From the darkness he watched closely, Thor's eyes narrowed in recognition. He immediately identified that man, leader of Count Lysa's personal guard. He remembered the role that man played in his past trouble. It was he who named the reasons for exile, stating, "That one is unfit due to lack of combat skills." But the unexpected appearance of the guard leader here is painfully wrong, like a hint that a bigger plan is behind this. Next to a group of soldiers, a woman with long wavy hair attentively watches a man in armor with tied ice and aloud asks why the guard of the ducal house ended up in such a remote place. From a distance, Thor's eye narrows, lowering the focus. He decides it will be safer this way and begins to carefully manipulate, resorting to his alchemy, a small dark viscous substance. In a moment, he transforms the material into a large fluffy pillow and solemnly raises it, keeping a serious face. The trap pillow turned out masterfully. He turns to Mabel and asks her to give this item to the lady, the niece. Mabel looks back, confused. She clarifies whether this is really the pillow meant for her. Meanwhile, the blindfolded soldier looks exhausted, staggering, stumbling, and barely dragging his feet, reaching for a large stone to finally rest. Seeing this, Mabel admits that Thora is indeed right and declares she does not want to hear complaints about the proud imperial soldier being forced to sit on the hard ground. She orders him to put a cushion on the rock as a seat. He confirms the order. In a moment, the soldier rhythmically dances onto the rock and settles comfortably on the pillow that Thor gives him. Mabel, shocked by such a display of kindness, asks Thor if he knows this soldier and if they were close. From under his hood, Thor dryly confirms, this is a man from the Garda captain from Liga's ducal house, his former home. He clarifies they were by no means close. This is the same captain, the very one who once mocked him for not knowing how to fight when he was expelled. Mabel's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately asked for permission to use combat magic. Thor calmly asks her to wait and explains, none of this adds up. Is it normal that in this area there is only one lone captain of the guard wandering? First of all, he wants to understand the real reason why the man is here. He despises the captain's excusado, the point of disgust, petty, miserable pettiness. Mabel voices his thoughts. A country so fanatical about military discipline like the Empire would never just allow a soldier to disappear. They carefully check all the unit numbers, and Mabel concludes there must be another reason why the man ended up here. His own thoughts suddenly fall apart when the captain sharply shouts, demanding a minute alone with Lady Agnes Frisia. This outburst completely confuses Thor, Mabel, and the woman in armor. The captain ignores their confusion. Instead, he kneels before Thor, who is already hooded. He extends a sealed letter and asks to deliver it to Lord Ligas. Thor feels disgust when the man addresses him, "My lord, Lord Thor Ligas." While Udny watches the clock, the captain explains that the letter contains an apology and a new proposal. He insists that Lord Bardaligas was deceived by the border marquise and suffered terribly. Then, with a threatening smile, he aloud wonders if he should just destroy his own. His posture changes sharply, despair emerges in it. He will beg Thor not to be wary, insisting that he is Lord Thor's most trusted assistant. But at that moment, Mabel steps forward, apologizes for interrupting, and introduces herself as Refrain Mabel. She then corrects him. She says that she is Lord Thor's most devoted assistant. Her audacious accusation leaves the captain completely stunned. His face twitches with disbelief as he tries to comprehend how someone else can claim to serve Lord Thor Ligas. Catching a pause, Mabel turns to the captain with a pleasant smile. She reminds him of his words that he is the most trusted assistant and puts him in his place, asking what exactly Lord Thor likes. She presses him further, demanding details and asking about hobbies, favorite color, and favorite food. The captain begins to sweat profusely, is completely unable to answer even the simplest questions. Clumsy silence is all the confirmation she needs. Her face hardens as she says, if he were really close to Thor, he would know these things. The captain is left speechless. She's lie exposed completely. Watching the entire exchange from under his hood, Thor curls his lips into a thin, almost imperceptible smile. He already understands everything. The man stutters only because in the past he was never noticed and now he lacks the slightest information about it. Mabel smiles slyly and pokes a finger at the confused captain. She asks if it is allowed to disclose secrets with Lord Thor's consent. The captain clenches his fist and chokes on sweat, cutting off stone cold. Secrets of his master must never be revealed. Mabel is unperturbed, she simply says, then go on your way, and leaves him speechless. His bluff collapses instantly. The captain stammers and everything around him trembles with shock. At that very second, a calm voice cuts through the tension. Thor is already here. He says the captain can talk about him as much as he wants. The captain's eyes widen sharply in disbelief. He recognizes the former lord and, choking, shouts his name. Thor approaches the stunned guard with a cold expression on his face. He notes that he did not know about such loyal support in the ducal house and that he is interested to hear the captain's view of him. But caught in a lie, the captain can only falter in response. He finds his voice and quickly corrects Thor's assumption. He explains, the house gas is no longer a duchy now, it is a house account. He insists that Thor simply misunderstood the situation. The captain, noticing that too much time has passed, grasps the thought of how much Thor has changed and how much he himself has changed. Thor quietly acknowledges this. He catches the captain's words and feels anxiety rising inside. The story does not add up. He recalls his life in the Empire, how he was made to feel worthless when scolded. With a trembling thought, he shakes the memory from his head and decides not to dwell on these inconsistencies for now. Unnoticed, the group leaves behind two women. From afar, one watches. Thor is surrounded by demon people. They admire him and protect him. The other, with a gloomy face, understands that this surprise breaks their plan. Eventually, the captain's composure cracks. He lunges forward, grabs Thor's cloak, and demands an explanation for why the demon people trust him so boundlessly. He venomously accuses Thor of crawling and licking their boots to beg for favor. His aggressive outburst meets a tired sigh. Thor says that such behavior is precisely the reason he and the Empire can no longer speak as equals. He dismisses the captain's accusations as baseless lies and shifts the conversation, demanding the letter that his father supposedly gave him. The captain clicks his tongue and his hostile stance disappears. He pulls out a sealed scroll and hands it to Thor. He explains, "It is a letter from Count Ligas with orders to read it alone and carefully." Thor looks at the scroll and does not understand. If it is addressed to him, why can't he read it right here? He confidently takes the sealed letter and does not open it himself. Instead, he raises the scroll to Agnes and Mabel and orders them to open it and read its contents aloud. His face hardens as he clarifies the order, so that everyone in the hall hears exactly what is written in the letter. The captain from House Ligas reacts with complete shock. His face twists as he cannot believe such a command was given in public. He bursts out in protest, shouting that it is unthinkable for the son of a noble family to have his father's letter read publicly. He insists, let Thor read it with dignity in his own room as if the count is watching. Restless, Thor dismisses the outburst and calmly tells the women that everything is fine, asking them to continue. Mabel acknowledges the order as Mabel and Agni begin to unroll the scroll, Thor explains his logic. Any message from Bargalegas, in his opinion, will be malicious, most likely a conspiracy against the demon lord's domains. By showing it here and now, he can irrefutably prove his own innocence and clear his name of any connection to this venture. The captain changes his tone to smug confidence and asks if Thor finally understands the Count's feelings. Thor nods with a barely noticeable, penetrating smile. He understands them perfectly loudly and clearly. As soon as Thor hears the content, his face is crossed by a cold realization. He declares that this letter is nothing but pure poison. The true purpose of the letter is revealed. Though disguised with fine words, it is merely a set of insidious demands to send intelligence about the demon lord's domain, report on the consolidation of his troops, and deliver Agni back to the Empire as a hostage. According to the plan, the letter is to be extracted during the new moon. Even worse, Thor recognizes these words were not written by his father. The captain feigns outrage. He asks Thor not to insult the Count and insists that the letter was sincere. But Thor sees the truth. The handwriting is his father's, but the phrasing is from someone else's hand, probably from the high command of the Empire who forced him. His gaze extinguishes the final betrayal and he declares that he has had enough of House Ligas. His resolve crystallized. He was done with the Empire that used him only for its own benefit. In the moment of betrayal, he sees not defeat but the perfect chance to act. He raised his voice to the gathered crowd and declared that the letter from his father, Bargalegas, was soaked in betrayal. Its true meaning, as he revealed, was to leak intelligence about the domain and bring Lady Agnes to the Empire. Even imagining that such a message came from his own father was disgusting to him, and this was clearly read on the shocked face of the Liga's security captain. He continued, and his voice rang with confidence. A man who did such a thing cannot be called his father. Hearing this, Agni's eyes filled with tears. She assured that she truly understood what he felt, and Mabel looked on with deep anxiety. His determination hardened into a powerful statement, whether House Count or the Empire itself. If they continued to threaten the people he cared about, he would sever all ties. Just as they once expelled him, now he would reject them before everyone. From then on, he vowed to live under the name of his late mother. He turned back to the crowd and announced he would never again call himself Ligas. From this day on, his name is Thor Kanan. He was simply an alchemist, born in the Empire and now living in the Demon Lord's domain and nothing more. While he and Mabel descended from the platform, he withdrew, and she only confirmed that she accepted his decision. From now on, she would call him Lord Thor Kanan, although she admitted it was a little sad that their secret name was now known to everyone. He apologized for revealing her, but Mabel's sadness quickly melted into a bright smile. She confessed that she was actually glad. Now she could call him by the name she loved anytime she wanted. Her devotion flared up again. Mabel officially swore to serve Lord Thor Kanan with even greater dedication than before. At the same time, Udny stepped forward and declared that his name meant nothing. He was the one who saved her and she would follow him forever. The crowd of half-humans took up their loyalty. They roared in approval, shouting that they understood Lord Thor Kanan's aspirations and that no letter from the Empire could shake their trust in him. Among them, 2 armored soldiers from the Flame Giant squad voiced their agreement. One declared that they must justify the trust, where the name Flame Giant would mean nothing. A wave of hot support swept over the Imperial envoy. The watch captain from House Ligas froze in stunned silence, confused as if he had lost his speech, while the crowd erupted in a single roar of loyalty to their new hero. The guard commander still could not move from surprise, but the words of his statement already settled as a heavy burden on Thor. Tears glistened in his eyes. Nearby, Mabel looked calmly and gently with understanding. He quickly raised his hand to his face and wiped the moisture with a firm, composed gesture. Mabel's supportive smile barely noticeably grew wider. This spectacle enraged the leader of the House Liege's guard even more. He growled, demanding to know if Thor truly realized the full weight of betraying the family name and forgetting his own pride as an Imperial. Nearby, Knight Udny still silently knelt. Thor's expression sharply intensified. He firmly said that he did not want or need that name. Then he introduced himself, Thor Kanan from the domains of the Demon Lord, and ordered the guard to return home and deliver this to his master. He continued, stating that the Thorlai gas no longer exists just as his father once threw him out. Now he responds to his father the same way, he renounces him. The leader of the guard could only stammer tremblingly, completely bewildered. When the matter was finally settled, he cast his gaze on the still healing knees that were on their knees. And he asked her how she slipped out from under the Empire's power and got here, adding that the leaders of the demon domain would be incredibly interested to hear her story. The Imperial envoy froze sweaty and confused by such a display of power. He stammered, trying to understand if this could really be Thor Ligas, and insisted that he did not look at all like the man he knew from the capital. He was given a confident, all-knowing smile. He said, "The reason for the changes is simple, he was never truly seen as he really is." Outside of him, Mabel and Yugnes watched with admiration, while the gathered half-humans shouted and applauded. On the barren field, Demon King Rookie addresses the gathered commanders and praises their excellent work. Demon King Rookie confirms that no stretch monsters remain, and Flame General Razinga stands nearby. A young man in a white cloak, Thor, confirms they were waiting for the return of His Majesty. Suddenly, a single Imperial soldier bursts into view. His face is a mask of horror as soon as he sees the Lord of Demons. He realizes he must flee or he will be killed, but as soon as he tries to escape, his body convulses. He lets out a piercing scream, certain that he will be eaten alive now. He fights desperately, but his legs are nailed to the ground as if they have grown into the spot. The soldier shouts that he cannot stand. He has been caught by a trap couch, a device with an earth attribute, magically woven fabric and slalomine projectiles that harden as soon as they detect magic, making escape impossible. While the soldier continues to writhe and plead, Demon King Lukier turns to the rookie with a barely noticeable irritation in her gaze. She asks what happened to the soldier, reminding that she ordered the search for lost Imperial soldiers, not to be found captured in such a state. In response to her question, Thor calmly explains, "This is a lost Imperial soldier who is twitching because the cushion pinned him to the stone." He looks down at the panicked man and addresses him directly by name, Thor. Thor's use of the name causes the gazes to sink into him. The rookie's face hardens as she looks at Thor and says they will have a long talk later. After that, she orders Razinga to take the Imperial soldier into custody and interrogate him thoroughly. Thor watches, trying to understand what exactly is happening. When the issue with the prisoners was finally resolved, Demon King Rookie shifts his gaze to the huge army gathered before him. He raises his hands and roars that the mission to exterminate the monsters is complete and the work has been successfully done. His words disappear into the deafening roar from the ranks of half-humans. The recruit announces that now they will descend onto the plains, set up camp, and hold a festive banquet in honor of their victory. When night falls on the land, the army sets up camp. The vast darkness of tents, illuminated by glowing fires, cuts across the plains at the foot of the dark mountain ridge as if demonic forces have revealed their full scale. In the tents, the celebration of victory is in full swing. Minotaurs, lizard knights, and other half-human soldiers have gathered around tables, laden with food and drinks, and are unabashedly enjoying the joy of a well-deserved victory. Under the night sky, a towering horned figure in dark robes addresses Thor and proclaims himself Alchemist Lige. Thor, next to Mabel, seems to recognize the figure as Lord Rookie. Nearby stand 2 large wind barrels ready for. Then the true Demon King Lokier asks Thor to relay what the 3rd Imperial Princess said. Thor agrees and correctly addresses Lokier, recalling his own oath in a hooded figure. the desire to become a subordinate to one before whom his lord will never be ashamed. He continues the story and says that he deeply respects Lord Rookie. To him, he is the best ruler he knows. That is why, with such trust, he is ready to reveal what really happened to the princess. Thor's story begins. The demand of Queen Reincarnated appears. The imperial family wants the alchemist to devote himself entirely to creating any things they command. As soon as Demon King Lushier hears this, his face fills with shock. He recounts how the princess begged Lukier to return the wandering alchemist to the Empire, insisting, since he is from there, he himself desires to go there. Finally, she confidently stated that royal persons never waste talent. This feeling covered the harsh truth. Reincarnated actually expected the alchemist to serve unconditionally until he gave his last breath for the emperor who silently stood behind her. The memory of Lukier's response remained sharp. Her face hardened, and her voice became firm when she refused to allow Thor to become an ordinary tool of the Empire. In the memory, Reincarnated could only freeze in shock at that refusal. Her rage then flared. Lukier roared, thundering in memory about the princess. How dare she call him a wandering alchemist? She insisted that if he was truly her subordinate, she should have recognized his value while he was still within her domain. She tore into her with the next tirade, stating that Reincarnated could not even endure the minimum. The true princess, Lukier emphasized, should have noticed his genius and kept him close, or at least talked to him before sending him away as a hostage. When Lukier's anger subsided, the cloaked judge announced the final, devastating verdict. He stated that Reincarnated remembered Thor's existence only after seeing his talents revealed in the demon realm, and concluded, she completely and utterly despised him. The judge's condemnation immediately provoked various reactions. Minister Zagran openly wept, lamenting the situation. Princess Reincarnated, trembling, insisted she had nothing to do with it and assured that she was not present at the scene during the event. Other demon leaders remained grimly silent. Her desperate accusations met the cold analysis of Demon King Lukier. She realized, the princess truly knew nothing about the man sent as a hostage. Nothing neither about the deep feelings he bore for the people forced to leave their homes as soon as he arrived in their lands. She also understood, Reincarnated had not grasped the true scale of his power. His abilities could literally reshape the world. And the only thing he desired was to create useful things for others. This deep blindness only strengthened the determination of the Demon King. The memory of Thor warmed her heart, but she looked at the indifferent princess and firmly declared to the judges that she would never give Thor to the Empire. But her calm announcement ignited the fury of her subordinate. Look at your move at the raging flame General Reincarnated. You say to him, please calm down. But he was not so easy to calm down. He blazed with heat and fury. And putting forward a sharp argument, he reminded that their overly tense atmosphere frightens Princess Reincarnated. His observation did not fail. Reincarnated was clearly sweating and trembling with fear while the Lukier slid his gaze downward. For a moment her face became almost unreadable. As soon as the princesses stated their position, the demon judge intervened. He addressed Rezing and acknowledged that his anger was justified but firmly cut off. Their decision was final. Lukier also urged her general to calm down. Having calmed his crowd, he turned his masked face to Princess Reincarnated and ended the conversation. Formally addressing Princess Reincarnated, he declared that Thor could no longer be discussed. Despite the irrevocability of his tone, she made one more desperate attempt, begging them to reconsider. Her words broke off, and the icy principle of Thor surfaced in her mind. In his domains lived people of different estates, and as soon as they came under his command, they became his people. He would never give their details to outsiders. The demon judge delivers his final verdict to the imperial delegation. He insists he will not surrender the alchemist because he is the chosen one, chosen by whom? Chosen by Ryuka Evergard. The judge reminds them, it was their empire that rejected and expelled Thor, so now they must bear responsibility for that choice. Nearby, Queen Reincarnated's hand clenches into an angry fist. At that moment, Demon King Lukier bursts out with his own proclamation, shouting that Thor will find happiness there with her. Her passionate outburst stuns the imperial envoys. Queen Reincarnated, Minister Zagran, General Rizenga, and Commander Batu freeze, caught in shock and disbelief. She presses her palm to her chest and swears. The justice he brought gave her peace, so now she will heal his heart, not stepping back a single step. Lukier's position becomes clear sharply. The extermination of Hexenbeast can indeed be considered a joint victory, but Thor is different. She will not give him to the Empire. When Lukier's intentions become obvious, the demon judge again turns to the silent princess, says that he only seeks further peace between their states and asks for nothing more. After that, he solemnly asks Princess Lyanna if such an agreement suits her. The consequences of those negotiations soon catch up with Thor and Mabel. In memory, sweat on the forehead, the defeated Queen Reincarnated and stammering as she utters her consent. In the present, Thor shows in a frozen way how it affects him. He says he understood the conversation would be difficult but never thought it would come to this. Mabel looks no less stunned as does. While he recovers from the news, Mabel carefully repeats Looker's words. I will take care of his happiness here. So as soon as this flies from foreign lips, a blush spreads across Thor's face. The scene returns to Looker, who now speaks with Mabel. The maid smiles and sincerely thanks Her Majesty. Looker laughs loudly and declares that it is obvious she will take care of the happiness of each of her people, and Mabel too. Then she adds, oh, and Thor. As soon as his name sounds in her promise, Thor becomes completely embarrassed. He understands her words sounded exactly like a confession and his heart races wildly. He is interrogated by an official demon in a robe. He asks if he repaired a magical sword back in the days of the Empire. Thor confirms and recalls he really repaired such a thing in the state treasury. The official immediately summarizes that Thor is a traveling alchemist, whom Princess Rihanna once mentioned. Thor immediately clarifies. His work in the office was deliberately erased by House Ligas, and all his achievements were then attributed to this fictional persona. It is precisely because of this lie that Demon King Looker behaves so openly and directly. She declares without hesitation that she does not intend to deceive or use Thor. She explains. She spoke honestly about the princess's desire because most importantly, she will never lie to a friend. While the tense diplomatic meeting hangs in the air, Queen Rihanna begins cautiously suggesting, if the alchemist in question is from her empire, then surely he shares her own aspirations. But as soon as she manages to finish, Thor sharply interrupts her with a bright, unyielding gaze. He orders to pass the message the next time the queen meets with her princess. After this, Thor continues and adds, let the princess keep her nobles in submission and stop sending unwanted letters abroad. This rude request completely throws Queen Rihanna off track, and Mabel only watches quietly but with hidden approval. Backed against the imperial delegation, Thor directly addresses the demon lord Lukir. He explains, returning is not an option, then he will simply be forced to create whatever they command, and he will become a tool of the emperor. And he adds firmly, he categorically does not want that. The only reason he can freely forge things now is because of her. Then Thor moves to a sincere confession and says that she gave him a home, a workplace, and the freedom to create whatever he wishes, and every time she celebrates his creations. It was in such an atmosphere that he came across an online catalog. Having such a suzerain as her, he finishes with a smilinged life becomes truly joyful. His words leave Looker a moment for which he cannot find any words. With a genuine, radiant smile, Thor declares to the demon King Looker, imperial princesses mean nothing to him. He is happiest exactly where he is in the domains of Lord Demon, by the order of Lord Ruckaside. Somewhere else, Demon King Rookie watches the moon, acknowledging Prime Minister Curve, who was afraid narrowing Thor's path. But now he sees. The fears were in vain, and a barely noticeable smile appears on Curve's face. The demon judge addresses the crowd of loud half-human applauders, praising Thor's clever move to proclaim his new name, Thor Cannon, in front of everyone. The crowd picks up and shouts that he has truly become one of them. Looker stands aside with a satisfied smile and says, everything went exactly as she expected. Later, high above the clouds, she informs Torai that the operation is complete and that the next day she will return to the Demon King's castle with the army. Thor, filled with gratitude, thanks Her Majesty. Turning around, Flame General Razinga orders Tor and Mabel. For now, they will live at his estate. He explains that a new workshop in Tor's house will be built on a new plot, so he asks them to inspect the site. Tor comprehends what he hears and clenches his fist with incredible joy. Finally, he will have a real alchemical workshop. His face lights up with pure joy as soon as he imagines it. His own shop, where he can finally hang a signand, let everyone see that his alchemical services are open to clients. The young Demon King, who is already aware of the development, notes the workshop was one of Thor's dreams. Finally, passion engulfs heat as well, and he is burning to see it. Mabel and Curve listen attentively. Winking at him playfully, she warns Thor, if he goes too far, she will appoint a monitor from the castle to keep him in check. Smiling, Thor immediately agrees. In a deserted rocky pass, a weary imperial soldier breathes heavily and hoarsely, straining forward. On the ridge above him, a solitary figure stands still before an entire army already waiting. A soldier falls to his knees before Rizinga, who coldly says that the letter never reached its destination. Nearby, Agni's clock watches over her victorious troops. Within the Empire, Minister Zagron reviews recent events in his mind. He laments that if things had gone differently, he could have obtained both the informant and the demonic sword. Yet he admits his very assumption that Thor Ligas wanders as an alchemist is already a victory, confirmed by the young man's confession. This confession turned into a stunning public statement. In the land of demons, among small, curious creatures, Thor announced a new name, Thor Cannon. He swore never to use the name Ligas again, officially presenting himself as an alchemist from the Empire who arrived on the Demon King's territory. Zagran recalls his shock when Thor read the letter aloud, thereby clearing his own name while rejecting his family's surname. He steps away, fully aware. The young man is a master not only in craft but also possesses a sharp, strategic mind. Zagran concludes that he is definitely not among the ordinary. The minister resigns himself. He is dealing with a person who acts with meticulously precise accuracy. In his thoughts, he briefly sums up the key details of the failed expedition, the demonic beast Garder Rasa, the demon king rookie Evergard, and the already betrayed Thor Cannon. As Imperial forces retreat, this does not go unnoticed. From the dark forest, from hiding places, silhouettes of rabbit people silently watch as exhausted soldiers make their way through the barren expanse. At the expedition camp, Minister Zagran approaches Queen Rayana and informs her they will return to the Empire at dawn and she should rest. Rayana's face is covered with shame. She apologizes and insists that she takes full responsibility for the failure. Zagran immediately waves it off. He says now is neither the time nor place for such a conversation. He continues his speech firmly, warning her never to show weakness before soldiers or people, because fear grows instantly. Her only duty now, he emphasizes, is to hold herself with dignity. Rayana's shame turns into understanding. She takes a breath to compose herself, lifts her gaze, and agrees with his assessment. Zagran looks intently at her, and behind him, the sun is already rising. He utters a final request. For the sake of the Empire, she must become stronger. A new, firm desire speaks through her features. She meets his gaze and accepts his words calmly, unwaveringly calling his name. The silence and focused reflection are broken by a rustle in the nearby bushes. From the darkness jumps a large horned rabbit with a glow in its eyes, and without hesitation, it charges straight at her. The creature won't reach her in time when Minister Zagran jumps in front of her. From the stick he was holding, a blade suddenly slips out. He shouts, asking if Her Highness is all right. When the rabbit lets out a painful, piercing scream, the queen confirms she is unharmed. With one powerful swipe, he cuts the horned rabbit in half. The body splits into two parts from the force of the blow. When the remains of creatures fall to the ground, Zagran's gaze sharply narrows. A cold conclusion forms. One of her friends has come for revenge. Immediately suspecting a trap, he plants his weapon stick into the ground and roars an order for everyone to take combat positions. An anomalous beast might be nearby. His soldiers do not hesitate, they immediately form ranks. Queen Rayana, stunned, asks again about the word abnormal, and Zagran replies fiercely and firmly, no matter the threat, he will protect her. This faith runs through all the ranks, a quiet shared oath given by all soldiers to protect their queen. In complete harmony, the entire retinue forms a defensive line around the queen and Minister Zagran, blades drawn and ready to take a strike from any direction. After a tense silence, Queen Rayana addresses Zagran and says she feels no presence of the monster. She suggests, perhaps it was just an ordinary wild beast. But her words bring no relief. Minister Zagran bursts out with sharp, mocking laughter, ridiculing her conclusion. He squeezes out a half-smile, and sweat streams down his forehead. Staring gloomily at everything around, he realizes the invasion of the Demon King's domain has left a deep, terrifying scar on his psyche. His gloomy reflection is interrupted by the scene before him. A wounded soldier, clutching his hand, tries to calm Queen Rayana and asks her not to worry about him. The queen, kneeling in anxiety, insists that the soldier be given medical aid and calls out the name Zagran. Her voice breaks into a command, shouts for the medics to hurry. Zagran takes a step forward, trying gently to remind her of royal restraint and the speech she is to deliver. He looks at her and a complex sighing breath escapes from his lips. Before his eyes flashes Lady Sophia's warning to the queen, do not get too attached to him, but she still pulls him back with her gramps. A thought flickers in his mind, maybe ask her to use a more formal title at least for now. But the thought immediately hardens, he is only a skilled pawn to her. A memory tears away the present in one motion. Those old years, a much younger Rihanna, full of childlike energy, happily slapping papers in whole stacks, and he her tutor just watching, tired and irritated. The past quiets down and he finds himself back in the present. The queen, barely smiling, entrusts him with her gaze and says that for such an old man as he, being tired is quite natural. All he can manage is to squeeze out a weary acknowledgement of his own fatigue. When the danger recedes, they set off on the return journey. The queen talks about the cleaning waiting for them in the Empire and expresses a wish to return home as soon as possible. I know, he replies, and his silhouette moves in step with her footsteps under the full moon. The day after Gardar's defeat, Thor is summoned to the Demon King rookie Evergard. The king hands him a document and calls it an official permit for alchemy. From now on, Thor is allowed to practice his craft anywhere within the Demon King's domains. Curva, the chancellor, adds an instruction: such a permit is required for any public distribution of Thor's works. Stunned, Thor sincerely thanks the king. He further explains, supposedly, passing things to one or two people is still okay, but mass distribution of Thor's creations could lead to serious, unpredictable consequences. After this, the Chancellor strictly demands that Thor remember this warning. Thor acknowledges the warning without a trace of resistance and thanks the Chancellor. From this steadfastness, Curva becomes flustered. He gets nervous and honestly admits that he added extra documents Thor does not need to see them. To avoid getting stuck, he quickly changes the subject and asks Thor to get in touch more often, and Thor only agrees, promising to keep it in mind. During the journey, Thor lays everything out for Mabel. He wants to use the time in the general's domains to see and feel as much new as possible. And he hopes to apply this knowledge so that the Demon Lord's domain finally flourishes. The Demon King's words still echoed in his head. The recruit hinted that he was too sincere, so he should perceive this trip as a reward for his contribution in the recent battle. And when Lucy was nearby, the king also insisted relax and enjoy the trips, expanding your domains. An offer that truly shocked Thor. When the caravan sets off, the Demon King and Curva watch as they move away, while a group of half-humans raises noisy farewell waves. A row of wagons covered with canvas crawls across the endless arid expanse straight to their destination. As soon as they arrive, Thor and Mabel stop before an unyielding figure in heavy armor. The man stands with his back to them, gazing at the mountains. He turns around and it becomes clear that before them is the commander of the Flames of Rezing. Smiling broadly, he friendly invites Lord Thor to take a walk through his domains. Thor agrees, and a firmness appears in his eyes. He has already decided which magical artifact he intends to create. They are led to a huge castle with many towers, the heart of General's power. General Rizingha, alongside a woman in full armor, guides Thor and Mabel through the streets. A huge crowd awaits the guests. The city buzzes with cheers as people greet their honored guests. They arrange a luxurious banquet feast for them on a long, elegantly set table, unfolds a whole mountain of dishes. He eats as if the flavors seep right into his heart, and this pleasure is visible at first glance. While General Rizenga and the young woman watch with warm smiles, and Mabel beams with delight. The general's residence is a majestic castle. Its spires reach the cloudy sky, and it itself is hidden in a dense forest. Later, Thor faces another appetizing dish, arms crossed, and his facial expression is focused, as if deeply immersed in his own thoughts. His reflections do not go unnoticed. The young woman asks if he is all right, and from his look it is clear he seems lost in thought. General Ray Zinga also calls him by name, and Thor's face immediately changes, becoming sharply serious. The general's eyes widen sharply from a sudden, keen realization. He asks himself if it might be that Thor is already thinking about creating new magical artifacts. Her daughter tries to brush off this thought. She says that if the monster was just defeated yesterday, then Thor is probably already exhausted. But as soon as she utters the name Mabel, even the general begins to take the assumption much more seriously. Both gazes are fixed on the young alchemist. Suddenly, Mabel's eyes open wide in shock. A memory or revelation flashes in her mind, and she exclaims that it is indeed so. Her statement so shook both the general and his daughter. Mabel turns to her, eyes wide open, full of questions. The young woman sharply looks back at Thor, disbelief frozen on her face, and she comments on his true nature as the general's new acquaintance. Thor shone with joy, and his thoughts were already racing. He turned to his masters and asked if anyone present possessed the skills of the attribute of light. He continued, "The intelligence that is about to begin concerns the light attribute, and he would be grateful for any help." Only then did he notice the puzzled expressions on the faces of General Rizenga, and his daughter Rand asked if everything was all right. The general cleared his throat, and a thoughtful expression froze on his face. As expected, work was already underway on a new magical item. He was weighing what exactly the light attribute needed for an offensive magical spell. But his gaze suddenly changed as soon as he realized he might just need someone who fits the description. The eyes of the young alchemist flashed with determination as he voiced his goal to investigate the sacred sword of the Empire. He reminded the general that he himself had seen the sacred sword of the Imperial Princess and its devastating blade of light. How in an instant it wiped an entire pack of Gargaro's minions off the face of the earth. The general agreed the power of that sword was truly incredible. But still, the general laughed out loud, as if in maniacal excitement. He stated that despite all the impressiveness of the holy sword, the magical sword of the demon lord Laser Blade is even more incredible. Thor objected, the so-called Laser Blade is just a prototype that still has room to grow, although its incredible effectiveness still took one's breath away. He recalled how this weapon erased holy swords at a distance and how with one strike it blew the spider wall to dust. To create the perfect magical sword, Thor stated, first he must thoroughly study the holy sword. Then he revealed the true purpose. It was not about a fence. He wanted to test whether he could create a thing that would protect against the blade of light. His words completely stunned General Rizeng, his daughter, and Mabel. The general, with a face mask of distrust, threw out a remark about the incredible audacity of the very idea. He said that usually no one would even dare to invent a way to stop such a devastating force. Thor explained, if they succeed, it will be a colossal achievement. And then, with a smile on his face, he admitted his simplest motivation. He just really likes alchemy. Hearing this, the general softened his expression. A lenient, all-knowing smile appeared as he commented on Thor's deep dedication to his research. Thor confirmed. The general put forward his theory, and he agrees the attack with the light attribute must be used to properly understand the power of the Empire's sacred sword. Having grown in size, the Demon Lord advises the young alchemist to keep himself in check. After all, he gave Thor a break. But Thor, clenching his fists in excitement, cuts in. The research must begin now, while the image of the holy sword is still fresh in memory. This passion brings a smile to the general. He admits that he likes exactly this edge of Thor's character. The general turns to his daughter beside him and asks if she agrees. She beams and, with admiration, warmly confirms her father's words. After this, Thor's daughter asks if he knows anyone capable of using light to tame offensive magic, explaining that their lands are home to many rare races. Thor, slightly embarrassed, asks her to inquire about it, and she takes on the task without hesitation. When the decision had already been realized, the daughter felt. The pendant on her neck emitted a soft glow. Thor immediately noticed that his health-enhancing pendant was working properly. She sighed with deep relief. Finally, she could wear beautiful clothes again without fear that they would catch fire. But the general glances at the two frightened maids and notices. Despite her joy, there are people in the estate who still worry every time they see her without her usual armor. She clarifies, he and his daughter Agnes have full faith in the talisman Thor, but not everyone shares their confidence. Some still worry when Agnes takes off the armor and puts on ordinary clothes. At the neighboring table, Mabel clarifies the source of this anxiety. It all comes down to unexpected thawing. In the estate, everyone remembers how in childhood Agnes often and accidentally burned her things, tore and set fire to clothes. To prevent similar incidents in the future, Mabel proudly shows a large, neatly folded stack of fabric and declares that she is ready to supply Earth attribute magic claw. They ask if this is something like tent material. Risinga explains, tents have breathable fabric, wind protection, and thin light permeable fabric, but here there is fire-resistant fabric with a coating. Then Prime Minister Curve appears and confirms that he has already received the Chancellor's approval for its use. Thor shows fire-resistant fabric and orders the maids to sew clothes for Agnes and arrange a demonstration of the material's properties for everyone in the estate to calm the people. Off-screen, Agnes quietly thinks how far Thor has gone for her. Momentarily stunned by the gesture, Agni clasps her hands together, her gaze shining with gratitude. She solemnly introduces herself as Frysed Agni and vows never to forget his kindness, promising to do everything she can to repay his generosity, while her father, General Rizinga, also expresses thanks, brushing off the gift as if it were a mere souvenir. He indulgently accepts their kindness and explains that the workshop is located on the territory of Lisinga, so he truly relies on the general's help. He emphasizes that the fabric is nothing in comparison and responds by expressing his gratitude. After a rather pleasant conversation, Thor and Mabel retreat to their room, leaving Agnes alone with her father. As soon as a private moment arises, General Rizenga turns to his daughter with a serious face and says he must apologize to her. He continues in a tone of anxious silence. It may happen that he will no longer be able to support her love. His words strike the core like a physical blow. Her face squints from shock and despair as she asks what he might mean. The general explains, although he cannot reveal details, he is no longer able to fully support her romance. The miracles of Udni made even the demon lords feel something for Thor. The father stands with his back to her but still confirms her fears. He says he swore allegiance to the demon lords and cannot add anything more on the matter. Immediately she regretted the careless slip of the tongue. She realized she had actually let something slip. A vivid image of the demon flashed in her memory, Lord Lucy, who fiercely swears she intends to make Thor happy. There is no proof, only a deep, stubborn feeling that it will be so. Despite the revelation, Agnes's face softens. A gentle, soothing smile appears at the corners of her lips. She asks her father not to worry and clarifies. Her only desire is to give her body and soul to faithfully serve Lord Thor. The father still does not believe. During dinner, he notices that her constant glances toward Thor mean something more and asks if it is the same infatuation. Embarrassed, Agnes admits she does not yet fully understand her own feelings. Hearing his concern, Agni confessed. She is unclear about what to do next. She explained that she had spent her whole life in armor and looked at the world only through the slit of a helmet, so she does not truly understand the feelings of a girl who has fallen in love. She clarified, her feelings are sincere, but she never intended for the promise to return Thor to sound like a proposal of hand and heart as Mabel once said. For now, she decided simply to help him as much as she can while he is here. Her father listened and seemed to truly understand. He looked at his daughter, pride burned in her eyes, and he admitted she had grown incredibly strong. When the decision was already made, he agreed there was nothing more to say to him. The only thing left in his mind was to find out what Thor's personal tastes were. Then his thoughts involuntarily shifted to the two women competing for the alchemist's attention. His own daughter, passionate like a flame about to ignite, and the demon mistress Lucy, calm and gentle like a quiet night. He had no idea whom Thor would ultimately choose. His reflections were abruptly interrupted as he noticed. His daughter was glaring at him fiercely and intently. He raised his hands in a defensive gesture, trying to justify her sudden hostility, and began to insist that it is natural for a father to intervene and worry. Her face darkened, turning into a terrifying shadow with dreadful features as she moved closer. Frightened, he begged her to calm down. And on the very first night, the corridors of Lissingham Mansion buzzed with a lively father-daughter choir. Meanwhile, Thor, unaware of the commotion, settled into the spacious room provided to him by the general. By the window, he placed a special packing module, the very one he brought from the Demon King's castle. The device contained all the necessary equipment for his alchemical work. He planned to use it until the proper workshop was completed. But before starting, he had more to think about. From a secret stash, he pulled out a specific item, a rare book that chronicles the world of heroes, the Catalog of Wonders. He immersed himself in research, flipping through the catalog in search of the right type of protective artifact capable of blocking attacks aimed at the attribute of light. His concentration was broken by a quiet knock at the door. It was Mabel, politely asking for permission to enter. He allowed her. She entered holding a tray with honey tea and fruits. Thor thanked her, and she in turn showed concern, asked if he was tired and offered a massage. He barely resisted the temptation but postponed the desire. After that, Mabel conveyed that Demon King Rookie was also worried, especially considering they had just arrived on the general's territory. Her dedication was obvious, so she continued explaining. The Demon King Lucy had also personally ordered her to watch that he did not overexert himself. Her radiant, confident smile never left her face, and she insisted, let him fully entrust the management of his health to her. Thor lifted his eyes from the catalog and directly responded to her concern. He assured her he would not overdo it because he had already decided to stop for a day as soon as he reached a successful spot. And when she asked what exactly he meant, he clarified, he would rest as soon as he came across the specific thing he was looking for. But the simple answer affected Mabel quite differently than he had intended. She blushed slightly, looked away, and everything seemed to freeze in her eyes. Her eyes widened sharply in shock, and her smile vanished as she uttered only one stunned "ah." Thor's face shines with a joyful smile, his eyes closed as he drifts into dreams. He imagines everyone becoming happy once his work is completed, then instantly pulls himself back. Enough daydreaming, gets time to act. His reverie is interrupted by Demon King Lookier calling Thor by name, standing next to a surprised Mabel. Lookier confirms who he is, then bursts out. His assumption was correct, and Thor and Mabel freeze in shocked, awkward silence. Lookier adopts a serious tone and reminds Thor that he is dear to them all, and that Her Majesty would be upset if he returned to the castle exhausted. When Thor agrees, Lookier recalls their daily tea meetings and everything falls into place. It might have been a deliberate intention for him to rest properly. Later, Lockyer picks up the book The Catalog of Wonders and, announcing his plan to find the needed item, shows it to everyone. He asks Mabel to help and look through the catalog, and she gladly agrees. While he flips through the pages, the thought that was born during dinner begins to take shape clearly in his mind. Mabel, observing him, correctly reads his intention. She confirms that there are items with light attributes in the catalog and asks if this is exactly what he is looking for. He asks why she thinks so, then smiles and praises her incredible insight, confidently stating that he knows for sure there is something in the catalog capable of blocking light during attacks aimed at attributes. Sipping from the cup, he begins to explain his theory. Long ago, heroes from another world often used attacks related to light. They had a strange habit of shouting the names of their moves, describing them as beams of light or waves of energy from their swords. He continues, referring to the fact that these very heroes gave the name to the technique of the Holy Sword Photon Blade. The constant use of such powers suggests that the heroes had a strong natural inclination towards light magic. While Mabel acknowledges the plausibility of his logic, he pushes the argument even further. It is natural to assume that in their homeland, light-attributed techniques were used regularly, perhaps even daily. He also suggests that they might have competed with their powers as routinely as people exchange greetings. He continued to chew over his theory for Mabel, describing the world of heroes as if their power were frighteningly mundane. He imagined an ordinary man in a suit shouting, "Good morning, Photon Blade," as a casual greeting. For them, the power of heroes from another world was incomprehensible. Tur recalled that they even had cloning stations of technology that nearly cost him his life. Caught before the catalog of wonders, he felt as if everything in it was washed away by a wave. He felt painfully small. He could not even imagine whether a novice alchemist could ever match the hero's level of power. He realized this book was only a fragment of their incredible might. A sharp tremor ran through his hand. At first, he mistook it for fear. But he instantly seized the thought. It was not fear, it was admiration. Clenching his fist, he decided to take a step closer to understanding the hero's world, telling himself there was nothing to fear about time. Seizing the moment, Mabel asked if there were records in the demon lord's possessions about the hero's light element techniques. She confirmed, yes, the records are still passed down from generation to generation. And she named the very technique that destroyed the barrier of the first demon king, a devastating burst of condensed light magic known as ultimate vivid light. His eyes narrowed with concentration as he repeated the name again, ultimate vivid light. Of course that was it, the most precise match for the attribute of light. He explained that the heroes often used shortened names of techniques, shouting commands like guard cancel or frame cancel. So it was extremely important to carefully watch their abbreviations. In the hero's language, the spell Ultimate Vivid Light was written in a special script, and its initials were U and V. As he wrote, Mabel looked with fear and admiration. She said he not only reads the hero's language but also knows how to write it. The ferret explained, the Empire made them memorize the names of techniques, so from that he gradually learned to write. Then he gave Mabel her instructions. He would read the catalog aloud, and she had to listen carefully for any words that were relevant. She nodded to confirm that she understood. Then he set out to search. To Mabel's surprise, they quickly found what they were looking for. He stated, through the catalog of wonders they came across two incredibly powerful items. Both were connected to ultimate vivid light, and the impressive descriptions were full of strong light, defense, and the initials UNV. He stared at the catalog page where a charismatic man in a suit and sunglasses claimed that his product had conquered the sun. The first introduced was the UV-cut parasol, a magical item that supposedly blocks 90 of harmful UV rays. The man warned not to underestimate them. He said the body accumulates damage over time, and hidden in these rays is a secret weapon to fight them. After the umbrella, the advertisement presented another product, UV-cut lotion. It was praised as gentle enough for children's skin, yet just as effective as the umbrella. You can walk outside even under full sun without any worries. Then the figure in the catalog asked a question. Why not obtain the skin that conquers the sun? The very word sun struck Thor with sudden force. Immediately began to sweat and muttered that Mabel's sun is the source of light magic. She confirmed his guess was correct. Mabel laid everything out clearly. When the world was just formed and the sun began to shine, at that very moment powerful light magic was granted to the world for the first time. The sun, she assured, is the primal source of everything. Her words overwhelmed him with a wave of fear. If the sun meant light magic, then it followed one thing: people in the hero's world had somehow already overcome it, finding a way to block the ultimate, dazzling light no more than with bare skin. He suddenly imagined how they routinely reject magic powerful enough to shatter the barrier of the first demon lord. And the thought that they could do this with just their skin was terrifying. It made him doubt whether this was truly the level of power that exists in another world. The suppressed realization pushed him down to his knees. Mabel rushed to him anxiously, but he sharply waved her off and explained, it was a blow for him, exactly the kind of force he was looking for. And since they have that, he thought, it should be enough. He stood up and a new determination flashed in his eyes. Clenching his fist until it hurt, he insisted that with these items they could finally stand against the holy sword. The description in the catalog revealed what each item did. The UV-cut parasol was shaped like a small umbrella and apparently blocked the power of light magic. You just had to keep it raised. And the UV-cut lotion was applied directly to the skin. Pressing his hand to his chin, he turned to Mabel and, pointing to the abbreviation UV, voiced his version. It was probably about ultimate vivid light. Mabel's eyes lit up. There could be no other agreement. He admitted, the idea of blocking ultimate magic, the very one that shattered the Demon King's barrier, with ordinary lotion or a parasol sounded absurd. But he still knew. This was an opportunity that had to be tested. Only when it was very late did he realize this and decided not to bother either the general or Agnes about the materials at such an hour. He told Mabel that they would continue work tomorrow and thanked her for the help. She wished him good night, and while looking out the window, he still began to prepare what was needed right then. While he was getting ready, Mabel asked if he wanted to wash before bed. He agreed and she immediately offered her help. She cheerfully ordered him to raise his hands, but he quickly objected, stating that he could manage on his own. Now he was alone and shirtless. He weighed all the pros and cons for each item and tried to decide what to create first, the parasol or the lotion. His reasoning shifted toward practicality. The lotion looked better, you apply it, and your hands are free to hold both sword and shield. The parasol, however, would occupy one hand, a significant tactical disadvantage. But the lotion had a critical flaw. It could easily leave vulnerable spots on the back and on any area he might accidentally miss. For tests at a party, that was acceptable, but relying on just that option was too risky. Moreover, the thought of testing an unknown substance directly on bare skin was psychologically frightening. Without absolute certainty that it would work, even he would hesitate, and that again pulled him back toward the parasol, which now seemed the simpler choice. His decision was final. The parasol provided more psychological protection. It all came down to something simple: open and hold it. Just as he reached this conclusion, Mabel announced from behind the door that she had come for water. He said she had come just in time and invited her in. Looking straight at her, he clearly announced his decision. First, they will make a UV-cut parasol. His bare torso so threw Mabel off track that her face flared dark red, and stammering, she finally gave an affirmative answer. She barely pulled herself together and asked Lord Thor why he was still not dressed. And he, casually, asked her for help the next day as if he hadn't noticed how awkward she was. Suddenly he realized his mistake, apologized, said he was lost, and while washing he was thinking. Catching his distraction, Mabel insisted that he not worry and offered to wash his back. Her direct request completely confused him, and he could only stammer in surprise as his own face began to flush. A cheeky smile slid across Mabel's face as soon as she said she had prepared a special item just for such an occasion. His curiosity piqued, though he voiced his surprise aloud. What could it be? She showed the item swimsuit-like clothing and a magical horse fabric that repels water. She explained, Her Majesty allowed it for his health's sake. Thor was stunned by the amazing thing and Mabel's impressive appearance. He stammered, saying she didn't have to force herself. Despite everything, she continued resolutely, her cheeks blazing and her stubbornness unwavering. She insisted she could not allow him to catch a cold. Seeing her constant care, he sighed in capitulation and agreed to her help. With his consent, she announced she would start. But the closeness immediately made him incredibly tense. His mind raced wildly as he felt her approach from behind. She quietly began washing his back, and her face showed a mix of concentration and barely noticeable pleasure. He said not a word, sharply feeling every touch. Leaning closer, she quietly offered her help at any moment if he needed it. But the sensation of her breasts pressing against his back instantly sent a sharp impulse and completely flooded his senses. He quietly says a restrained thank you, his face still hot. Mabel, with closed eyes and a happy smile, says she feels best when he is near calm. Then she exhales a little backward, and her warm smile lingers in his eyes for a moment longer as she wishes him good night. He watches her leave, and a soft smile slowly blooms on his face as he repeats in his thoughts how incredible she is. When the door clicks and falls silent, he finally says, "Thank you and good night," and raises his hand just slightly. Now he is left alone, and his thoughts immediately return to the bath. He realizes, while she was drying his back, she deliberately used that object to distract him from worries and help him relax, so much so that he completely forgot about his fears regarding alchemy. He thinks that she probably felt uncomfortable too, so he decides not to bother Mabel too much in the future. His rational thoughts are quickly washed away by a wave of memories about her. He blushes, recalling how beautiful and seductive she is and the tender feeling that overwhelmed him. Covering his mouth in embarrassment, he honestly admits to himself, right now he cannot think about anything else. He regains his composure and glides his gaze over the book, The Catalogue of Wonders. He smiles involuntarily, as if it is the same as knowing in advance how exactly they will treat him. After all, in the tiny, imaginary version, she is his assistant. Time to wrap up for the night, and he finally decides to get a proper sleep. Under the light of the full moon, the estate quiets down, thoughts become clear and the spirit focused. Thor feels a surge of determination and vows he will do everything possible to create things tomorrow. Later, already in the sprawling imperial capital, events rolled on their own by themselves without stops or prompts. In the luxurious hall, the Minister of War Bartov meets the arrival smiling broadly and triumphantly, holding a glass and a bottle of wine. "Welcome back," and immediately with pressure in his voice, "if this is not the Minister of Military Affairs." His guest, Minister Zagrin, responds with a contemptuous tongue click. Vargas's smile fades as soon as he notices the mess in the room and a fresh wound on Zagrin's hand. He asks what is going on, but Zagrin sharply waves it off. The injury is just rust that fell from his own blade. Ignoring the oppressive atmosphere, Varga enthusiastically raises his glass in a toast to the success of their plan and invites the minister to join. Yet Zagran cuts through the festive moment with a cold, harsh statement: the operation failed. He tells Count Bargalegas that his role in this matter is already over. Words hit Barga as if with a physical blow. The color instantly drains from his face, his eyes widen in complete shock and disbelief. He freezes in place, still clutching a glass of wine in his hand. When Varga chokes on his protest, Zagran continues to press mercilessly, stating that the letter was completely pointless. He orders Varga to immediately head to the southern front, and the panic meter can only ask in horror: does this mean that Thor denied his request? He looks down at the man falling apart and asks why he is so shocked. Then he clarifies: did Varga really believe that after all the cruelty he inflicted on his son, the boy would still act as commanded? Varga explodes with a scream across the space, showering insults at Lord Zagran, saying his reasoning is pure nonsense. Supposedly, a child always reaches out to their parents even if they are strict. And the fallen nobleman, he says, will inevitably obey any order just to be allowed back into his home. And Zagran insists that was the whole plan. But that cold finality knocks Varga's excuses off balance. Zagran reminds him that he already warned not to touch the sun. The letter, he says, was just bait to stir chaos in the demon lord's domains, and they never expected Thor to obey his father's will. It was Varga's invention, nothing more, nothing less. Varga, unable to calm down, torments the extremely confused minister and pours reproaches. What kind of father can publicly humiliate his own child? She calls him worthless, then with joyful triumph suggests sacrificing the boy in the demon lord's abode. Zagran counters: they have already severed ties with the ducal house, so this act only confuses things further. Varga can only groan painfully. In despair, Varga demands an explanation for why the plan failed and insists that the letter did reach Thor. Zagran yields but immediately sets everything straight. If the letter had been opened there, it would have automatically aroused suspicion. And he begins to tell what happened with Thorlai gas, but Varga falters, barely managing to catch the thread. He exposes a critical flaw in their scheme and says plainly, Thor did not open the letter. Instead, he read it aloud in front of everyone as soon as it came into his hands. Varga freezes in silence, stunned to the bone. Thor saw through their entire plan. Zagran states directly, Thor could not have done this if he truly did not have the trust of the people from the demon lord's domains. It is precisely because of this trust that he concludes their plan failed. Varga growls with powerless irritation. He is unable to accept this truth. Then he explains that the final blow is Thor renouncing his surname and saying that he is a resident of the demon lord's domain, henceforth known as Thorkennen. That is how they lost all leverage. Varga is shocked. His son refused the name of Count Ligas. Varga stares motionless at one point, as if trying to swallow what he heard. Zagran describes his son as a person of exceptional caliber, one who acts beyond the norm. In his mind flashes the image of a confident, powerful Thor, a sharp contrast to the boy Varga still remembers. The realization proved too difficult. With an expression of absolute incomprehension and defeat, Bardo blurts out that he does not understand. His consciousness slides back into memories of young Thor. He sees a thin, weak boy who only fiddled with strange substances, brushing everything off as mere alchemy. He is gnawed by the thought of how anyone could trust such a person, and then a memory bursts in of his own disdain for his son's hobbies. Memory fades, and Bareg, hunched over with very poor legs, quietly asks what will happen to him next. Zagran looks at him without any softness and says, as planned, he will be sent to the southern front. Barkak, panicking, will plead. He only followed Zagran's instructions and asks what happened to his house. Zagran coldly adjusts his glasses and cuts him off. He was told the punishment would be softened if the plan succeeded. The plan failed, so he will be sent south. Barkak's face twists in fear as the sentence becomes final. He continues the explanation, noting that Thorlai gas, more precisely Thorkennen, as it is already called, dwells in the Demon Lord's domains. To avoid further irritating it, specific measures will be taken. This means the House of Ligas will remain undamaged. Minister Varga can only stare frozen, babbling words aloud so as not to provoke him. Varga protests. His voice rises in confusion. He insists that he is still the legitimate head of the house. Minister Zagran calmly confirms this, then lays out the strategy clearly. If they completely erase any possibility for Thor to return, he will devote all his efforts to helping the Demon Lord. And by leaving him a connection to the Empire, they will be able to dull his hostility. Sweat runs down his face. Varga desperately begs, what sins could he have, damn it, committed? When he leaves, the silhouette of Zagran darkens in the doorway. Coldly, he orders Varga to enter in a tone that corresponds to his sins. Zagran clarifies, Varga's role as head of the house ended with the letter he wrote. He says that Varga owes his son gratitude only because the son expelled him. Varga can even keep his title. Then Zagran lists Barga's crimes, insulted and expelled his son, created an enemy of the Empire within the Demon Lord's domains, and sowed discord by involving the fiery general in his conspiracies. The truth begins to reach Barga, his face twitches with horror. Reason finally breaks him. The sadistic irony is that he survives thanks to the very son he renounced, becoming unbearable. A harsh, piercing scream bursts from his chest as consciousness completely shatters, and his body seems to dissolve in pure despair. On the floor, Count Ligash writhes and insists that he is not finished yet, swearing that he will rise again. War Minister Barga turns away from the defeated man and coldly announces, "The carriage is already waiting to take him to the southern front." After this final expulsion, the Count collapses in despair while the guards watch. After the clash, Vargas sinks into the chair, exhales heavily. He thinks that dealing with slow people is exhausting and a complete waste of time. For a moment he froze and the thought slipped through itself, to step down from the position. But as long as jesters like Demon Judge and Marquis Graz are still lurking nearby, he soberly understands it is too early to retire. First, he needs to find a reliable successor. At that very moment, there was a knock on the door and he ordered the one who came to enter. Visitor Mariella, the officer's deputy, reports he was summoned by the High Council of the palace. Bagruk acknowledges the order and promises to prepare immediately. Then Mariella adds that in the voice they seem to hear Count Bartov shouting. The minister only replies. He understands this impulse. The Count is too proud a nobleman to remain silent. Meanwhile, another figure watches the defeated Count and cannot resist bitter irony. His house will be preserved only thanks to the very son he drove away. The observer believes. If Thor Cannon had turned his wrath against the Empire, this time the Count's house would have been completely destroyed. From the window, Bardo watches as the disgraced Count is led out. His face is a mask of despair. He brushes it off, a miserable end, simply the fate of the talentless. Now there is nothing to be done and he thinks this should not have been allowed. While he is about to leave, Mariella explains her reasoning. She says that Bardoligas had an extremely valuable Cardhai son, Thor, but had no idea how to play it. And she immediately adds to Bartali. If it were him, he would place Thor in an honored position at the head of the alchemists, regretting that such a treasure was allowed to be taken by the enemies. Next he outlines his hypothetical strategy and adds, for political gain and to conceive an heir, he would first marry Thor to a noble lady. And if Thor turned out to be useful, all the better. If not, he could quietly be sent to another country. He concludes that Barga Ligas did not even consider such possibilities. He emphasizes, Thor is the grandson of the previous holy swordsman, so there was always a chance that he would father a child with combat talent. This short-sightedness, Barga asserts, claims, was precisely the reason why Ligas doomed his own house. Turning away from the window and finishing the analysis, he tells merrily that it no longer matters. Nobly, he says with cold finality, disappear constantly. At the luxurious estate known as House of Ligas, a quiet scene unfolds. The spacious estate stands under a cloud-covered sky, and the voice thanks for another visit. The voice belongs to a small singing bird. It chirps with joy that it finally has someone to talk to. It rests on Sophia's hand. She smiles warmly and explains that someone very dear will come soon, and behind her, her twin sister Queen Rihanna looks with a pained expression. Her hand covers her mouth in despair. Sophia's cheerful manner falters for a moment. She sighs, complaining that her health is worsening day by day, and then a fierce coughing fit overtakes her. While she tries to pull herself together, she gently says goodbye to the little bird, and says they will see each other again. Then it flies off and bursts outside through the open window. Then Sophia turns her face and for a moment breaks her composure, covering the guest with a soft, friendly smile. Her greeting is interrupted by the sight of Queen Rihanna. Sophia's face is covered with fresh tears, and her smile fades as she asks her sister why she has such a sad expression. Rihanna's gaze slides down to the nearest cabinet and she confirms. The recent report was exactly as described. She continues speaking, and in her eyes is pure horror. The Demon Lord's domain holds power she could not even imagine. She recalls how he slashes with a terrorizing sword, and the blade worked where the holy sword failed, cutting monsters and wiping out entire ranks of enemies as if they weighed nothing. Rihanna's face hardens as her sister's voice confirms her fears. Such power truly exists. The weight of this truth breaks her. I am dead, truly dead. Her scream cuts the silence. Fear distorts her face. From the bed, Sophia calls her sister's name Liana, while Rihanna spirals, thinking she might have angered the Demon Lord. She lifts her gaze and sees her sister extending a soft, all-knowing smile. Sophia explains that reflecting is useful, and adds, Rihanna has already realized there are things in the world far from her expectations. Trembling, she can only whisper a quiet yes. Tears are already welling in her eyes. Sophia reaches out a supportive hand, asks her to calm down, and assures her that the battle is already behind them. Sophia advises her to take this experience as a valuable lesson. Looking at her twin, Rihanna is filled with gratitude. She understands that in such moments her sister always saves her. While they shared a cup of hot tea, Princess Rihanna confessed to her sister, Lucy, that this small comfort was all she could manage at the moment. Bitterly, she admitted that she had ignored Lucy's warning to be careful within the Demon Lord's domain. Worried, Lucy looked at her sister and asked what had happened. She says she learned about an incredible alchemist in that country. The very knowledge of his existence made her act recklessly. Turning her thoughts back to that moment, Rihanna recalls how she officially addressed Alchemist, hiding behind the authority of the princess of the empire. Now she clearly sees her own foolishness. The battlefield is not a place for such demands. And as she had time to realize, the demon lord he Isher very alchemist even shouted at her for this fault. Lucy's hand clenches into a fist as she asks her sister about her logic. And she says the obvious. Of course, the devil lord will get angry if she tries to take one of his highest officials for herself. Composure crumbles and Lucy abruptly leaves, beginning to explain her reasoning. That alchemist was strong enough to change the course of the entire battle. She was sure if anyone could help Rihanna, it was him. Tears well up in her eyes and she admits how desperately she hopes. His skills can heal her sister's body. She again wildly broke down, imagining how the alchemist would magically renew Rihanna's body, make it light, and allow her to walk normally again. Suddenly Rihanna gently interrupts her, noticing that Lucy's manner of speaking has become childish again. Blushing, Lucy lowers her gaze and quietly confesses her true dream. She wants Rihanna to be able to see the world beyond their chains. Her face darkens as she continues. She tells Rihanna, with her strong light, magic, and great wisdom, she should be the one holding the entire empire on her shoulders if circumstances were fair. Then Lucy reveals the origins of this crazy scheme. She only wanted to ask the alchemist for help to heal her sister, whose constitution is weak. But as soon as she brought this idea to Minister Zagran, twisted it. Instead of begging the demon lord, she should act as the princess of the empire and take him. Her voice cracks with tears. She confesses the full extent of Minister Zagran's manipulations. He told her, if the alchemist is really tired of being on the demon lord's side, they could lure him over for Haran. That supposedly is the imperial way. Zagran relentlessly pressured, urged, forced her to follow the emperor and never retreat despite any opposing force. Choked by the pressure, she admits she was scared, but she did not want to back down. Her sister listens to Lucy, choking on tears and sobbing, and says she needs to talk to Grandpa Zagran about this problem. Rihanna notices, although Lucy usually behaves like a true princess when it comes to herself, in this case she becomes clumsy and childishly naive. She cut off her sister's thought with one short, firm word, don't. Rihanna warns her she shouldn't rely so much on the minister. Continuing her warning, Rihanna explains, Zagran is a man who sees everything only through the prism of profit. This is dangerous thinking and Lucy can easily be swayed by it. She insists, from now on Lucy must stop repeating Zagran's or the Empire's words and speak only for herself. Lucy freezes in horror and protests. Zagran has always been her mentor. The younger princess was so astonished she was twisted with surprise, does not understand what Rihanna's words mean at all. But not backing down, she insists on one thing, hold on to your own beliefs and do as you yourself consider right. Her sister looks at her with impressive determination, declaring that she is Lucy and that she is not anyone's vessel. Lucy trembles. She is thrown into confusion. Her own convictions, she remembers how His Majesty, the Emperor and Zagran always told her, she must be a perfect princess for the sake of the Empire's welfare. She approaches the work with Rihanna's words and admits, even though she cannot change everything immediately, she is able to understand what her sister is saying, especially after the events of this mission. With renewed determination, clenching her face ever more tightly, Lucy clasps her hands together and declares that she wants to try thinking a little more independently. Seeing this deep break in her younger sister, a gentle, warm smile spreads across Rihanna's face. Lucy's interest changed after her observation. Rihanna admits that now she too is bitten by curiosity about the alchemist who attracts her attention. A soft, thoughtful smile appears on her lips as she contemplates this question. Somewhere aside, a young man with reddish-brown hair stands before an impressive mansion. His name is Sir Thor, and they ask if it is true that he wants to meet this person alone. He stubbornly and convincingly insists that he must do it. Minister Zagran, his interlocutor, does not back down. Is his goal really to create an artifact capable of blocking that final magic known as ultimate vivid light? The minister's skepticism is evident in every phrase as he clarifies. Does the young man mean the legendary magic of the hero, the very one rumored to have broken through the impenetrable barrier of the first demon lord? Feeling the weight of his own request, the young man wavered in confidence and grew anxious in his soul. What if they call this proposal completely absurd and refuse without even listening? Flame General Ray Zinga clenches his fist. A hot hope flares on his face. He imploringly asks the person before him to do the thing they talked about, promising to provide all the necessary materials for this work. In response, alchemist Thor places his hand on his chest and beams a smile. He sincerely accepts the gift, swearing to create a UV-cut parasol of such grandeur that it belongs in the hero's world, and adds, it will become a counter to the domain of the demon lord. Raising his gaze, he looks satisfied. The alchemist's confidence calms the general. He slowly runs a finger over his chin and thoughtfully reflects. Ryuzango reveals his own goal to find a user of the magic of the light attribute. He notes that Agnes has already gone to the outskirts to begin the search. Hearing her name, Thor asks where Agnes is now. Ryuzango says he should not worry. This request gave Agnes the perfect excuse to leave home. She likes it, especially when she can wear normal clothes. Thor noticeably calms down, learning that he caused no problems. He expresses gratitude and says how lucky Agnes is to have such a good father. Announcing that he will now begin his work, Thor turns to leave. Ryuzango wishes him well. As he departs, Mabel appears in a luxurious passage and informs him that she has been waiting for him. She turns and leads him along a long path with renewed determination. Mabel, he says after her, it's time to start alchemy. While he prepares, the full weight of the task falls on him. To create an item capable of protecting against the hero's most powerful magic, the force of devastating explosive destruction. Even the mere thoughts paint a threatening picture. The hero looms over them. This is his highest light attribute magic, the supreme bright light, or UV for short. This is exactly the power they are challenging. Shaking off fear, he steps into focus and initiates the creation alchemy. First, he examines the UV-cut parasol design from the catalog, white on the outside, black on the inside, and then a diagram revealing the key part, the new material Kira. The diagram shows the principle. The parasol's surface is covered with tiny, shimmering particles. When light pours from above, these particles catch it and scatter it in many different directions. This is the secret of the Kira material. He concludes, the parasol must work so as to generate its own particles resembling light, thereby interfering with the incoming light magic. In his opinion, magic loses effect as soon as its flow is disrupted, so the UV-cut parasol must be designed to scatter the attack's power and break its magical structure. Thus, thinking further, he concludes, the parasol fabric must be given a specific property to cause this disruption. And he decides to create a new magical fabric inspired by the new Kira material, which he has already worked with. He assumes that umbrellas from the mail-order catalog can shield the formidable shining final light with just a thin layer of fabric, but his current skill does not yet reach that level, so he firmly says, to achieve a similar effect, 3 layers are needed, and Mabel immediately gets to work. When the concept is brought to completion, he sits at the table and sets the parameters of the 3-level structure. Each layer must absorb the impact, hold the defense, and finally dissipate the incoming light magic. The plan succeeded. He stands up, spreads his arms wide, and releases the power, shouting creation alchemy. The result of his alchemy is the UV-cut parasol, an item of extraordinary rarity. Its combination of properties is complex: light, darkness, wind, and affinity to water with quadrupole power. The protection is multilayered. The first absorbs light magic, the second disperses it to nullify the spell, and the third absorbs any remnants. The absorbed energy is then held by a magical stone embedded in the handle. Thus, the parasol can defend against any source of attack, originating from light magic, whether physical or magical. With pride, he shows Mabel the finished product and calls it a UV-cut parasol, an item specifically for protection against attacks with the attribute of light. Mabel, looking at the clean white surface, asks how it works. Thor replies, it changes as soon as magic is poured into it, and directing the power inside, he sees the surface of the parasol flash with flickering and become a perfect mirror, which sincerely impresses Mabel. Mabel's amazement quickly turns to curiosity as he shows, the surface is moving. The reflected canopy ripples and rolls like a liquid. Calmly he explains, such strange dynamics are the result of a powerful water property he infused into it. The umbrella continues to ripple like slime. In his head he notes, carrying such an item is too conspicuous, so he involuntarily doubts the hero's aesthetic tastes. Shaking off these thoughts, he decides to conduct a simple test whether it really blocks light magic. Mabel nods happily, yes. As soon as the trial starts, he turns to Mabel and asks her to light the magic lamp standing on the nearby table. She agrees without any hesitation. While Mabel lifts the device, he explains, the magic lamp is a common light source in her world. It works like this. Inside there is a magic stone as an energy source which reproduces a primitive light spell. After that, it prepares to activate the lamp. The magic lamp flashes, and its dazzling glow floods the room with light. Thor watches intently, eyes wide open just a moment before the test begins. When light covers the space like a wave, it lifts a newly made umbrella. Somewhere a lamp beam touches the dome and flickering particles appear, capturing magic and reflecting it chaotically. The Tor freezes. The particles seem to actively destroy the light themselves. The effect is stunningly instantaneous. "Look, Master Thor," exclaims Mabel, her voice tinged with anxiety. The life of the magic lamp fades. Thor freezes and watches intently, a brief confusion on his face as he wonders if this is the true power of his new Kira material. Confusion bursts into shock. Lamps flash and their light completely goes out. Magic has not just weakened, it has been stopped. Thor understands, the umbrella not only blocks light, it outright cancels magic itself. Thor begins to piece the mechanism together. First, he recalls, magic is incredibly fragile, and even the slightest disturbance in its flow, like what Mabel sometimes feels due to her mixed heritage, can cause a spell to fail. These particles probably create a crazy disruption that travels back to the source and unravels the entire spell chain. A confident smile touches his face. He understands. The umbrella can even withstand the light of a sacred sword. But Mabel looks worried, as if she senses something went wrong. Mabel freezes, staring at the umbrella, her eyes wide with amazement. She explains, the item should boast 90 UV protection, but in reality it completely dismantles the light magic itself. She voices her uncertainty and Thor is clearly pleased. He says that this is the true specification of the item. It may only cut through 90 of the most powerful magic, but it easily and effortlessly nullifies any spell below that threshold. And he adds, no wonder that an item created to stop the strongest spells completely erases the weaker ones as well. He reflects, no matter how many strange artifacts he has crafted from other worlds, this one is on a completely different level. Thor literally dismantles any light magic he touches. Mabel grows increasingly uneasy and suggests, if an enemy army set up camp in the Demon Lord's territory, they would definitely use light magic at night. Knight, an officer with a feline demeanor, happily imagines this scene. She pictures in her mind how people from the Demon Lord's domains with perfect night vision sneak up on the enemy camp, and with a triumphant cry, she savors the thought of what will happen if they deploy this umbrella. A terrible thought overwhelms Thor and Mabel. As soon as the umbrella touches the magical light of the campsite, the entire area will plunge into darkness, and the night raid will become simple. Thor freezes in shock. He realizes that he did not create an item for protection against light, he made a weapon that brings darkness. A confused young woman with wavy light brown hair enters the door, pauses for a moment, and only then Sir Thor invites her inside. She introduces herself as Agnes and asks if Thor Cannon is present. Her hesitation quickly fades and suddenly excitement flares. With wide, hopeful eyes, she announces that she has found magic with a light attribute that was used. Sir Thor does not hide his surprise. How did she manage so quickly? Agni unfolds her thought and explains. The mage is a representative of a race that quietly dwells in the Western Forest. Mabel confirms. The Western Forest is home to several races to whom the Demon Lord granted their own autonomous region. Then Agni specifies the race itself. Among the pixies living in the forest, there is one who can wield light magic. But the revelation that the Lord is a pixie, a winged fairy, completely throws Sir Thor off balance. Udny reported with concern, explaining that in the community of pixies living in the Western Forest, someone has appeared who is capable of using light magic. The news shocks Sir Thor. He immediately understands. It is light magic that is needed for his experiment with the UV-cut umbrella. And he also recalls that in the Empire, pixies are considered almost like legendary creatures. Aloud, he whispers one single word, and the meaning of their existence imprints itself in his mind. Pixie. Mabel reveals the details. It is a rare species of winged half-humans, only female, just a few dozen centimeters tall. She confirms that she was entrusted to survey the magical power in the territory of the Demon Lord, and that pixies live here quite openly. This noticeably unsettles Thor. Mabel adds, pixies can sense the magic of this land, and their help was decisive both to find rich pastures and to deal with this magical mind. But she immediately warns, they rarely show themselves to others. Thor's corresponding expression says it all. He understands that this can only complicate things. At that very moment, Udny authoritatively interrupts and announces. The request came from the pixies themselves. They want to meet Sir Thor Cannon. Thor, stunned, catches himself questioning and turns to Mabel. Has she already been in contact with them? She confirms and explains it concerned a separate matter. While his proposed workshop was near their forest, she communicated with the pixies specifically for that. Next, Mabel says that a reply came from the pixies, a letter requesting a meeting with that alchemist. Thor asks why they need that, and Mabel only admits guiltily she was so rushed with the report that she didn't have time to inquire further. So she suggests sending another letter, inquirer. He stops her and decisively says that it's better if he goes himself. They are neighbors, so he wants to greet them properly. Mabel supports this idea and is confident the pixies will feel more comfortable if everything happens without intermediaries and a person appears in person. Encouraged, Thor orders her to prepare for immediate departure. When they set off into the vast forest, Thor looks back at his assistant. Mabel, he asks, what do you know about the pixies? He was riding in the carriage, his head buzzing with excitement. Before his eyes floated memories of how he once saw elves in an elven village, creatures wearing leaves instead of clothes and flying among the trees. And from the pixies, he had only one association, something like from the pages of a picture book. But Mabel immediately cooled his dream. Even in the Demon Lord's territory, pixies are a mysterious race about which very little is known. Agnes explained in detail. Their usual relations with the pixies consisted of written exchanges through a method called stump communication. And also this species is extremely shy, so requests to meet in person are indeed rare. Next to her, Mabel quietly wondered whether the rumor about Sir Thor had spread even to these secluded beings. Given this, Thor decided. First, he must listen to what the pixies have to say before making his own request regarding the experiment with light magic. Agni simply confirmed his decision. In a moment the carriage dashed off and fell silent. They had arrived. Agnes led them to a sunny glade where colossal trees reigned. She announced that this was the autonomous region of pixies, and Thor and Mabel froze, staring upward in awe at the boundless scale of the ancient forest. Agni's gaze slid to a large rotten stump. She noticed with surprise that the letter they had left was gone, but there was still no answer. Thor looked around the beautiful but empty glade and wondered if they had arrived too early. Agnes confirmed. The stump was the same meeting place where they had left a letter for Thor Cannon, so they were already wondering if they were supposed to wait for an escort, when suddenly a very tiny voice sounded right behind them. We have been waiting for you. A tiny winged creature emerged from the forest. With a shy face, she introduced herself, Rune, a winged fairy. She apologized to Thor and his companions for hiding from them. She peeks out from behind a tree and shyly greets them again, admitting that among others, she has a habit of getting scared. Thor responds with a gentle smile and steps forward. He is Thor Cannon, an alchemist serving directly under the Demon King Rocky Everguard. He was given a workshop to help raise his territory. Then he introduces his companions, the maid Mabel Refrain and the guard Agnes Frazed. Thor says they came to greet them, so now they will be neighbors, and adds, this is his first time speaking with someone of this kind. Rune confirms, rumors about such an alchemist have already reached their home. Hearing this, Mabel leans toward Thor and whispers, excitedly stretching the words, he is already becoming famous. She tells, unfolding the story she heard. Supposedly, Thor helped the Demon King manifest the Dark Tower, the one that pierced the sky and split the earth to subdue the colossal demon beast. Thor internally corrects. The great deed was done by the Demon King, and he only created the vessel for this power. Rune asks if this tale is true. He smiles warmly and offers help. If winged fairies have any problems, he says he can create magical items to assist them in daily tasks. His generous offer turns despair into shock. Then he reveals his palm as if it would be easier to make a deal if she sat on his hand. After a moment of hesitation, she agrees, gently settling on the ground right in the center of his palm while he looks at her kindly and patiently. Seeing this, Mabel sharply inhales in horror and cannot believe her eyes. She whispers that she cannot believe it. A winged fairy really sat on someone's palm. Lucy quietly explains, for a winged fairy to do this is a sign of deep trust. Thora is overwhelmed with surprise and he admits that he feels he has done nothing to deserve it. Lucy watches him and notes that in his words she felt his care for the fairies. She thinks, now he has the power to crush Rune, but the fairy trusts him completely. She watched as the little winged fairy, Rune, clenched her palms in desperate supplication. Rune explained that all she could sacrifice was her trust placed on her own life, but begged the alchemist to help them. Her request hung in the air, making Thor Cannon cast a worried glance. Nearby, Lucy supported the same. She closed her eyes and whispered a plea for his help. Through the silence of the forest, a voice pierced their pleading requests. It calls to tell its story. Ruined introduced her twin, a fairy, with a crown of flowers named Soliu. She explained all winged fairies have one of 6 elemental attributes: light, darkness, earth, water, fire, or wind. And Rune was born with the attribute of darkness, while her sister Soliu had light. Thor Cannon listened, absorbing every detail of their nature. The problem, Rune explained to her sister to calm her down, was that the innate light, if magic was used by itself, was too powerful for her fragile body. If she barely strained herself, a fever would rise. And any use of magic would drain her strength for 3 days. She would fall into a state of absolute weakness and could not even get up. She clarified once again, light magic is the power of existence itself. Since winged fairies have such small bodies, they are extremely vulnerable to any magical influence. Then Toru finally realized, the immense power of Solius probably affects her negatively. Rune described it as a powerful flow. As long as it flows smoothly, it is a source of incredible strength. But if the strength freezes even a little, it turns into a suffocating, deadly dangerous burden. As a temporary measure, they had to find out, bathing in the river helps improve the circulation of her magic and ease the symptoms. But Rune sighed sadly, this is not a solution that lasts forever. Saul has been suffering like this since the day she was born. Hearing this, Thorcannon's face filled with deep sympathy. He assured them that it must be incredibly hard for them and added, he understands their pain well because once a very important person to him suffered from the same symptoms. He stretched out his hand and showed a small rectangular object. All right, Rune, he said evenly, but the little fairy still twitched in surprise. With a bright, determined expression, he announced, this condition is already a settled matter in the territory of Demon King, and insisted that they use the device he held in his hand. Demon King, looking at the object, froze in confusion and asked what it was at all, while Mabel and Rune inquired whether the problem was really resolved. Then he explained how the foot bath works. The stone of fire magic heats the water and the stone of wind magic starts the flow and bubbles. Soaking feet in this magically charged water, he said, means enhancing one's own magic flow. Mabel could only freeze and mutter distrustfully, you say, this is a bath. The demonic King Lokier glanced and froze, literally stunned. Incredible, she whispered, admitting that she could not even imagine that such a convenient magical item exists in the possessions of Demon King. The alchemist Thor addressed the pixie fairy Rune through the communication device. He encouraged her to use the brought remedy and assured her symptoms should disappear in a few days. Through the screen, Rune thanks him. When the call ends, Deputy Officer Mariella, glancing anxiously at Thor, asks if one more request will not trouble him. He replies warmly, there is no need to hesitate, just ask for anything, and helping with that is his job. Mabel nearby notices that Thor seems genuinely happy when people rely on him. Then Mariella moves to the main point and lays out the real problem. She explains the pixie Soliu cannot fly while wearing clothes. Mariella continuing that when pixies take to the air, they need to channel magic through their own clothes, and that is why their outfit merges with their body. Because of this, Mariella adds further, for a pixie fairy, clothes that conduct magic well weigh as much as life itself. The dress made of leaves that Soliu is wearing now is made of material with excellent magical conductivity, but there is one problem. Soliu is lonely. From birth she cannot feel the wind. To glide through the sky she needs to read the wind flow with magical wings, and the clothes must be a conductor of her power. But she is unable to let magic pass through the leaves. No matter how hard she concentrates, the leaves remain just clothes. An epiphany strikes Thor. He quickly puts the puzzle together. The properties of leaves are incompatible with light magic, so he confidently tells Mariella not to worry. Thor beams, showing the shimmering fabric, and declares that this is a fabric carrier of the light attribute. He reasons, if it has the same attribute, Soliu's light magic will pass through this fabric without problems. Mariella is stunned. After that, Thor asks Mabel to make a dress for the pixie from the material. Mabel agrees instant Lido craft a simple one but warns, the dress made of the light attribute will be transparent. Thor reassures them, everything is fine. He explains that during the previous expedition he studied the properties of the fabric and found out if layers are applied or air is placed between them, it becomes less transparent and light has a harder time passing through. He shows an image of a transparent shade to illustrate his point. Mabel agrees with the assessment. Her face brightens with a smile and she suggests, if belts, collars, and even small pleats are made, the thickness of the fabric can be increased. This way it will become less transparent and at the same time fashionable clothing will result. Thor, nodding satisfactorily, confirms her opinion, then turns to the pixies and asks Mabel to appear immediately in the carriage to start sewing the new dress. With a brief, leave it to me, Mabel rushes off to carry out the order. His confidence grows before their eyes. Thor clenches his fist and a determined sparkle flashes in his gaze. He declares that as the Demon King alchemist he will definitely meet their expectations, then eagerly asks what else he can do for them. You confused her to madness, clouding her mind. She stammers that what he has already managed to do is more than enough. Next to her, Rune loudly expresses incredible gratitude to the alchemist. Ugni notes, Thorcannon overdid it a bit. Solia lowers her gaze, stunned by his kindness. Inside Rune herself, her heart stops. She has just been introduced to things of such scale, a special font created to regulate the flow of magic, and even the very existence of the light-related attribute fabric. She had never even heard of such things. The burden of this possibility bends Solia to her knees. On her face is a mixture of delight and emotion. Looking at her, Ugni silently contemplates the colossal progress the Demon King's possession has achieved thanks to the alchemist. Then she turns to Thor with a warm smile and says that with the presence of the Thorcannon, the Demon King's domain will definitely take an even better path. He smiles in response and adds that he himself finds great purpose in serving the Demon King. When Sola raises her gaze, a new determination barely flashes in her eyes. Without words, a desire begins to ripen within her. She thinks that she herself wants something. The thought crystallizes into a clear desire. With folded arms, she sincerely admits, now she wants to leave the forest and see the world with her own eyes. She looks at the alchemist thoughtful and still. The world he is changing is probably beautiful and alive. The world she now knows, she must see it herself. He responds with a confident smile, nudges her to leave the forest and look at him, then declares, alongside the newcomer, he will change the world as much as necessary. His bold proclamation is immediately echoed by his companions. The looks of Agni and Rune ignite with admiration for his conviction. They already understand that improving life means changing the world itself. In a very short time, Mabel steps out of the carriage, firmly holding the fruit of their joint labor. She shows a dress sewn from light magical fabric. Thor confirms its perfection even when magic passes through it. The material darkens slightly so Soliu can be worn safely. After a restorative bath infused with a magical stone, Soliu is dressed in her new dress, a perfect fit. With deep gratitude, she says she will never forget their kindness. Her sister Rune is overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. Tears of joy stream down her cheek, and she thanks Thor, flying up to land and leave him a grateful kiss on the cheek. Thor smiles and says he awaits the day when Soliu can fly with full strength. Just after taking off, Rune formally addresses the alchemist. She explains, winged fairies are a species that finds joy in repaying debts, and she swears they will obey his orders and give their power when needed. At that very moment, Solius bursts into the sky, laughing with pure joy. Feeling flight for the first time, she declares she will become his wings, ready to fly to any edge of the continent for him. On the ground, Udni praises Thor for fulfilling Pike's wish. He modestly replies that it was a joint effort, then suggests discussing everything in detail once Solia's condition fully stabilizes. Mabel agrees, they need to wait. An armored soldier approaches him, leading a horse by the reins, and calls out to confirm his identity. Are you alchemist Thor Cannon? Cannon, the soldier confirms. Preparations to aim Thor's cannon at the proposed workshop location are complete. Mabel interrupts and states she has a message from the general. Clenching a fist, already feeling irreversible, the soldier introduces himself as Rondell, the general secretary, and officially offers to escort them to the nearest town. His face stretches into a wide, joyful smile. He triumphantly clenches his fist, happy that the inspection of the candidate's workshop site is finally taking place. Mabel, looking where the carriage was waiting, suggests a practical plan: to spend the night in the city and conduct the inspection in the morning from the first hour. Thor and his companions stopped in a small town, a cozy settlement with well-kept houses standing along a dirt road. He stood next to Agni's and their carriage, running through his mind. This was where they were supposed to meet the subordinate of General Riesinga. Soon 2 men came out to them. The elder in a suit warmly greeted them, and the armed subordinate Rondell introduced himself as the general steward. He explained that he had been ordered to escort Thorcannon to a place where a workshop could be organized. Thor thanked him, but the elder just waved it off, saying they were indebted to him for the help of the Lady of Mies. The elderly man burst into loud laughter, and it was clear the opportunity to be useful truly pleased him. He clapped his hands together and announced that it was time to move. But Agnes immediately took the initiative. He shouted to Rondell that the voice of his companion Thor might scare. The grumbling steward did not even miss a beat. Just the same, without pauses, he announced that he would now lead them to his specially chosen place. He led the group to a large 2-story building and explained that it used to be a canteen, and among all the candidate sites, it was the closest to the city. Thor looked up at the impressive structure. Around it, he noticed traces of an old yard. There used to be a garden and a well, so the place seemed ideal to him. It could be turned into a workshop almost immediately. While he was pondering this thought, junk rumbled down from the roof. Thor looked up, embarrassed. Along the ridge above the spine line, several tiny winged figures fluttered back and forth. Thor's eyes lit up with recognition. He still could not understand why pixies had ended up here. He watches as Agni scans the empty roof and declares that there is nothing there. But as soon as she finishes speaking, a tiny pixie fairy with shimmering wings appears before her, touches her lips with a finger, and gestures quiet. Frightened, he asks Udmi what happened, but she only stammers embarrassedly in response. His gaze follows Hersto, a small group of pixies. He does not understand why they are here. Pixies are known for hiding from people. Noticing different hair colors, he guesses each embodies their own element: water, earth, wind, and fire. A thought ignites and he is overwhelmed by a suspicion. He reasons, such shy creatures would not attract attention without a reason. And then he realizes they are trying to convey something truly important. As if confirming his reasoning, the air and fire pixies energetically jump outside, while the water and earth ones shyly retreat from view. The message is clear. In this place, the magical energies of the four elements are unbalanced. But as soon as he is back on the ground, thoughts overwhelm him. Agni asks if he is all right and he explains. He was figuring out the magical properties of this land. The pixie's actions led him to the conclusion the magic of water and earth here is weak. She asked him to clarify what he means by earth magic. He unfolds his thought. The reason why nothing grows in the nearby garden is probably precisely this weakness. Agnes agrees with his conclusion. She reasons, under normal circumstances, at least some weeds should have sprouted, and the complete absence of any plant life means that the earth magic lacks the strength to support it. Kneeling down, he touches the ground-gloved fingers slide over the cracked, dried soil. This supports his theory. He raises his gaze to the general steward and asks a direct question: has the well on this plot dried up? The servant is noticeably confused. He insists that this is impossible and insists the well requires regular maintenance. While we could argue further, Agnes calls from the well. She confirms Thor's suspicion is correct. The well is completely dry. The overseer can only roar aloud in shock. This cannot be possible, as the court steward staggered from the excavations after discovering the dry well and yet understood. It was the little winged pixies who warned him. One of them explained that there was no water or trace, sighing sadly that despite their monthly inspections they did not notice the decline, yet still marveled at their own abilities. The pixies circled around him and with one look made it clear. In this area they immediately felt the complete absence of magic. So Thor instantly understood. Their signal was a warning to be silent. The chief administrator approached him and asked where Thor had even learned about this. Caught off guard, Thor blurted out it was pure intuition. Stip froze in amazement and declared that the alchemist's power must be colossal to know such a thing without looking even once. Thor immediately broke into a sweat. He realized that his bluff had been completely swallowed. He remembered Mabel, who once called him kind, and he felt it was she who was truly incredible, not he. Turning to the manager, he suggested temporarily reserving this location and asked to show the next object. The manager agreed without hesitation. The group continued the search, aiming at a few more buildings. Thor quickly dismissed two as unsuitable and kept the third in reserve as a long shot but a possible lead. While they walked, Mabel explained, the buildings look quite normal, but on land it is extremely difficult to find a workshop with sufficient magic. She emphasized that once you choose a workshop, it is almost impossible to change it, so this decision was critical. She looked at him with a supportive smile and said that the time to make an effort had come. He responded with a smile, agreeing that she was R. So, finally, the manager waved his hand towards the distant country. He announced to Thor, Agnes, and Mabel that this would be the last location on their tour. Mabel showed the group an old, large mansion. She explained that although no records say it was ever used, it is regularly maintained. Still, she admitted she hesitates to recommend it due to its unknown origin. While they are still outside, the chief steward advises looking for another place. But Thor, together with Agnes and Mabel, steps forward and inspects the estate himself. Inside, he sees that the building is in good condition. He immediately notices the spacious hall, a perfect place for a workshop, and there are plenty of water sources throughout the estate. He looked at the huge empty bowl and noted, a spacious bathhouse is simply a find. Then something formed in his mind. It could even be used for experiments, based on the same principles as in his invention for a foot bath. Considering the location, Thor decides that the place is quite suitable despite it being far from the city. Nearby there is both a forest and mines perfect for gathering materials, and the western forest is visible, so it's easy to visit the pixies. He can only guess what they themselves think about it. As if summoned by his thoughts, suddenly a whole flock of pixies appears. There are noticeably more of them, and one of them, Rune, holds up a black flower. Mabel says that the fairy pixie signal hints there is plenty of magic on the land, so this is the perfect place for a workshop. Thor understands. The black rose is a substitute for Rune, something from a dark attribute. Because she has to take care of her sister, she couldn't come in person. Suddenly inspired, Thor declares that he wants to give the fairies new clothes sewn for magic weave. He notices that their current leaf outfits don't hold up, some are already torn and worn out. Thor turns to Mabel and asks what she thinks about this idea. Mabel freezes, momentarily stunned. But she quickly recalls the Prime Minister's instruction. An official application must be submitted when distributing items to a large group of people. Thor agrees that her argument is valid and asks how long the application preparation might take. Then Mabel admits she has already given Rune 2 magical artifacts. She advises asking the Prime Minister for permission for such wider distribution, especially since the magical weave with a light attribute will be very powerful. He calculated the logistics of his plan, the Demon King's castle a whole day's journey, so it would be a 2-day trip there and back. Of course, he could ask General Reincarnated for a fast horse, but he didn't want to bother the general. So the smartest choice was to use the regular postal service even if slower. Nearby, Udneys listened while Thor weighed the options. Suddenly, a chorus of voices broke the silence. A flock of pixies materialized before them. Shouting in unison, "We'll deliver it!" They rushed into action. Ugni gasped, stunned by the sudden appearance of such a number of these tiny winged creatures. The pixies lined up in a gathered formation right in the air, their focused faces turned in one direction. One in the center, holding a large black rose, looked like the leader. Everyone turned their gaze to Thor and asked what had happened. The general steward froze, completely stunned. He had never seen so many pixies in one place. Soliu stepped forward, extending the rose, and declared that since alchemist Thor is their benefactor, they would help unconditionally and deliver his letter to the castle in a moment. Embarrassment washed over the steward as soon as he realized he had been looking at half-naked pixies all this time. He instantly looked away, embarrassed, and Ugni standing nearby had the same expression of awkward surprise. At that moment, Soliu's dress made of leaves began to unravel and fall apart. Thor watched and it slowly dawned on him, their clothes are incredibly fragile. He understood now creating a durable magical woven garment for them had become a matter of utmost urgency. He turned to Runaith's small pixie sitting on his shoulder and sincerely thanked her, explaining that their advice about the magical properties of this land had been crucial. Thanks to it, he was able to build the best workshop possible. Runa beamed with pride and was glad to be of help. As a sign of gratitude, he added, he was going to visit the Western Forest again. He wanted to get direct advice on magical weaving on clothes from Solia herself. He asked if they could go further and check if he was well enough prepared to receive a guest. The pixies gladly agreed to the request. And just as the pixies were about to set off, Sol suddenly stopped staying in the air. Her torn clothes got tangled around, preventing her from flying. Shyly screaming, she realized she was flying completely wrong. Next to Thor, Mabel quietly wondered if it was really wise to trust them with the letter in such a state. He watched anxiously, understanding that if he sent them off now, their leafy clothes might completely fall apart mid-flight. Behind, General Steward observed with reverence, quietly saying he had never seen pixies so close to a human and wondered if this was the amazing bond of trust that Thor had managed to build with them. He begins to explain how sweat barely appeared on his forehead. Supposedly, he only offered help to Pixie. But in return, as he thinks, they came to express their gratitude to him and through a whole bunch of advice about magic rooted in the very earth. The chief housekeeper cuts him off mid-sentence and declares that the fairy's blessing is merely proof of Thor's own abilities. Hold your chest high and be proud. Then he asks decisively whether this means that the process of choosing the land is finally complete. He quickly brushes off the boasting and clarifies. It was not his power that determined the magic of the land, it was secretly passed on by the pixies. His voice becomes firm and insistent. The housekeeper points to a specific building, says that the pixies confirmed it as the best place, and officially asks for permission to settle there. There, above the endless wild landscape, silence hangs and Stuart's voice rings in harmony. This is officially confirmed. It is here that Sir Thor's workshop will be set up. The view unfolds further before the eyes rises a spacious, densely fortified coastal city fortress of the Dalgarian Empire. The second imperial princess, Sophia, walks down the palace corridor, her face composed like stone. She clutches her cloak around herself and thinks. Several years have passed since she was last summoned to the royal court. The guards announce their arrival. They have brought Princess Sophia, as you requested. She leads her through the giant doorway into a dark, majestic hall. Inside, she immediately kneels and bows her head low before the figure sitting opposite the brightly lit window. And the figure is revealed Emperor Zola of the Dalgarian Empire, his stern gaze fixed firmly on the daughter. He lowers his eyes to Sophia, and she timidly asks if he called her. His voice resonates with authority as he gives a direct order. She must set out to the borderlands. Sophia doubts his decision and asks, was she chosen simply because she is Ryan's sister? The Emperor clearly clarifies the mission. She must lead the troops, conduct and practice training and exercises, and confirm if there are any other Hexenbias besides Gardalassa. He lays out his strategy and notes that the name of the Sword Princess, Ryan Adalgaria, is known even in the territory of the Demon Lord. By creating her double, the Empire can create the impression that Sophia has similar combat skills as a deterrent against any possible aggression. Moving over her, the Emperor concludes, this is for the prestige of the Empire, and it is up to her to give this duty her entire being. From an unknown vantage point, the eyes of Thor's cannon guns narrow, sharpening their focus. A faint smile touches his lips as he thinks to himself, good. He could not know the full weight of this burden now placed on Princess Sophia. Sophia recalled the fragile mental state of her sister Ryana. Years of pressure from their father and his high officials had worn her down. For Sophia, her sister's changing traits were not a weakness but a necessary form of self-defense. With firm resolve in her heart, she gave the official response, "I humbly accept the order." Her consent was for one purpose: she thought only of her sister, hoping to ease Rayana's heavy burden even a little. She clenched the fabric of her ceremonial dress in her hand, steeling herself for what was to come, and promised to endure as long as her body would allow. As she stood confused and listened to the silence down the long corridor where a cloaked figure was walking away, she was called, "Do not worry, Your Highness." Sophia watched him disappear, and anxiety darkened her face. The minister was Zagran. Sophia met with him directly and asked if this appointment was a hint. He calmly replied, all military training and investigations would be carried out by his own assistants, and Sophia, the princess, was only to be present. He considered this the best way to deal with the unknown threat. His explanation hardly dispelled her fear. A stubborn answer almost twisted into her thoughts in fright. Did he mean the territory of demon lords? The minister fixed his gaze on her, and his face remained unreadable as he considered her question. If so, he began. Again he firmly continued, peace exists precisely because we have a deterrent force. Sophia recoiled and sharply asked if there is any need to suppress them at all. Zagran explained his logic. If the territory of the demon lord ever really intended to invade, they would have had many opportunities. Their persistent request to renew the non-aggression pact was a direct hint that they did not want to fight. Sophia listened, absorbing this strategy that seemed contradictory. She passionately insists that they take the initiative and move into the territory of the demon lords. She believes that breaking the non-aggression pact to establish formal diplomatic relations will be in the best interests of the empire. At first, Foreign Minister Zagran Listenci's face does not flinch for a moment. He admits, the long and bitter history between the empire and the territory of the demon lord once brought the empire to the brink of destruction. The logic of their actions may be sound, but as a military man, he must be prepared for the worst. Friendship can be feigned only to betray later. He reminds, their past victory was only possible because they summoned a hero from another world. And he adds firmly, now repeating such a feat will be incredibly difficult. The words begin to reach her, and the thought creeps in itself. Could it be that this is exactly why he is organizing military training near the board? The border guard explains calmly. Apparently, a new species of magical animal has appeared in the border area, so his decision is natural, prudent, and there is no need to look for hidden reasons. After this, he unfolds a plan of potential loopholes. He will not object if the envoy of the Lord of Demons wants to inspect their activities, because they are simply preparing for the appearance of magical beasts. Noticing the chance, she presses further, demands that he directly say whether he can truly assure that his actions will not become a threat. She insists at least the secret trade routes used by civilians must be protected, and forces him to promise that he will not use military training as a pretext to block the road connecting the town of Noza with the territory of the demon lord. Zagran weighs her demand and sighs. He has no intention of pulling such a foolish stunt until the non-aggression pact is renewed. He swears that if the blockade issue is brought to the High Council, he will oppose it. Eventually, with a forced yes, Sophia accepts his terms, but it is clear on her face that she is not satisfied even further. After that, he outlines the timeline of her stay. She will have to return to the capital in 1 or 2 years, as soon as it is decided that the threat of the new magical beast has been eliminated. Meanwhile, in another part of the capital, a powerful, broad-shouldered nobleman sits in thought, a cheeky smile playing on his lips. The noble lord quietly and disdainfully exhales a heavy sigh. His former self-satisfaction instantly turns into irritation. Far from the capital intrigues, everything unfolds differently beyond the large timber-framed building in a provincial town. In front of the building, Thorcannon turns to his companions with a bright smile as if inviting them to go and see Soli. Mabel eagerly picks up on this, declaring that she will accompany him. Agnes does the same. Nearby, the general steward is already standing ready by the waiting car. Their journey begins. The carriage rattles over bumps, shakes across open spaces, and the city remains behind as the road cuts through rolling fields and carries them forward. From inside, he looks ahead, on his face a soft yet determined smile. Next to him, Princess Rayana keeps her gaze lowered and her face is quietly sad. In a bright, sun-dappled forest, 2 small winged fairies named Rune and Soliu extend a warm, welcoming gesture. They eagerly invite the alchemist Thor to enter their territory. Thor, along with Mabel and another assistant, politely accepts the invitation, and the fairies announce they will escort the group to their home. While everyone is still moving forward, Mabel turns to Thor and says she wants to take measurements from Pixie. He acknowledges her plan, and trusting her in this matter, Thor embraces her initiative. Their path leads to a secluded spring, hidden deep in the forest. From there, thin, gentle streams of steam rise into the air. Soliu almost silently glides forward, landing gracefully in a stone basin at the edge of the still water. Then she glides further into the warm, playful bath and submerging releases a quiet sigh of relief. Her sister Runa joins her in the water, swimming closer and leaning in to ask how she feels. Salu touches her lips with a finger and a feeling of deep enlightenment spreads across her face. She whispers that this is the first time in her life she has ever felt this way. With a sharp splash, she emerges from the water, her face pure joy. She declares that now she truly knows what it means to be in a perfect state. In her cupped hands, a butterfly-shaped ball of energy materializes. She explains, the magic that was once frozen inside now freely circulates throughout her body. Rune smiles and tells Solyu that she sincerely rejoices for her. Warm, simple support rises in her chest and leaves Solyu momentarily speechless. She remains in the embrace of her sister Rune as tears of relief run down her cheeks. "Thank you, Rune," she whispers, her voice trembling with overwhelming emotions. Rune holds her tightly and murmurs that she is truly happy. Her gratitude is boundless. Her eyes still shimmer, tears she never cried remain frozen there, and she repeats words of thanks again and again. Then her gaze sharply changes. Fear mixed with unwavering determination flashes in it. She says she must properly repay the alchemist and vows to return his kindness even if it costs her life. Hearing her sister's fervent vow, Rune gently smiles and suggests it would be better to convey her gratitude to him directly. As if summoned by the thought itself, Mabel appears at the edge of the spring. She tells Salu that the alchemist was also concerned about her well-being and sent an invitation to the pixie's surprise. Tor nearby shudders as Rune flies to him, and somewhat embarrassedly exclaims that they have already arrived while Salu is still bathing. He shouts her name and anxiously orders her to be careful, but this only makes the confused pixie panic more, twitching and splashing in the puddles. In a moment, Mabel apologizes guiltily to Thor for bringing him while Salu was bathing and explains, she and Rune were asked to take him there. She adds that Salu is just overly dramatizing. Mabel brings the logic to Salu. If she is not a bath created by an alchemist, then it means the same as if he held her while she was naked, and Salu vehemently denies such an assumption. Receiving a simple white robe, he returns to Thor and solemnly introduces himself as a winged fairy with the element of light, thanking him for both the bath and the clothes. Next, the scene shifts to another place. Thor is now with energetic red-haired Ugmies. She thanks him for allowing her to use something, and he in response asks how she found out about the foot bath. He listened to Salu. Her cheeks barely blushed, and she quietly confirmed everything with a simple yes. She explained, her innate magic of light was so powerful that she simply could not circulate normally. Because of this, heat accumulated in her body, and she constantly felt unwell. To cope somehow, she had to run to bathe in the cold river every time, but it was only a temporary relief. But as soon as she entered the special bath prepared by the alchemist, she was overwhelmed by a deep change. The heat, which painfully burned and gave no rest, began to dissolve, spreading throughout the body as if it no longer tormented her. And eventually, the source of suffering simply disappeared. The result manifested instantly and impressively. The lively Agnes hurried to Thor and Rune and announced that since Salu used the foot bath, only 1 day had passed. But the condition had already risen to an incredible level. The fever subsided, and she seemed bursting with energy. She hardly knew what to do with herself. In joy, Rune praised the alchemist for the success.